Good morning and welcome to the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Motorsports Complex. I am Miles Hasquist. Alongside me is Mrs. Pam Hall, and behind us is the beautiful short course. 2 miles. It's going to be awesome today. We start racing here in about 5 minutes, and we'll be racing off and on all day long. Minimal breaks, but it's going to be great, Pam.
It's going to be an awesome day today. The weather has completely changed from yesterday to today, so the track conditions should be improved from what we had yesterday. They've been out there watering the course. They've been blading the course. So hopefully today it's a completely different ball game than what we had. Obviously, we're in sweatshirts. We're freezing today.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, yeah. So it's been sniffing 100 degrees all weekend long, or all week long.
Yes, all week.
And the sun's been shining. But, yeah, last night a cold front came through, and we were praying for rain. But we only got a few sprinkles. That's just part of it. But, hey, we're here. They've been watering the track, like you said. They've been doing a ton of maintenance last night. They watered it all night long. They got up this morning right at daybreak and put some water down. We will be watering between classes, so that first lap on each race is going to be a little slickery. It's going to be interesting to see how that shakes out. But, again, just a huge shout out to everybody that makes this possible. It's been a great week leading up, and now it is the big show.
Exactly.
So I think we have the course layout. We'll kind of give you a rundown on what this 2 mile short course looks like here at the Power Sports Complex. So we start at the top of your screen, right at the progressive start finish, and then we do this, and that's a hairpin left over the Bronco boulders. And normally it's you got to do some rock crawling, but this is only about a 10-foot little section, and it's more like a dirt bike little bunny hop. You come in hot, you have to check the brakes really hard, and then throttle up and just kind of pop up and over. And if you do it just wrong, you're going for a tumble. But if you do it just right, you're looking good. And then a long sweeper. Right at the top right of your screen is a little Nitto hairpin turn, and then you wiggle your way through the rest of the course. Lots of elevation changes, lots of sharp corners. The fluff was getting big on the outside of these corners, and the ruts were starting to form yesterday with some potholes, but I believe we're going to see a lot of blue groove today. And then you come down, you hit the Recaro step down around, and then at the bottom left of your screen, the AMSOIL and the HCR hot pits. There should not be much action there today, and we are about to kick off. On the pole is Mr. Paul Wolf. Right next to him is Matthew Walraven with Corey Willis driving for him. So the flag is going. And it looks like Mr. Paul Wolf with the early lead. So we'll see if he can make that stick. There are 3 different classes racing at the same time, so make sure you go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing.
And what it will do, too, underneath their names, if you have not looked at it before, it will tell you what class they're in and what position they're holding in their class. And you can see them right now going over those Bronco boulders. The weather's great right now out there. Obviously, we can see the track's not too bad yet.
And that's a great shot of the Bronco boulders because most everybody bunny hopped over it, but you can crawl over it if you want to save the car.
Exactly, because this is not your main event. So a lot of people are trying to save it for the main event.
That's a good idea. So, this is prelim number 1. There will be 2 UTV prelims to get everything set up for the main event later on this afternoon. And then we'll have roughly 20 UTVs on the course at the same time later on this afternoon. Right now we have 15 cars, so we should have close to 30 cars altogether. But there are 3 different classes.
And there's Mr. Paul Wolf right there.
This is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. We have the stock class, the Pro Modified, and the Open class all racing at the same time. They are scored separately, so it'll be a little bit tricky to see because there's Mark Welch. He's actually in first place in his class, but third on track. So it'll be a little tricky to keep it going. But look how dusty it is on top of that because the water trucks are extremely hard to get up there.
Yes, we definitely know that for sure. And getting it up there, but last night you were saying a couple raindrops here and there. There was very little, so that did not give us any water on the race course, but the clouds in the sky keeping the heat away
and look
is going to change it.
Paul Wolf, he's starting to walk away with this. This is a 6-lap race. This is a 2-mile lap, so that's 12 miles of some pretty hardcore racing here in South Dakota.
Clean air is definitely a key factor right now in this. You can see right now, because you said Paul Wolf is taken away with it. He is. You can see it on screen.
And again, if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex in Sturgis, South Dakota. And it is home to the biggest motorcycle rally in the world, and we are here for the 82nd annual rally. The rally actually kicks off today with Ultra 4 Racing. We are located in western South Dakota, close to Montana and Wyoming. The elevation is roughly 3,400 feet. Population is normally 7,000 people, but this week they're estimating over 500,000 people here in Sturgis.
It's definitely a busy week here. We've been seeing people trickle in all week long. One of the things that I've noticed the most out here is driving on the interstate. They actually changed the speed limit on the interstate to make it slower because of all the bikes for Bike Week.
They make it safe here for sure.
And right now we have Paul Wolf. He should be coming across the progressive start-finish line here in just a moment to complete lap 1. I'm going to be interested to see if
Paul Wolf, as you're speaking, hits the Yukon launch and crosses over the progressive start-finish line.
I'm wondering if his lap time is going to be, it's a 2:50, 1:57.
Yesterday his qualifying lap was a 2:45, so he's staying pretty consistent. And then Corey Willis driving for Matthew Walraven right behind him. Then it goes Mark Welch, Matthew Drake, Brian Hamby. We need to give a huge shout out to Woody, Mr. Buffalo Chip himself, Brian Williams with Dusty Goggles Promotions, and a special shout out to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of our volunteers, the Ultra 4 and Mid-America crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, and fans. Thank you, everybody, and especially our marketing partners. We need to give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4 Wheel Parts, Progressive, Holly EFI, LaserNut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, King Shocks, King of the Hammers, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, Amsoil, Method, Axial, PCI, Off the Grid, MBRP, Yukon, HCR, Warren, Factor 55, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lightly, and Action Sports Canopy. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today in Sturgis, South Dakota. And so Pam, this first lap has been pretty fun to watch.
Yes, it has, and that was a great drone footage right there of them going up through that little bit of a canyon that we were talking about yesterday. That was a very silty canyon, but the clouds in the sky is awesome to see instead of the bright sunshine this morning. But that is on screen right there is Corey Willis driving for Matthew Walraven.
So out front, physically through their first lap, it was Paul Wolf, Matthew Walraven, Mark Welch, Matthew Drake, Brian Hamby,
John Coffey, Carl Otto, A.J. Stratman, who is in Paul Wolf's backup car, then Austin Thompson, James Cantrell, Mike McClure,
Jeff Bachman, Rich Birch, April Drake. This is her first race with us. Great to see her out there. And John Candia.
One good thing about April is she is no stranger to this track, though, because she just raced here 2 weeks ago.
With Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Association. There's Mr. Mark Welch on screen.
And he is one that to watch for sure because he's always doing well at our Moab races. He does well wherever he's at, so he's definitely one to watch for sure today.
Remember, there are 3 different classes, all racing at the same time. This is a 6-lap race. They're out on lap number 2.
And let's see if Paul Wolf picks up his time or if it's going to stay consistent.
Mr. Paul Wolf is Mr. Consistent, so I assume he'll be looking good.
Well, and then that's where we'll come back down to, Miles, that this is not your main event, so you don't need to push it. If you got the lead, just stick with it. Don't push it too hard.
100%. Even if you're top 5, you'll start in that first couple laps. Exactly. So there goes Mr. Paul Wolf over the Yukon launch, crossing the progressive start-finish.
Oh, he picked it up by
1 second. So that's consistency.
Exactly.
If you can stay within 2 seconds on a 2-mile lap, as hard as it is here in Sturgis, that is absolutely impressive. So Paul Wolf starting to pull away as you got a good look at the Recaro step down.
And Mr. Corey Willis driving the 118 for Matthew Walraven is still sitting in that number 2 spot. Mark Welch is in 3rd. Matthew Drake in 4th.
Just saw Austin Thompson cruise through. Remember, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. The same thing we have here in the Nitto studio. And
on screen there is Mr. Paul Wolf.
He is first in the national and the Eastern championship for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. So Paul Wolf is on a mission today, improving why he is one of the top guns in our sport.
And you can see he was just using that berm that we were talking about yesterday. You can either stay down on the flat track side of it or use that berm, and that's exactly what he was doing. Sometimes, it depends on your driving ability, not your driving ability, but your strategy of if you are able to take that berm and use it as your advantage or not.
There's Mr. Mike McClure out of Nest City, Kansas. Out here having a good time. Hitting the Recaro step down as we speak. Getting a little chatter through the PCI race radio. We have a local yellow up at corner number 6. Not exactly sure what happened, but it sounds like the Dusty Goggles safety crew is on it and making everything work well.
And that's what's really awesome about that map that we had shown up earlier is it's labeled by turn, so we know, okay, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and usually we don't have that, which I really like on this kind of turn because there's so many turns in this race.
And look at the Believe Cam FPV chasing down Paul Wolf. And if you're anywhere in the area here in Sturgis, South Dakota, and you have a Buffalo Chip camp pass, come on out to Ultra 4 Racing. It is absolutely free to you. If you don't have a camping pass, it's only $10 per adult. Children 10 and under are free, so please come on out. And if you can't, get on that MAO app. Download that. Watch all of this racing. Go to ultra4racing.com/live. Go to the Ultra 4 Facebook and MAO Facebook and YouTubes and check out everything. And then go to the Ultra 4 USA Instagram and hashtag it up. Hit the share button. Start a watch party.
And we have the awesome barbecue truck out here today. We have the Dusty Goggles watering hole out here.
Yeah, the Black Hills Food and Fire have been serving up food the last couple days, and it is absolutely amazing. And just like you said, Pam, the Dusty Goggles watering hole has drinks for kids and adults.
All ages. Mr. Paul Wolf should be coming through to complete his third lap here momentarily. That's AJ Stratman on screen there.
And Paul Wolf's backup car, like you said earlier.
All right, so
we do have somebody on their side, but the safety crew is there. They're going to get him racked and stacked and flip back over quick and easy. That is at the top of the finger, so that's at the far northeast corner of this track.
Matthew Walraven, driven by Corey Willis right now, is in second place still. And then Mark Welch in third. Matthew Drake in fourth.
On screen, it's hard to tell if that's Paul Wolf or Paul Wolf driven by A.J. Stratman because both of his car, he brought his backup car, and A.J. Stratman wadded his up pretty good during practice, but the Ultra 4 family comes together, and Paul's like, hey, I got a spare car. I want to race you at your best. So here, take the old girl out and have some fun.
And that was Brendan Thompson right there on screen.
That's
seeing Austin Thompson.
Brendan Thompson's son. The track's still holding together pretty well.
Yes, so
if
far so good.
If the dust will be an issue, then the weather is absolutely amazing. It's 66 degrees right now. They say the high is going to be about 75. Cloud cover all day long. Compared to what we've had, today is a beautiful day for racing. And the cloud cover is actually going to help the track not quite dry out as fast as it would if it was 100 and sunny. And look at him getting some hang time at the progressive start-finish line.
That was A.J. Stratman, Carl Otto, and James Cantrell going over start-finish line 1, 2, and 3. Not 1, 2, and 3 in position, just going over it together.
Yes, there's Mike McClure back on screen. But, yes, remember, there are 3 classes all racing at the same time right now. They are scored separately. So even the physical finish will have to, go to timing. I can't do it in my head every time. But go to the live.ultra4racing.com for that. You can kind of follow along. And there's Mr. Paul Wolf, our physical race leader, and in the pro modified class.
This is a great practice for him for the 4,400 race. We were talking earlier, and it's going to be a very interesting race later on with those big cars.
It's going to be amazing, yes. I'll give you a quick rundown. So the 4,900 Can-Am UTV class stock production has an OEM chassis, maximum of a 1,000cc engine, 33-inch tire, must use stock suspension pickup points. Pro Mod has based on an OEM chassis, but aftermarket chassis are allowed. Must use stock suspension points as well. Reinforcing is allowed. Up to a 35-inch tire. Aftermarket turbos are allowed and must run full front plastics. And then open UTV is just that, open. Build whatever you want. The only limitation is 1,000cc engine.
All right, we still have Paul Wolf in that number 1 position. Matthew Walraven in second. Mark Welch third. Matthew Drake fourth. Brian Hamby in fifth.
Speaking about Brian Hamby, that is him on screen. So we're at the halfway mark of this race. This is a 6-lap prelim race. This is prelim number 1. We have prelim number 2 for the 4,900. There's John Cahy on screen hitting the Recaro step down. Pam, this is a great way to start the day.
Yes, it is, and it's awesome that we have 30 UTVs today. Have this the prelims split up into 2 different races, but the main event later on with all of these UTVs out on race course, I love it when they're all out there. It's such a good competition. That was Austin Thompson just now that passed by on screen, and that's Carl Otto. the 9511 of Carl Otto.
And how great is this? We have 2 stick cameras, 2 hard cameras, and then we have 2 FPV Believe Cam drones out there. So you can see the entire course basically at the same time. And from the grandstands right just next to the Nitto studio, you can see probably 75 to 80% of the track just from right down here in the grandstands.
Yeah,
a great spectator-friendly place.
And they are filling up over there already this morning.
And
We've
if
already
you did
seen
get
some bikes coming through this morning as well.
Yeah, bike parking's right up front. And if you did get out here a little bit early this morning, you are a little chilly, make sure you go to the MAO Ultra 4 merchandise. They've got hoodies, they've got sweatshirts. Angel, Carly, Bailey, Laura, they'll hook you up.
Yesterday we were telling them to go over and get sunglasses and sunscreen and hats.
And tank tops, and today it's hoodies. You never know.
Totally different day. I love it, though. It's a lot cooler, and I'm not going to complain one bit.
This is going to be a great day of racing. We will have a couple breaks between classes to do a little track maintenance, but we will be jam-packed action all day long.
So, Miles, Paul Wolf is out front, but Matthew Walraven's car, they are at a 2:48.843. They are running the fastest lap right now out on race course.
That is pretty impressive, and they are in 2 different classes. Paul Wolf's in the Pro Mod, and Matthew Walraven, driven by Corey Willis, is in the stock production. And then Mark Welch, and physically in 3rd. So how cool is that? Physically out there is 1, 2, 3, but physically out there, they're all in their own classes.
Yes.
So that's pretty cool.
But that's pretty cool that Corey Willis does have the fastest lap time right now out there, and it was on his last lap. So you can tell that he's definitely picking it up. Paul Wolf is staying steady.
Yeah, they're getting spread out just enough out there that, it's dusty, don't get me wrong, but it's just spread out enough that they're doing some good things out there.
Well, in this lap coming around, Paul Wolf will be getting the white flag.
There's James Cantrell rolling through, and Carl Otto right behind him.
They've been running consistently together this whole entire race.
And this is a Grand Prix, so even lap traffic won't be an issue once Paul Wolf gets the white flag as we speak. At the progressive start-finish, the white flag is out for the rest of the class.
All right, so Paul Wolf in that number 1 position right now. We'll see if Matthew Walraven, Corey Willis will be coming through and still physically in that 2nd position.
There's John Cahy coming into screen. There is a lot of action. The Bronco boulders have been a lot of fun. The Recaro step down's been cool to watch. And then on that back section, the Recaro Ridge, the Rigid Ridge back there is this is a fun little flowy section with all this elevation change.
I mean, when we talk about a lot of the turns earlier, the elevation change out there, there's some of them that are so steep.
And a lot of the turns are off camber as well.
And you're coming downhill off of a little bit of a little tiny jump. Off camber making the right-hand turns. That's where we saw some people yesterday having to check up a lot more than they normally do because of the off camber.
Having a few of the Harleys roll right up and get a front row seat. Like I said, if you're from the Buffalo Chip and have a camp wristband, you come into Ultra 4 for absolutely free. If you don't, it's only $10 per adult, and 10 and under is free.
And there's A.J. Stratman on screen right now in Paul Wolf's backup car. No, that's Paul Wolf.
That is Paul Wolf. I couldn't tell.
I thought from the
you
back it looked like
a little bit.
I did. Because
the only way I can tell is, there's 2 numbers on Wolf and 4 on Stratman.
When I saw the top, that's when I was like, wait a minute, that's Paul's car.
Well, they're both Paul's car.
Well, yes. That's Paul driving in this one in the 86.
So the white flag is still out and flying. This is a 6-lap prelim. The lap is 2 miles per. So they're racing 12 miles of some of the gnarliest short course we can throw at you here in Sturgis, South Dakota at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex for the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown.
And Miles, I was noticing that some of the people that are in the 2nd prelim for the UTVs at the beginning of this race, they were over here watching it.
Oh, a lot of them were.
And then, now they're obviously over in their cars getting ready because the race is getting ready to start any minute.
Yeah,
but
it's
they come over, check it out to see what my competitors are doing off the start.
And see how the track is changing. And there is the Rigid Ridge as we speak as he comes around and then blows by the AMSOIL and HCR hot pits. And you can tell there's only 1 or 2 people set up in the the HCR hot pits right now, because if you have to stop during a short course, your race is basically over. Nobody's going to be fueling. If you get a flat tire, your race is basically done. And anything more than you could change a flat tire, but you're going to be maybe a lap down.
But if you're running for points and you get a flat tire, I mean, it doesn't matter. You still need to get those points.
But Pam, you're 100% correct. But this is a prelim.
Yes.
They'll still make it to the main event. So I would probably save the car and just limp along and then get in the main event, and then you have to run for the points. Brian Hamby coming into sight.
All right, Mr. Paul Wolf has taken that checkered flag.
Oh, did I miss it?
Yes.
Paul Wolf already grabbed it.
And there goes Corey Willis in Matthew Walraven's car.
Across the progressive start-finish line. Paul Wolf out front. Matthew Walraven right behind him. So Paul Wolf in the Pro Mod, Matthew Walraven in the stock class, and Mark Welch in the Open. So there's first place for all three classes.
And they stayed that way the whole entire race. There was never any changes. Obviously, we've been going through it all, the whole entire race. But and you were saying, each class. So Paul Wolf in the UTV Pro Modified, Matthew Walraven in the UTV Stock Production, and Mark Welch in that UTV Open, all first place in their class, and then 1, 2, and 3 on course.
But again, this doesn't really match up too much on what's going on because they're going to the main event. So that's where it all is going to shake out.
And that on screen is A.J. Stratman there.
Because we know Paul's already finished.
Exactly.
So our next race will be basically identical. There's James Cantrell having a strong showing. And there's the progressive start-finish line. There's two jumps, the Yukon launch and the progressive start-finish back-to-back. It's a great little section right here. And then the rhythm section, are they rhythm or are they whoops? They're neither. It's a pretty nasty little spot. Again, thank you to everybody for tuning in to the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown. We're just across the street from the Buffalo Chip at the Power Sports Complex.
All right, so on course, Paul Wolf in that number 1 position, Matthew Walraven second, Mark Welch third, Brian Hamby fourth, and A.J. Stratman in that 5th position. That's how we are crossing over the finish line right now.
And again, this is a heat-style race just to qualify for your starting position for the main event. And it is a physical finish. We do a lot of endurance racing with Ultra 4, but today it's just run to the finish line. Whoever crosses the line first takes the flag. And next weekend at Mid-America Outdoors, the UTV Takeover, so be sure to check that out. It's going to be an excellent event.
I just saw Mr. Gus going by in the water truck, going out there to water between classes like you were talking about earlier, Miles. Keep it on top of the track here today.
Yeah, we're going to do our best, but obviously the dust is going to be an issue.
Well, and also you were just saying about the UTV Takeover. We also have another event that will be going on as well. So the Lifted Truck Nationals are going to Mid-America as well.
When is that, you know?
I will look that up, but
All
I
right.
know it's going. That's pretty cool. That's a very large event. I'll get those dates for us.
And speaking about events, don't make sure you tune in for Labor Day. We'll be racing at Mid-America Outdoors for the Side-by-Side Championship Series. And then Ultra 4 will be up in Crandon at the Big House. Be our third and final race in the Eastern Series. And then everybody will end up at Legends of the Fall at Mid-America Outdoors for the Nationals for Ultra 4, Nationals for Rock Racing Association, and the Mid-America Outdoor Side-by-Side Championship Series. So you do not want to miss that event.
Definitely not. So the date at Mid-America will be September 16th through 18th for the Lifted Truck Nationals. That's going to be a super cool event. So much is going on and so many events are being added to Mid-America because the park and everybody there, it's an amazing place to have an event. It's such a large facility.
I've been lucky enough to go to a lot of off-road parks. I've been doing this for quite a while now, and Mid-America by far is the nicest off-road resort I have ever been to.
I agree with you on that one for sure. It's pretty cool. I mean, where else can you go and have a steakhouse, a lazy river, anything? Bathhouses, want to do your laundry, washer and dryer, anything you need, they basically have it right there.
Absolutely. And speaking about that, we're here at the Buffalo Chip. It's one of the best short course racing we can do in front of spectators. And then just across the street is an amazing 600-acre facility with full-service campsites, awesome concert series, bars, shower houses, laundry, general store, a gas station on-site, bikini beach, zip line, and much, much more.
Yeah, it was pretty cool over there last night. The parade was so much fun.
Oh, the parade was awesome. We were able to ride in the parade
Yes.
for the first. Last year was my first time to Sturgis. I wasn't able to be in the parade. I was up in the booth kind of helping those guys out. But yesterday I was like, I took the old scooter and you took your little pit bike, and we cruised with all the race cars and Harleys, and it was an awesome event. And then we ended up in the amphitheater in front of everybody, and at the end everybody revved up, and it was that was the start of the rally.
That was the kickoff for sure. And Brian here with the Power Sports, he was up there and got to speak to everybody and tell them about the day today. But it was so much fun, like you're saying, revving up their engines. The motorcycles, they all did their revving up as well. It was a great night last night for sure. And then they had a concert afterward. I can't remember who was playing, but we went back over there.
You were there.
I don't know who was playing though. I didn't see who it was, but it was packed last night. And it's just the beginning.
Yeah, what a wonderful week it has been, and it is just getting started. But today is our main event all day long, so be sure to stay tuned in to the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown. And let's give some of our amazing partners some love. We want to give a huge shout-out to Progressive, 4-Wheel Parts, Optima Batteries, Monster Energy, Bronco, Ford, Can-Am, Holley EFI, LaserNut, King of the Hammers, Griffin Race Radiators, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, Amsoil, Method Race Wheels, Axial RC Cars, PCI Race Radios, Off the Grid Clothing, ARB, Rigid, MBRP, Yukon Gear and Axle, Brannick Motorsports, HCR and Daystar, Tread Lightly, Warren Factor 55, and Action Sports Canopy are the official sponsors for Ultra 4 Racing. And some of our Mid-America sponsors we need to give some love to is Ultimax Belts, 360 Wraps, the Off-Road Syndicate, and Mid-America Outdoors. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing partners, we would not be racing here in Sturgis today. So while we get everything racked and stacked for prelim number 2 for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, we'll take a quick break and be right back after this.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warren.com.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm burning away. I need never get old.
I am Monster Mate.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problem with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough.
We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Welcome back to the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex in Sturgis, South Dakota. We are kicking off prelim number 2 with Travis Zollinger on the pole, Cole Clark, Josh Smith, Jason Watt, Jacob Versey, Terry Madden, Nate Thompson, Todd Smith, Austin Boyd, Mike Hatch, Bo Nealon, Joe Gould, Greg Torney, John Seaman, and I don't know if Tyler Rimmereed, I don't know if I saw him.
We don't have John or Tyler out here today.
Neither of them showed up.
Yes. Well, John was here. He had some
he's the one that took
issues.
the tumble. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
And I don't think I ever saw Tyler.
Tyler, I have not seen him for sure, but look at this on race course already going through the Bronco boulders.
And look at them all doing that little bunny hop. Well, there's one
Some
slowing down. And
now, Cole Clark had a little issue in the Bronco boulders yesterday, but obviously he got his car repaired.
I was chatting with him this morning at the driver's meeting. He said he definitely took a tumble. The car is raceable, but he said that the it's hurt. He said the car's hurt. He's like, I was hoping to go through this race, get everything going, work on my house a little bit. He's like, now I got to tear it completely back down and redo the frame once again.
But, I mean, obviously it's not hurt too bad. He's out there in front right now, but Travis Zollinger is right on his tail, so we shall see if it sticks that way or if he lets up and lets Travis by. But we know Cole's not going to let anybody buy him if he...
And how cool is this? Cole Clark and Travis Zollinger out front. Cole Clark is first in the Western points, and Travis Zollinger is second in the Western points, and they're battling out front 1 and 2. But don't forget about Josh Smith. He's no slouch.
And they're both in single-seat cars, Travis and Cole.
Yeah. Travis in a Can-Am, Cole Clark in a Polaris. And this is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class that are 3 separate races racing all at the same time. They are scored separately, but on course it's going to be a little tricky to tell who's who.
And that is Jason Watt running in third position right there in the 5012 of Brian Stone.
Yeah, he's racing for the points for Brian Stone. You can have 1 fill-in driver per season, and Brian Stone's taking advantage of that here in Sturgis with Mr. Jason Watt, who preps and works on that car. So that's a great
I mean, what better person to put in that car?
Yeah, last year at this race, you rode with Jason Watt, and he was filling in for Jamie McCoy. Is that right?
Correct. We got third place last year. It was a blast being out there out on race course. I was supposed to only just get in for practice and ended up practicing, qualifying, and racing with them. I left you by yourself. Actually, no, you had Ryan Thomas with you up here at the podium or at the announcer's booth.
We always have guests coming in.
That's a
Cole
great
Clark
shot right
back
there.
In. We have 2 Believe Cam FPV drones out chasing these cars around as Cole Clark heads up and across the Rigid Ridge, and he'll blow by the HCR hot pits. And again, I only see 1 or 2 vehicles down there, so nobody, if you need to pit, you're done. So especially during the prelims. During the main event, for points reasons, I could see changing the tire.
And that's where I was going earlier when you were talking about that. I knew you were talking about the prelim, but that's where I was going with, you want to get in there, get that tire changer for something really quick because of
But you're not
points.
going for a podium
right,
at that point.
Exactly.
You're going for a finish. And
Points.
Cole Clark in that RMS single-seat Polaris
And
Razor
Travis,
with a turbo drivetrain in that.
Travis Zollinger.
Oh, he's dropped off pace. Oh, there he is. Okay, he's just a few seconds behind. I'm going to
This
say it's
popped
about
up
4
for a
seconds.
second that I thought he got in front of Cole Clark, but Cole Clark went through with a 249.843, and Travis Zollinger's was a 256.957. And Jason Watt, driving for Brian Stone, is in that third position. Jacob Versey in fourth. Josh Smith in fifth.
Brian Stone was unable to come, but I'm sure he's tuned in right now with a big smile on his face watching his buddy Jason Watt doing some good for him as Josh Smith comes back on the screen. And look at that dust. They were going for the inside-outside. I lost him in the dust on that one.
And Cole Clark still out front.
And look at the Bronco boulders, and look at this rhythm sessions. It's not a rhythm, it's not a whoops, it's a combination of both. And if you get a little crossed up, it's a nasty little section. Joe Gould and Bo Nealon coming across the progressive start-finish line.
And Terry Madden, he's running in that sixth position.
Physical out on course. There are 3 separate classes racing all at the same time with Cole Clark out front still. He got the whole shot and is not looking back. And like we were just talking, that car took a tumble, but it just shows you how well they build these cars.
He did get out there yesterday. I know I overheard racers. They were all talking about people that took a tumble in qualifying, looking for parts to get their cars fixed, and obviously he found what he needed, and here he is.
And want to give a huge shout out to Rock Racing TV crew for putting all this live show together. And I was mistaken. Now we have 3 stick cameras on course, 2 FPV Believe Cam drones. So this course is going to be completely covered. There will not be any downtime. It's going to be action all day long. But speaking about action, Cole Clark, just like Paul Wolf, is walking away with it. So the main event, if it sticks like now, there's still a lot of racing left to go. But how cool it would be to see Cole Clark and Paul Wolf taking off the line first.
And that's the thing, too, is how hard do you want to push it, because this is just a prelim. You don't want to push your car too hard. You don't want to hurt it for the main event.
And this is a 6-lap prelim. Each lap is 2 miles per, so it's a 12-mile race of some awesome, awesome short course action out there. On screen is Mr. Jason Watt driving for Brian Stone.
And that now they are on Cole Clark.
And I was just talking about Brian Stone, and he said he's watching, and he's got a big smile on his face.
Awesome.
So I hate you're not here, Brian, but hey, at least you got your buddy Jason in there in the car.
Yeah, we were actually chatting, Miles, about if I was going to be riding with Jason again this year. And Brian, being Brian, he's like, if I let somebody else drive my car, he said it's up to that person if they want to have somebody in there or not. And I was talking to Jason about it, and Jason was like, it's basically just keeping the points and finishing where he's going to finish in the race. He doesn't really need to have that. He doesn't have to push it as hard.
He wants to finish. Yeah, I was chatting with him. He's like, he kept telling me, what's the car count? What's the car count?
Yes.
Because he's playing that points game.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, buddy, I get it. As there's the Recaro step down. There's Joe Gould with Rocky Mountain Speed and Fat.
And Cole Clark just
there's Bold Nealon driving for Scott Lesage. There's another fill-in driver.
Cole Clark just put down a faster lap than he'd had earlier. He has a 2:49.380, so he's still pushing it.
But look at Travis Zollinger starting to reel him in a little bit. Now he's only 3 seconds behind. And there Josh Smith is first in the stock class. Jacob Versey first in the open class. But it's going to be a battle between Cole Clark, Travis Zollinger, and Jason Watt in that pro modified class. We still have more and more Harleys starting to roll in here. Coming up from the Buffalo Chip. Remember, if you have a Buffalo Chip camp pass, you get in here absolutely free. If you don't, it's only $10 per adult, and children 10 and under are free. And speaking about children, we have a bounce house over there we're going to get filled up here shortly. We have the Dusty Goggles watering hole serving up some refreshments for kids and adults. And then we also have Black Hills Food and Fire. They're serving up lunch and dinner today. And then tonight at 7 o'clock, we have our Racers Appreciation Dinner here at the Ultra 4 merchandise trailer. So all of our racers will come over and have some chats and tell their war stories from the day.
Exactly. So on course right now, physically, it's going to be a combination of the classes. We do have Cole Clark in that number 1 spot, Travis Zollinger in second, Jason Watt third, Jacob Versey fourth, Josh Smith fifth, Greg Torney 6th, Austin Boyd 7th, Todd Smith 8th, Nate Thompson 9th, Terry Madden 10th, Bo Nealand 11th, Joe Gould 12th. And that is our top 12 out on course right now.
If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and this is the Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex. And if you want to tune in back home, get on that MAO app. Go to ultra4racing.com/live. Go to the Ultra 4 or Mid-America Facebook and YouTube. And make sure you go to the Ultra 4 USA Instagram and hashtag it up. Start a watch party, share it. That you're watching a great battle on screen heading across the Rigid Ridge. There is going to be action all over all day long. USAC is on site. They are our sanctioning body and help run timing, scoring, race operations, safety, and tech. And we got a rollover. That's the same rollover spot that we've had quite a bit of issues with. That's the 217.
That's Todd Smith.
Todd Smith, good call. So that's a downhill off camber, and if you get down there, that's kind of rutted out. There's a little bit of fluff, and you just catch a rut, bicycle up and over. But look at the Dusty Goggle safety crew on site. So there is a local yellow at that corner. The rest of the track is open for racing. Lots of chatter through the PCI race radio, but everything is looking good. And look how fast and easy they make this this hook and book.
And speaking of, you said that was from the previous race, the rollover in the same spot. So that was April Drake. Her co-driver just came over here. They're all good. Everything's good. But that was April Drake that did the rollover in the
Is
first heat.
she going to be able to make it to the main event?
Well, that's the team that I loaned my racing gear to, and they're bringing it back slowly, so
that's
I must
that's
not.
a no.
Yeah.
Bummer. That's her April's first race with us here at Ultra 4, so I hate to see her first race go like this, but hey, that's part of racing. There's Josh Smith. There's Torney, the 428. Greg and Matt Torney, they'll be switching seats and heading into the 4,800 class later on this afternoon. I love the father-son. There's Todd Smith back on his wheels. A little bit of smoke coming out of the exhaust
but that
from
has,
the oil.
Exactly.
But he'll be back and running and quick and easy. So, again, huge shout-out to all of our Dusty Goggle volunteers out there.
That's a given whenever you roll over, start it back up. But we do have Cole Clark.
And let's follow him right now because this is that same corner we just saw Todd Smith roll over on. We'll see what kind of how nasty this corner is getting. He takes the inside, takes a little slow. So I think if you get in the outside, you get that fluff.
That's where the rut and the fluffs are, exactly.
That's where you get the little flop over.
But between Cole Clark, Travis Zollinger, and Jason Watt, they are still laying down faster lap times every single time they come through.
And that's all in the Pro Modified class. We still have the stock class out on course, and Josh Smith is leading that, and Jacob Versey is leading the open class. Look at that. Todd Smith knows that he's a lap down and just lets Cole Clark right by at the Recaro Rise.
And he was taking it easy there, so he obviously might have something going on, so he'll probably just bring it right back in and go straight to his pit if it were me to get it fixed for the main event.
And there's another great shot of Cole Clark heading up and over the rigid ridge. Cole Clark running a very smooth and consistent race.
That's a great flowy section right there, how you have easier turns or not hairpin turns to get into that rigid ridge. And
there's Nate Thompson coming to the screen, and now back to Josh Smith. Lots of action all over the course. So we're going to show you a little bit of everything today. There's Torney.
Looks like he has something flapping. It looks like his air intake on the top of his car is flapping. I'm not sure if it's been doing that the whole entire time.
Or maybe he's just waving at us.
That's what it looked like it was doing just now.
Believe that's the Austin Boyd.
I believe
at
you
Gillette,
are correct.
Wyoming.
Yes,
Heading
it is.
down the Recaro step down. Oh, and
Look at the race
got
going
a battle.
on right there.
They're going to be hitting the
that's
Yukon
Jacob
launch.
Versey. Is he on the bumper of Jason Watt? Is that who that is?
I missed it. And then Josh Smith is not too far behind him.
I think that was because Jacob Versey has been behind Jason Watt. So.
Yeah, you're right. That was probably Jason Watt and Jacob Versey. That's a great battle we have.
Two great drivers right there, and Cole Clark again on screen. And that's Bo Nealand right there on screen driving Scott Lesage's car.
Looks like one of my buddies, Nick Rickles, is actually here on screen. Raced with him quite a bit back in the day.
And there's Joe Gould on screen. He's running a progressive flag on top of his car.
There's a great shot of the Bronco boulders. There's Cole Clark heading up and around one of those little elevation turns.
That one is, to me, that's the most challenging one. I don't know.
Every corner here is a little tricky because, like I said, lots of off-camber, lots of elevation change. Nate Thompson still cruising along. There's a shot of the progressive start-finish.
2 more laps to go in this
that was what I was
prelim
get
number
caught
2.
Up on that. I get a little lost. That's why I let you kind of keep core of the timing and scoring for me.
I try to
always
do my
appreciate
best.
it.
And look at that, it's still going on. That is Jason Watt and Jacob Versey battling it out still.
And that's awesome. And they are in 2 different classes.
Yes.
But, hey, you see the dust, you smell the dust, you want to get around that dust.
And, racers, they try to stay on the bumper of the car in front of them as much as they can until they can get around, because the farther back you get, the harder you can see. And look at this, Miles. The bouncy house is all blown up. Kids are over there playing.
Kids are already in it.
Having fun. Paul Wolf was over there with his daughter the other day. They were having fun in there.
She's been in that every single day. I was watching her have some fun, and we were in the merch trailer. I was getting a drink, and she came through, and she was beat red, sweaty, and just loving life.
I bet she slept good that night.
Yeah, she was with her grandma because Paul was doing a little working on his car.
And probably media stuff, too. You had something. Didn't you guys do something yesterday?
Yeah, we had Progressive. They actually came on site and did a great little interview with Paul Wolf and the Rufus gang. And then they went down around and did some camper stuff. But it's really cool to see Progressive, such a huge company, support Ultra 4, support the Buffalo Chip. And it's just a great thing to have. And, yeah, I walked around with them for a couple hours yesterday, just kind of introducing them to certain people. And they were doing all their media stuff. And, man, it was great to have Progressive here on site.
I believe that's Cole Clark.
Cole Clark, our physical race leader.
All right, they just got the white flag, so on their last lap we saw.
Uh-oh, Jacob Versi's missing a left rear tire, it looks like.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
So he crossed the – I don't know if he can make a full lap or not.
Well, he can get over here and do the exit, too, so he was on screen there just for a moment.
So Josh Smith will blow by him. There he goes through the Progressive start-finish line.
That him and Jason Watt were having a great battle out there as well. So that's so unfortunate, but hey, he can go fix it and go into the main.
That's racing. So yeah, I mean, he was having a good setup in the prelim, and all this prelim it's just setting up for the main event. So tough break for Versi, but he'll still get it back in there.
And on
there's
screen,
Terry Madden, a Mid-America brand ambassador,
and behind him is Travis Zollinger. But I believe Travis, obviously, he's going to be lapping him because Terry's running in the 11th position right now.
And it's pretty cool. Terry Madden's very well-versed in the motorcycle crowd, and he's been around Ultra 4 for 10, 15 years. So it's great to see him be able to come hang out with his Ultra 4 family and introduce us to some of his motorcycle family. And it's just crazy how different the motorcycle group versus Ultra 4 is, but also how similar they are.
Yes.
You know, everybody's here to have fun, and kind of a gearhead is a gearhead is a gearhead.
Yeah.
There's Travis Zollinger still running strong. There's the shot of the Progressive start-finish line. That's a static camera. So we've got a lot of different camera angles to give you.
I love when the drone shows the upper version like this so you can see the different turns of the race course. Yeah, exactly, and how big the race course actually is.
It's a 2-mile course. This is a 6-lap prelim. Up next will be the 4600 Spider Track stock class, I believe.
And on screen right there is Josh Smith, a young gun in this sport, but he's definitely been bringing in the heat for sure.
He won his first race last year in Broadview, Montana, and has been doing some great things. And there's Josh Smith still on screen.
All right, Cole Clark he just took the checkered flag in that number 1 position.
So Cole Clark grabs the checkered flag at the Progressive start-finish line here at the Black Hills Throwdown for prelim number 2. So Cole Clark will be starting side by side with Mr. Paul Wolf. That is going to be a battle out of the gate.
All right, Travis Zollinger should be taking that checker flag here in any moment. And on screen, that is Nate Thompson that we just saw.
So Travis Zollinger just grabs the checkered flag, so he's physically second in the Pro Modified. Jason Watt in that third position. But remember, this has nothing to do with points right now.
Exactly.
Nothing. This is only getting everybody set up for their main event. And the 4900 Can-Am UTV main event will be later on today at 12:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time.
One of my former rally friends is walking by here, coming out to check out Sturgis and the race.
What do you mean by rally friend?
The Rebel Rally.
Yeah, you've done that
a few times.
Emily Miller puts on a great thing there.
Yes, she does. She's been pre-running her course this year already. She's been doing it for quite a while. It's an amazing event for women to go participate in for sure. And that on screen is Austin Thompson, or Nate Thompson, I'm sorry. Getting their names all confused.
There's a lot of names out here. This won't be the first nor the last time we do that, I'll promise that.
So that is our second prelim for our UTV class.
So we'll have just shy of 30 UTVs in the main event at 12:30 p.m. But up next will be the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
be off the leash. Rilo.
Again, we need a huge shout-out to Woody, Mr. Buffalo Chip himself, Brian Williams with Dusty Goggles Promotions, and Ray's Auto Body. Also, Jason and Gayla Robinette, the owners of Ultra 4 Racing, all of our volunteers, the Ultra 4 and Mid-America Outdoor crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, and fans. And then later on today, we'll be giving away some of those amazing laser nut trophies, so a huge shout-out to Cody Wagner and a company. You can also order the replica trophies for your sponsors or your team members. We've got a great Rock Racing TV production crew.
Let's go through our finishers just now. We have Cole Clark in that number 1 spot. Travis
Zollinger. Number 2 is Travis Zollinger.
In 3rd position, Jason Watt.
Then Josh Smith in that 4th spot.
Greg Torney in 5th.
6th spot goes to Austin Boyd.
And then 7th position, Nate Thompson.
In that 8th spot is Jacob Versey.
And then 9th is Bo Nealon.
In that 10th spot is Joe Gould.
In 11th position, Mr. Terry Madden.
In that 12th spot, we saw him rolled over, but back going is Mr. Todd Smith.
All right, and that is the 12 cars that we just had out on race course. All right, we're going to have a guest come up over here that's coming over from the rally. They heard about the Ultra 4 race from being, I don't know if you guys heard, you'll tell us how you heard about it, but you guys said that you heard about it over there in the Buffalo Chip.
So, yeah, we got one of our Sturgis Rally Harley guys over here. What's your name? Where are you from, buddy?
My name's Nick. I'm from Minnesota, Minneapolis area.
Oh, all right. I'm actually, on Wednesday, I'm heading up to Red Wing.
Oh, really?
So that's just down the road from you, I believe.
Yeah, what are you doing up there?
I got family up there.
Okay,
yeah, so I'm going to go up there and kind of hang out with those guys and check it out. So that's pretty good haul, isn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty good. We drove most of the way. We got to
you didn't even ride your motorcycle?
No.
You're not a real biker then. Huh? I'm just giving you a hard time.
I ride a Sportster. It's not super fun to ride that long.
Hey, I ride a scooter.
Okay, yeah, that's way cooler. At least tell me it's a Ruckus.
No, it's a Bichon, so it's as Chinese you can get.
Yeah.
This is Miles, by the way.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, man. So
you're
over at the Buffalo Chip?
What is it?
Pam Hall.
Pam Hall, nice to meet you. Yeah, we're staying at the Buffalo Chip. This is our first year staying over there, so...
Yeah, nice.
It's pretty wild, isn't it?
Yeah, it's wild. We were in for a long night last night. So
I heard it got a little rowdy over there. I behaved. I had to work early this morning, so she didn't. I heard, but that's on her.
I behaved.
I know myself better now.
I just went over and visited.
I went over and visited.
So how many years have you been coming to the Sturgis?
He said this is his first year.
Oh, your first year staying at the Chip.
First year at the Chip.
Oh, at the Chip. Okay.
Yeah,
he doesn't listen.
Yeah, he doesn't. I can already tell. I'll talk slowly. It'll be okay.
Yeah, there we go.
This is my second year at Sturgis, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so 2 years ago was my first year, skipped last year, and then here we are now.
Awesome.
So did you see the parade last night?
There was a parade last night.
Yeah, we took all the Ultra 4 cars through the parade, parked them in the amphitheater, and then give a little
that was the kickoff.
Pow.
That was the kickoff, and everybody was revving up their motors. The motorcycles were right in front of the stage doing their motors as well. It was pretty cool.
Oh, no, I didn't see it.
It was pretty wild.
You guys need to get some billboards and stuff. So
you never know. But yeah, it was a good time. So what's your favorite thing you've done out here in Sturgis so far, besides the racing today?
Besides the racing today, I'd have to say the Needles Highway ride.
It's a beautiful part of the country out here. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's incredible. Plus, I don't know. I feel like every year you just meet a ton of really cool people. It's always a super good time.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, the people watching here is amazing.
Oh,
you go around.
Yeah, all shapes and colors and flavors. It's so funny. All the people that you see, it's just wow.
Yeah, it's absolutely. Like a Lollapalooza kind of
yeah,
thing.
yeah, exactly. But a lot older, hippie
Exactly.
type.
I mean, we've only been over to the Chip once. Last year we came over there multiple times, but
I've snuck over a couple times.
Oh, you have?
Oh, yeah.
And he took his scooter to downtown Sturgis the other day.
Cruise through, oh, yeah. You got to take a lap down the highway. It gets up to 45 mile an hour if you're going downhill.
Well, that beats the minimum on the highway there. I think it's 40,
I was speeding at one point, but I didn't mean to.
Downhill with the back wind coming. Yeah.
So how long are you staying in town?
I think we're staying. Are we leaving on Monday, guys, or Sunday? Monday.
So you're here for a full week?
No, we got in on
what day's
Thursday.
today?
Today's Saturday.
Okay, so you're only here for a couple more days.
Yeah, just a couple days.
Nice.
It's kind of like Vegas, you can only really be.
You can only party so hard for so long. Yeah.
Then you got to return to be a normal member of society.
Yeah.
I mean, we've already been here for a week, but our first 5 days was all work. helping with the track and stuff. So we only get a few days of play. Yeah.
Yeah,
but it's fun work.
It's a lot. Yeah, I'm not complaining at all. If I didn't like it, we wouldn't be here, right, Miles?
Absolutely.
Right. See, like if I was working out here, it'd be a little different. You feel like you're contributing something, right? Instead, you're just out here kind of getting drunk and
Next
hanging
year,
out the
we're
whole time.
recruiting.
Yeah. Well, speaking about that, we got a bar open over there. We got a food truck, so don't go too far.
All right, I'll stay right over here.
Yeah,
then.
and you can go over in the bounce house.
That's allowed. I can go.
Hey, you got to take your shoes off.
Yeah, shoes off.
That's fine. I can handle
Don't
that.
bounce the kids too high.
If anyone yells at me, I'm telling them you told me.
Yeah, it was Pam.
There was adults in there the other day. I saw adults in there the other day.
That doesn't surprise me. They need like a giant adult size one.
Oh,
it's like
that'd get interesting.
It'd get real interesting. So, just like a size in Minnesota, the Minnesota Zoo does like an adult night.
Oh my goodness!
Where they set up bands and like all these bars, and they have like adult bouncy houses and stuff.
That'd get wild.
Yeah,
I like that.
fun.
You know what I'm envisioning? You know the things that they have on the lake where somebody jumps on one and makes
yeah.
it. That's what I'm envisioning right
Yeah,
now.
those are awesome.
Oh goodness!
Yeah, those are a good time.
Well, good times. Well, I'm glad you guys are over here. I was telling your friends over here earlier that the 4400 race is going on later on.
Yeah.
You guys definitely don't want to miss
that's the
out.
one to watch.
I mean,
for
all day
sure.
long the racing's going on,
Yeah.
but right now we're in our prelims. We'll go into our main events later, but
Yeah, the
it's
first
exciting.
4400 prelim is at 11:15, and then the main event this evening is at 5. So
At 5,
yeah.
okay.
So if you can check out those are the biggest and baddest names in our sport. Unlimited tire, unlimited suspension, unlimited horsepower,
Okay.
and they'll be sending it through here. It's gonna be wild.
Yeah, I know this is kind of our day to hang out around here at the chip. Maybe go for a quick ride, but that's kind of the plan,
bounce
is to
in and
check
out.
stuff
Like I said, with
yeah.
your Buffalo Chip Pass, you get in there free. So
Sweet.
Yeah, it's
so,
a lot
all right,
of fun.
well, I'll let you go hang out with your buddies.
All
I
right,
appreciate you
sounds
hopping
good.
in
You
there
guys drive
and
safe.
have some fun.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So it sounds like we're getting ready to kick off the 4600 Spider Track stock class here in just a moment. You see the water truck out there on screen. So I think we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm burning away. I need never get old.
I am Monster Mate.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
All right, welcome back to the Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex just outside of Sturgis, South Dakota. Here is the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class. We are about to kick this one off with Bailey Cole and Vaughn Gittin Jr. up front. Then Brad Lovell and Alex Fleming, John Williams, Kendall Glines, Albert Contreras, Jacob Seeger, Tom Biddle, John Snell, and Tyler Simons. We have 11 4600 Spider Track stock classes out front, but we have a stampede of Broncos up front, and it looks like Vaughn Gittin Jr. with the early lead, and then it looks like Bailey Cole and Brad Lovell are going to be chasing through. Those Broncos will be hard to beat, and is Brad going to stick a nose in on Bailey Cole? It's looking like he's going to on that first corner.
I'm wondering if Bailey's got an issue because he was slow off the start as well, so hopefully he has nothing going on.
I think he just missed the start just a tick. We'll see.
So
as they're going to blip over the Bronco boulders, and Albert Contreras kind of launches that one.
They were doing their homework out there on race course, studying it, making sure that they were, going through the rocks, looking at them very closely, but they have changed tremendously since they have done that.
So Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Eric Davis with the early lead out front, and the Broncos are looking good. And there is Ford contingency money on the line later on this afternoon. This is just their prelim. This is a 5-lap race, but if they win their main event with one of those Broncos, they'll get $1,000 for a Ford Bronco body and $1,000 for Ford performance. So that's if Vaughn Gittin can keep this together later on the day, or Brad Lovell or Bailey Cole, they'll take home $2,000 from Ford performance.
And all three of these Broncos just are coming off of the Visions 1, 2, and 3 as well.
1, 2, and 3 there. They're definitely making a statement. So glad to see Ford support Ultra 4 so heavy. And these Broncos are awesome. And the dust is getting so gnarly already. And this is the part of the section that is super hard to water with a water truck. So this little top section will be dusty.
It will, but you know what? The bigger tires kicking up the dust a little bit more, well, not speed, but...
Oh, there's John Snell, Albert Contreras, and Tom Biddle. I'm glad to see John Snell out there. He was looking for gears last night, and it looks like I think they were looking at Rufus Racing to hook them up, so they must have got it together. So John Snell and Dale Scholl out there, but Vaughn Gittin Jr. with his best friend, Eric Davis, out front. And look at that, Alex Fleming and Kendall Glines bumper to bumper. And I'll give you kind of a quick rundown on the 4600 Spider Track stock class. You have to have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. Factory engine, but may be replaced with any available engine the same make, year, and model. Factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tires, single 2.5 shock per corner. Factory-style suspension, kind of like leaf springs, coil springs, TTB, etc. And they have to have a mechanical steering. And Vaughn Gittin up and around the Rigid Ridge.
And the dust is definitely kicking up out there just a little bit more, but there is a breeze, so that's helping out. And on screen is Vaughn Gittin Jr. getting some seat time for later on in that 4400 as well.
There's nothing like you're saying, pre-running at race pace. He's feeling out the track. Him and Eric will memorize this track as he's getting ready to hit the Yukon launch and then straight into the Progressive start-finish line. This is a 5-lap race, 2 miles per lap, so 10 miles of some gnarly short course here at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex.
And his lap time was just now a 3:04.595. Brad Lovell in that second position at a 3:11.354, and Bailey Cole with a 3:12.125.
So the Broncos up front running strong.
1, 2, and 3. Ford Performance up there.
Oh, it looks like Bailey Cole's trying to make a pass on Brad Level as he hits the Bronco Bowlers. A little blip. Yes, Bailey Cole gets around Brad Level. Got another guest that's going to hop in here in the Nitto studio with us. Mr. Terry Madden.
Fresh off race course.
Hi, guys. You're heavily involved with Ultra 4. You're heavily involved in the bike world. How cool is it to mix the two?
It's amazing. So, yeah, but a lot of people see our Ultra 4 family, how amazing our Ultra 4 family is. I'm lucky enough to have that same family in the motorcycle world, and to be able to have both families together, it's like a big reunion. I keep doing cross introductions, and it's a lot of fun. It's really neat having it here.
Yeah, and it's cool because obviously the motorcycle world and Ultra 4 are very, very different, but yet so similar.
It is very true. That's one thing we tried to do with the new shop. It's funny because a bike shop can be intimidating to a guy that doesn't ride. Some off-road shops can be intimidating to a guy that doesn't wheel.
I can
so
understand both aspects.
You don't get a biker to walk into an off-road shop, but he's still fascinated with the stuff. And you don't get an off-road guy to walk into a chopper shop.
Yeah, like a gearhead's a gearhead.
But when they're both in the same spot, it's so fascinating to watch the guys walk in and look and cross and care, and it's kind of neat.
There's Tom Biddle on screen.
Race course today, what'd you think? How'd it go? I know...
It didn't.
Yeah, you were a little off pace towards the end. I didn't see what happened.
I had a flat for 4 laps.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. That'll do it.
That explains it.
Yeah, so going right into the rocks, right on a car. He short jumped it slightly. A rock kicked up and landed outside, and I came down on top of it.
Just cased right into it.
And I was nowhere to go. It was just...
Was it in the Bronco Boulder section?
Yeah. Well, the only rocks on the whole course.
Well, somebody was telling me that some rocks were in some turns.
This was one of the big boulders kicked up, and
Yeah.
I literally landed on it with the left front.
Because once you're in the air, you don't have any brakes.
No, it wasn't tires' fault. It wasn't wheels' fault.
And it's very, very sharp. Those rocks are sharp out there.
But it sucked because the car felt good, everything felt good,
but hey,
I just had a flat.
That was just the prelim. That means all that was doing was setting you up for the main event.
It set me up for the back of the main.
Yeah, well,
and there's not a lot of passing. The course is fun.
It flows good.
We're racing on wet dust.
Yeah, wet dust. Isn't that crazy?
It's muddy on top, but there's still no base. We could water and water and water. We need a base.
They have been. Yeah.
We need a base a foot deep. We should have been watering 3 weeks ago. We need some rain, some moisture.
Yeah. That's just what do you do?
So, but that and how narrow it is. There's just I think qualifying mattered more than anybody realizes, and it's going to stack up a lot of how we start. So
There's
in the main,
Seeger on scene.
In the main, starting from the rear because of the flat, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean that's part of racing, but you'll still just run smooth and consistent, and I think attrition's going to set in a little bit.
Yeah.
So there's Vaughn Gittin Jr., our physical race leader, hitting the Bronco boulders, and Bailey Cole not too far behind him. And give me your rundown on right after the progressive start-finish line. It's kind of a rhythm session. They're kind of whoops, but they're neither. It's kind of just it's just off.
I don't know what to do with those because they're not.
If you hit them too hard, you bounce.
They're fairly consistent frequency, which is what the distance between them. When we race Baja, the frequency changes, in the distance. But they're inconsistent in height, and they get bigger as you go. So if there wasn't a turn, you could go fast enough to get on top of them.
Just trying to
You
skip
need to hit
through.
them hard, and you can get on top of them. But if you go fast enough to get on top of those, you're not shutting down for the turn. So it's kind of a weird.
Yeah,
that's a weird
I
one.
kind of like it though because it's a little aspect. It's fun to watch.
I mean, it's one thing everybody can complain about a race course, but every car out there is racing the exact same course. So yeah, it sucks, but it sucks for everyone.
No, I think it's fun for me to watch.
Fun for you to watch. It is challenging to me because each lap I did it different every single lap because I'm trying to find what works and I can't find it. There just doesn't seem to be a good way to go through those.
Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Eric Davis out front with those Nitto tires holding up strong.
And they did do a faster lap than their first one at a 3:03.709.
Those drone shots are amazing.
I know. I love it when they're up higher and you can just see there's the whole entire, not the whole entire course, but how the S-turns go. And
I've been talking about the elevation changes and a lot of these corners are off camber and they're starting to get, just like that, you can see it's starting to get rutted out a little bit.
There's some big holes in the corners that aren't showing on here, and they're where you need to set the car. So you're sliding. If you catch the car,
bicycle up,
you're rolling.
Easy.
Yeah, it's just a real precision or luck game or gamble game through a couple of the corners. And in the dust, it doesn't help at all.
There's Brad Level.
Yeah, the dust definitely. I mean, it was in your race, it was a little less. Obviously, these guys have bigger tires, but we were talking about how the weather is just playing a big factor in it. With not having the 100-degree weather coming in, it's
funny because
making it not so
I've come
dry.
to Sturgis for I don't know how many years now, well over 20, and we've rode in horrible rain so many years.
And it hails here every once in a while.
Always wish for nice weather, and this year I was catching myself wanting rain. I was like, boy, that was
you're a hypocrite now.
Total polar opposite.
Well, we were trying to get the Rufus Racing to do their rain dance, but I don't think they did it.
Let's run through
breakdown?
They were dancing something last night, but I'm not sure what it was.
All right, so in that number 1 position, we have Vaughn Gittin Jr.
In that second position is Bailey Cole.
In third position is Brad Lovell.
In that fourth position, Alex Fleming.
Fifth position, Albert Contreras.
Sixth place, Kendall Glines.
Seventh position, Jacob Seeger.
In that 8th spot, John Williams.
And then 9th position, John Snell.
In that 10th spot, Tim Biddle.
All right, we have 10 cars out on course right now.
It's so good to see such a stock turnout.
Yeah, no, it's great, and it's awesome to see just all of the Ford's really hopping on heavy the last few years, and to see these Broncos out here racing, with like some of the stock guys just love having the bigger names come down there and play with them.
And it's the nostalgia of being able to see a name on it. I love the custom-built chassis. I respect the custom-built chassis. I love all that. But watching, a production car race, and it gives the guys something else to root for. I love what Ford's doing. I appreciate them being here, but we need more.
Yeah, no, I love it.
I want to see some other OEMs come into our sport.
The Rance family has another Bronco they're starting to build. I've heard some rumors Toyota wants to get more involved, so I would love to see just the more the merrier.
They need to hurry up and get on it.
But, yeah, the Broncos got a good thing going. That is absolute fact.
Well, they're supporting the series, so people are going to build a Bronco because there's more benefits.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to get I've been jonesing for a new Bronco, put the wife in it so we can go, run to the grocery store and all that stuff. But
I got lucky enough. I spent a lot of time with Brad Lovell on all the testing in Johnson Valley when we did the pre-production testing and all the endurance testing. It was with Kurt Leduc and Lovell and a few others, and had so much fun in it. I was really, truly impressed with it. And there were issues and there were shakeups and this and that.
But they listened and they addressed it.
And the technology, it was really fascinating for me to work with the engineers. And, they'd bring it in.
Because they're a lot smarter than you are, right?
All of them. We'd put it on the rack, and they had these little pinpoint deals on it where they could measure from, and they would tell you just micro things of deflection and what was changing and what was going to go, and they were logging hours on every single piece on it, and it was really cool to watch that side of it.
Yeah, it's really cool to see what they're bringing to the sport. But Vaughn Gittin Jr., Eric Davis right there still out front. And he'll be racing later on today in the 4400 class in Brocky 2.0, so it'll be fun to watch Vaughn doing that. He won this race last year. He won the championship in the 4400 class last season. Vaughn Gittin just started racing with us, I'm going to guess 6-ish years ago, and has came a long ways. He started in the 4500 class, going through a lot of things, and then stepped up in the 4400, now in the stock class. And there's Contreras and Glines bumper-to-bumper racing action.
That's good to see. I love Albert.
He's been racing with us for a long time.
His family and his kids and the family atmosphere in his pits every time.
Isn't his son co-driving for him?
Yes, Tristan's riding shotgun with him. And they took the whole family to Yellowstone on the way here. I mean, they brought the whole entire family all the way from Compton, California.
Albert's got a big family.
Yes, he does.
I think it was last year here. He brought 2 vehicles. The wife followed, and they convoyed just so they could bring all the kids and kids,
the minivans over
kids and kids' friends and everybody else, just so they could vacation on the way.
So the white flag is out for Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Bailey Cole's actually starting to reel him in a little bit.
And I heard Vaughn on the horn because he's coming into some lap traffic, and he knows that Bailey's right behind him.
As they hit that little rhythm section, and that's Tom Biddle that's got the white flag as well, because this is a Grand Prix style, so once the white flag's out, it's out for everybody.
And Bailey Cole has picked up his time because he's at a 2:58.455. Vaughn Gittin Jr.'s last lap was a 3:02.181, so he is definitely picking up the speed.
This will be a fun one to watch to see if Bailey Cole starts putting the pressure on Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Well, he's definitely trying to, and that obviously Vaughn was on the horn trying to get that guy around or get around that guy, so he knows that Bailey is right on his bumper.
This one really is a tough one to pass on, though. This course,
they did make it a little wider, though.
It needs to be a little wider yet. I'm excited to see this develop because we've been coming here for enough years back when We Rock was here, and we did dirt rides, and it's
Torque,
where we just literally raced a course through the pasture, and none of this was here. So it's been fun to watch it develop, and I hope they keep. There's rumors that Buffalo Chips are going to develop a real motorsports park here.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It looks like Ryan Fuse tuned in, one of our Nitto reps. Hate he's not here. We miss seeing you, but looks like your team
vacation.
1 and 2 up front is looking good. Vaughn getting on those Nitto tires. There's Tom Biddle coming to screen. And an old stock Toyota. Those are fun to watch out there racing.
And that was Bailey Cole just now going down that really steep area. That's where we've had or seen some issues. That left-hand turn right there, were you taking the inside or the outside?
Whichever side I could see.
Yeah.
I mean,
the
blind
outside,
in one eye, couldn't see
I was driving off the berm and off the elevation.
Gotcha.
You could not see the ground at all. You were just picking a wall and staying where you could see the wall.
Well, we were talking earlier because we were noticing that Cole Clark was taking the inside line on that turn because it looked more like a kind of like a blue groove looking, but the outside has had, the silty, powdery dirt with the ruts in it.
So look at Vaughn. He's really picking it up. He was lifting that left front tire. He knows because in short course you have to have a spotter in the stand. So they're saying, hey, Bailey's actually starting to really in. So he's like, start going. He's on behind you as he rolls across the rigid ridge.
He's on the home stretch here.
Blows by the AMSOIL hot pits. So did you have anybody in the AMSOIL hot pits?
So that was part of the problem. We did not have enough people here. I had Jared, thank him so much, a guy I went to high school with. He actually took the car home from...
fellow Kansas buddy?
Took it home from Visions, prepped it, and met me here because I had to go to England for work. So we got real skeleton staff, and we didn't have anyone in the pits, so had to scramble to get a tire over there. I ran 4 laps on the flat, and then I went out for the last 2 without it.
So during the main, will you line up with somebody a little better?
Yeah, well, Waylon was going, and he's changing a tranny for his sister.
Hey, that's more important for him. I completely understand that.
So Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Bailey Cole have both taken the checkered flags. Vaughn Gittin in that number 1 position and Bailey Cole in second.
So both Broncos up front, and Brad Level shouldn't be too far behind. So a great showing by all the Broncos thus far. So the race is over, and Bailey still hits a little bunny hop over the Bronco boulders.
It's kind of hard not to.
There's Brad Lovell hitting the Yukon launch and crossing the progressive start-finish line.
Ford took the top 3.
For the prelim, so that'll set them up nice for the main event later on today.
And they were also 3 Broncos at Visions, 1, 2, and 3 on the podium.
So up next will be the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. They'll be taking off here, I'm going to guess, here in about the next 10-15 minutes.
They'll do some track prep. They're doing some watering between each round.
So you've been having fun so far in Sturgis there, buddy?
I haven't done as much as I'd like. It's been great catching up with people, but I just made a quick loop of rounds last night, and, kind of like you would at Hammers, going pit to pit.
Yep.
I went camp to camp and vendor to vendor who I know here in our bike world and said all my highs because I'm leaving as soon as we race. I fly out tonight.
You fly out tonight, huh?
Well, I go to the airport tonight. I fly out at 5 in the morning.
Ooh.
So might be a long night tonight. We'll stay up and head straight to the airport. But,
no doubt.
So
where are you heading from here?
I got to get back. We got a couple days, and then we got Vegas to Reno.
Oh, yep. Who you racing there with?
Supposed to go with Ricky Johnson.
Oh, awesome. You co-driving for him? You're not sure. You're going with. Okay.
He called and he says, I need somebody.
And you said, okay, let's do it.
I said, okay, when are we leaving? So I don't know who's where, what. We'll figure it out when we get there.
That's a fun phone call to get. There's Jacob Seeger.
That thing's so amazing.
Yeah, the old Land Rover.
He got 2 runs yesterday, not
yep.
by
yeah, that's when John Snell took a little tumble and he was out on course. He had a rerun yesterday. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown just across the street from the Buffalo Chip. There's John Williams. So the 4600 Spider Track stock class, first place was Vaughn Gittin Jr.
In second position, Bailey Cole.
Third spot was Brad Level.
Fourth position, Albert Contreras.
And that fifth spot goes to Kendall Glines.
And in sixth position is John Williams.
And then it looks like it should be John Snell,
yes.
Jacob Seeger, Tom Biddle, and Alex Fleming. Oh, Alex Fleming, I haven't seen him for a little bit. Hopefully he can get his car back to the pits, get him fixed up, and make it to his main event. Remember, this is just the prelim, getting everything set up for the main event later on today.
And John Snell did just take the checkered flag. Jacob Seeger right there taking the checkered flag.
So we'll get the track all fixed up and get ready for the next race, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Well, it's been such a wonderful week here in Sturgis, South Dakota for the Progressive Black Hills Throwdown. And, we've been here all week getting everything set up. Today is race day. Terry, I know you just done your prelim. You're getting ready for your main event later on. It's been just a great week so far.
Oh, it's wonderful.
And Sturgis is just now getting started.
Yeah, I wish I could stick around this week. For everybody that hasn't been here, that is here in our world listening, you got to go downtown. You got to see the sights. You got to walk around and be a tourist a little bit because there's so much to offer in this community.
Yeah, we were lucky enough to get some stuff set up, and we went to dinner one night in Sturgis, and walked up and down Main Street. It was One Eye Jack's. Went there and had dinner.
Fun.
And
the balcony at One Eye Jack's a lot of fun.
It's a blast.
Spent a lot of time up there. You need to go by the iconic ones. Check out the Spoke and go out to, Full Throttle is not what it used to be because it changed. The old Full Throttle was really amazing before it burned down years ago, but it's still a really cool place to visit. But
I've definitely heard about it.
We're right across the road from one of the coolest ones.
Yeah,
the Buffalo Chip.
Yeah.
There's I know people that come here and never even leave the chip.
I can see why if everything's inside.
It's kind of like Mid-America.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very similar.
You go there and you don't leave.
They have the watering. What is it, a pool or a watering hole or a pond?
Bikini Beach.
Bikini Beach. That's what it's
with
called.
the zip line.
It's a pond, but
and it looks like a good time.
It's a good time.
The parade last night was awesome.
Yeah, if you get a chance here, go to Bikini Beach in the evening or late after the concerts close. That's where everybody kind of migrates, and there's a parade over there in the Burnout Pit and pretty decent little street party.
It gets pretty wild, huh?
Yeah, that's where we used to hang out a lot.
Awesome. Well, Terry, always a pleasure. Thanks for
swinging
swinging by the booth.
Good to see you, Pam.
Nice
good
seeing
luck
you.
later on today in your race, and swing by later if you want to.
We'll see how I do.
All right. Well, always a pleasure. Great to see you, and enjoy the rest of your day. All righty?
Thanks, Miles.
All right. Well, while we get everything set up for the next break, we're going to take a quick break and be right back after this.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate in off-road performance.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends. That can help build your house. And if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm fading away. I need never get old.
am Monster Mate.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problem with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the state frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
Need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm fading away. I need never get old.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport is evolving.
Welcome back to the Progressive Black Hills Throwdown. I've got Mr. Travis Zollinger, Mr. ZRP himself, hopped into the Nitto studio with us. You just did a great showing, got second place right behind Cole. It was a great battle out there.
Yeah, it was. It was a good chance to get out and feel the track and see what we'll be dealing with in the main.
Yeah, so give us your rundown on the course. I mean, it looks dusty. The outside corners looks like there's getting that fluff, but right where you want to be, it looks like it's starting to get rutted out.
Yeah, there are some ruts. There's some holes developed in the corners, so you got to be on your toes with your lines and how you're entering and exiting the corner.
Yeah, and I love the looks of this. So you have one of the only ones that I've seen. It's a single-seat Can-Am. You guys completely rebuilt and built it up, and you're out here racing with Ultra 4. And then are you racing Vegas to Reno in that same car next week?
Yeah, that's the plan.
I mean, that's busy, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, we got like a couple days. We're going to bust ass home and go
prep it,
get it prepped and then turn around, and hopefully I get it clean off the main.
Yeah, that's going to be, you want to keep the car together. And it looks like we're getting ready to kick off the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Up front is Sean Rance, Dwayne Gerritsen, Rick Levezzo, Justin Hall, Ken Goodall, Matthew Weiss, Daniel Netzling, and Joe Miker. And who's going to get the early lead? It looks like Dwayne Gerritsen and Sean Rance are having a drag race.
Justin Hall is trying to thread the needle.
So this first corner will be interesting. Dwayne Gerritsen gets it. Can he take the outside and make
Sean
it stick?
has that inside line, and look at that. He just took advantage of it.
So Sean Rance in that Bronco hits the Bronco boulders and gets the early lead. And now Rick Levezzo, who won this race last year, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he did. So last year it was Rick Levezzo, Dwayne Gerritsen, and John Ground. So it'll be a great battle out here today.
And Rick Levezzo is also coming off of a win from Visions himself. So a great run going on right now. But Travis, what was your favorite part about the race course out there?
The jumps over here. Yeah, the jumps are cool. They're good. You can launch them, and they have good landing on them. So, yeah, it's fun.
And how about that little berm? I call it the little Nitto finger up there. Are you riding the berm or are you taking the inside corner?
Little bit of both.
Just wherever the car puts you. Huh?
Yep. The ramp in that corner is like really steep, and it's kind of abrupt from the bottom.
Yeah, it's almost like a
Miles described it yesterday as it feels like you're hitting a curb.
Yeah. So you kind of hit that, and if you slide up, cool. If you don't, it kind of bounces it back right in.
Yep,
it's all about the approach, right? If you take the approach sooner, you kind of don't have that curb feeling, but then again, you're in the grass area. But yeah, so you were kind of doing both, like whichever one was.
Yeah, kind of playing around with the course. I mean, we got 45 minutes yesterday to practice, but with the problems on the rock pile, that got cut back a little bit from being able to turn.
Yeah, the first few people hit a little too hard early in practice and tore their stuff up. But
that thing was very surprising. You had to be on your toes for sure.
Yeah, and it was a question if they were going to try to jump it or just go over it. And
it looks like everybody's jumping it now. I mean, to be competitive, you got to hit it.
Yep.
But you have to check up and kind of like a dirt bike. You kind of have to set it up and do a little bunny hop over it.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not shaped very well for full momentum for our cars. I haven't really got to watch the 44s.
Everybody has to check a little bit because otherwise it's going to donkey kick you pretty hard.
Sean Rance is number one on course. I believe that is Rick Levezzo in second because Dwayne Gerritsen is in that third position right now.
And I'll give you kind of a quick rundown on what a 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class car is. They're obviously custom chassis, 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel, mechanical steering, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, front-mounted engine, but it can be unlimited horsepower. So Sean Rance up and across the rigid ridge. So we got a pretty good battle for first, second, and third.
We have somebody on their lid right there. That is the number, what is it, 45?
Oh, he's brand new. This is his first race.
55?
That is 4501 of Daniel Netzling with Nemo Racing. So hate to see his first race get upside down so early, but we'll get him recovered. The Dusty Goggles guys are out there, and they'll make it safe.
And right behind him, stopped right there.
Matthew Weiss.
Yes.
Trying to be just a sport of the deal and just say, I see him okay, everything's okay, it's safe, I'm going around. Because it is a yellow caution right there. Sean Rance hits the Yukon launch and getting ready to cross the progressive start-finish, finishing his first lap, heading out for lap number 2 of 6. This is a 6-lap race, 2 miles per lap, so 12 miles of some pretty gnarly short course racing.
And Rick Levezzo is in that number 2 spot. Kenneth Goodall actually came through third, so he got past Dwayne Gerritsen, and Dwayne Gerritsen's in that 4th position.
And, Travis, the whole reason you came over is you said you found a blue rugged radio, and it's on Checkers 2, and it was over by your pit?
Yeah, it was over in the road at the pit, and I brought it over, and I get to talk to you guys.
Yeah, so if anybody lost a rugged radio, please come over here, and we've got that here for you so you can keep in communication.
Well, that's super cool that you're going to take your single-seat Can-Am that you're racing this weekend here and going to just turn around and go race it at Vegas Reno. That's a big race. How many miles is that race this year?
This year it's going to be 495.
Okay.
And we start out in Beatty. So
that's a fun spot.
It is.
So start out.
You do love some racing. You do a little bit of everything. You've been racing with us for quite some time, but I love that you dabble in the desert as well.
Yeah, getting out and doing those long endurance races, that's a good way to go test our products and make sure
I was just
going to
say, pimp yourself a little bit. It's all in your racing products. I mean, a lot of our UTV racers run your products.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. A lot of the racers run it.
Where else can you test them that at Ultra 4, King of the Hammers, out in the desert? I mean.
Yep, and that's the beautiful thing. That's where I fell in love with Ultra 4 is it's unlimited.
Yeah.
So
it's not short course. It's not endurance. It's everything.
It's everything, yep. And so you got to be innovative, and the rules also help I guess make that possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So
it looks like Daniel Niesling is. Oh, and we have somebody else upside down at that's just above.
And that
that may be Sean Rance.
I was going to say, is that Rick Levezzo right there?
That's Rick
it
Levezzo,
is,
so I think that's
will
Sean
be
Rance that took a tumble.
Well, we can see right there, Miles, on screen. It is Sean Rance. He is on his side.
And he was leading this race in that beautiful Ford Bronco. I hate to hear that.
And that's that area right there where after you come through the canyon, it's that weird left-hand turn that's like a 90-degree turn.
The elevation and the off-camber turns here are very tricky.
Well, and there's the walls there. And with the dust, that is definitely the trickiest corner on the track for sure.
Okay. And what do you mean by a wall? Just because it's so blown out?
So on the inside of the corner, way that the corner's dug in, there's a wall. So if you get in the dust and you start your corner too soon,
early,
you're going to clip your front tire and
and it's a couple foot tall. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yep. And I would guess, or he got tangled up with another car possibly
and
too.
He was in the lead. Yeah, he was in the lead. I don't think he was coming around with lap traffic yet, but hopefully his car will be okay and he'll be able to continue on.
And a huge shout out to the Dusty Goggle volunteers out there. They have been out there all weekend long, fighting the heat, fighting the dust, and they're doing a great job helping with recovery.
They have been amazing out here for sure. They helped us with the parade. That was all Brian Williams that helped get that all organized and let us all go through the parade last night at the Buffalo Chip.
And again, let's give a huge shout out to Woody, Mr. Buffalo Chip himself, Brian Williams with Dusty Goggles Promotions, Ray's Auto Body, Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of the volunteers, the Ultra 4 and Mid-America crew, the media, the safety, USAC, racers, fans, Cody Wagner with LaserNut for the trophies, Rock Racing TV for bringing this live action. There are so many pieces of the puzzle to bring this all together. It's absolutely amazing. There's Joe Miker on screen. He started racing with us back in King of the Hammers in 2017.
And there is Rick Levezzo just came through in that number 1 position, and Kenneth Goodall in second, Justin Hall in that 3rd position.
And it looks like Sean's still having some sort of issues, so I hate to see that for him. But remember, this is just the prelim, so he'll still be able to race in the main event. So, Travis, I know you got a lot of stuff going on. I'll let you get back to your pits, but always a pleasure having you here in the Nitto studio. Great to see you. Best of luck today and next week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Pam.
Have a good day.
You too.
All right. That's Mr. Travis Zollinger with Zollinger Racing Products.
And Sean Rance did get back moving, so that is awesome to see him back on course.
So let's give some of our amazing marketing partners some love. We have Holly EFI, LaserNut, Griffin Race Radiators, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, King of the Hammers, Progressive, 4-Wheel Parts, Optima Batteries, Monster Energy, Bronco, Ford, Can-Am, Baja Jerky, Amsoil, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, PCI Race Radios, Method Race Wheels, Axial RC Cars, ARB, Off the Grid Clothing, Rigid, MBRP, Warren, Factor 55, Action Sports Canopy, Tread Lightly, Brannick Motorsports, HCR, and Yukon Gear and Axle are the official marketing partners for Ultra 4. So please support who supports the sport. Whether you're building a mall crawler, a tow rig, or a race car, that is who you need to show some love because they give us all the love. As Rick Levezzo and James Mahoney on screen being chased down by that Believe Cam FPV drone.
And now, right now, they're just going to be smooth and steady, just finish this prelim, and then go on to that main event later on. So this is where we keep talking about. You don't want to push your car too hard because it's not you want to be able to make that main event.
So let's run through where we're at on screen. It looks like up front is Mr. Rick Levezzo.
And then in second position is Dwayne Gerritsen.
That third spot goes to Kenneth Goodall so far.
And in fourth position, Justin Hall.
In fifth spot goes Joe Miker.
In that sixth position is Sean Rance.
Who we just got rolled over. In that seventh spot goes Matthew Weiss.
And unfortunately, Daniel is not back out on race course.
But hopefully he can get back out to his pits and get the car fixed up and back racing later on the day. I see them in the middle of the course. They're checking it out, but hopefully everything will be all right for them. Again, this is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Here for the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex just outside of Sturgis, South Dakota.
And on screen right there was Justin Hall. He's coming off of doing very well at Visions himself. And on screen is the 4599 of Joe Miker in that Toyota.
We have people tuned in all over the race course. Lots of people on screen having a lot of fun out there. There's Sean Rance still pushing strong. We saw him take that tumble, but that Ford Bronco takes a licking but keeps on ticking.
Yep, they got him back on all fours, and he started her back up and got her going again. And Kenneth Goodall is getting ready to start knocking at the but he's getting ready to knock at the door of Dwayne Garrettson here momentarily.
And I was talking to Goodall last night in the pits, and he was having some engine issues. Something about the oil pressure was shutting the engine down. So he called his tuner. They said, "Hey, get rid of that safety feature. I don't care. I'm running until it pops." Because he has an electric and a mechanical, and the mechanical was reading good, but the electric was reading just a little low. As Goodall does get around Dwayne Garrettson, look at how clean of a pass that actually was.
I'm wondering if Dwayne is having something going on because it looks like he's slowing up quite a bit.
Goodall's pushing hard, though.
Yes, he is.
And remember, this is just the prelim, so that's just battling for first and second row. So Dwayne could be playing the long game here.
And you can see he uses that transition that we were just talking to Travis Zollinger about in that Nitto corner there. Nitto notch. What are we calling it?
We call it all sort of
Nitto hairpin.
Little Nitto.
It's our
niche.
Nitto corner for sure. Nitto out here representing. Tim has been out here. Campbells are actually underneath the Nitto tent.
They just got done switching a transmission on Bailey Campbell's car. Waylon's here. He flew in yesterday. They were having some part issues, just like the world has. He couldn't get some engine parts, but he flew out and he was helping his sister change the transmission.
He got here a little too late, though. He should have been here to help with that axle swap. Tim was over there helping them with that. He's been helping out. He was over helping out, set up the other Max's setup over there. So they are all set up next to each other and helping each other out and enjoying some racing.
Pushing strong out there on course. This is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. This is their prelim. This is a 6-lap race. We're just over the halfway mark. So up next will be the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Always a fun race to watch as well.
We have Mr. Abe Gonzalez. He's going to be tuning into the live stream today.
He just shot me a text, and he said he'll try to check in.
Exactly.
He'll actually be in Crandon with us over Labor Day weekend because you'll be in Mid-America Outdoors.
Yes, we have our side-by-side championship series that weekend, so double racing. So it'll be a good weekend. I'm going to miss Crandon because Crandon is Crandon. Everybody wants to go to Crandon, but Mid-America Outdoors, it's going to be awesome to be there with the whole entire family there as well.
And make sure you go to the MAO app, download that. We have that on the Google and the Apple platforms. Go to ultra4racing.com/live. Go to the Ultra 4 and Mid-America Facebook and YouTubes. Go to the Ultra 4 USA Instagram and hashtag it up. Hit that share button, start a watch party, and let's blow up some Ultra 4 racing here in Sturgis, South Dakota for some of the best short course racing you can see as Goodall hits the Yukon launch. Gets a little crooked. Better not hit my flag.
Oh, he does.
Goodall smokes one of my flags.
It's stuck on the front of his car, too. So we have Rick Levezzo in that number 1 position. Kenneth Goodall in second. Dwayne Garrettson third.
So Rick Levezzo, who won this race last year, is still out front, but Goodall's going to try to chase him down.
He's just taking a little bit of, what do you call that? Not hardware. What would we call that? A souvenir home with him on his car.
And they've flagged him down to try to get something's going on with Goodall's car. Looks like the Dusty Goggles safety crew's on site. And like I said, I did smell a little bit something going on with it. So looks like they're getting pulled over, make sure everything's okay.
Dwayne Garrettson all of a sudden is.
He's smoking too.
Looks like he has a left or right front flat, possibly what just happened with him.
That looked like more smoke than dust. I could be wrong.
Okay. Sounds like a tire issue.
Just smoked. They got the fire extinguishers there on site, making sure everybody's safe and sound.
Our safety crew, there are safety crew in almost every single turn, and they're also covering, if there's a turn right by it, they're covering the turn behind them. So safety crew all over the race course. Dusty Goggles Promotions has put on an amazing event here, helping us out and having all of his guys out here for us.
And speaking of that, the Dusty Goggles watering hole is here on site serving cold drinks for kids and adults, and they are right next to the Black Hills Food and Fire. Will be serving lunch and dinner today, and they'll be feeding us for the Driver's Appreciation Dinner tonight.
And Justin Hall on screen right there.
It's a
all
single
the way from
seat car.
Northern California.
Yep. That's a pretty good drive. He's got a Grom 415 stroker in that machine. Lots of horsepower. But we saw Sean Rance have issues earlier. We had Goodall have issues. We saw Dwayne Garrettson have issues, but Rick Levezzo is kind of the one that's shining in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class as he's coming down the Recaro step down as we speak.
He was knocking at the door of Sean Rance, and when Sean took that little bit of a tumble, Rick Levezzo's been out front, and he has not looked back since.
What a great day of racing it has been thus far, and we are just getting started. For the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown. We are here in South Dakota, Sturgis, South Dakota, and it's home of the biggest motorcycle rally in the world. And we are here for the 82nd annual rally. Last year there was, the population here is roughly 7,000 people during the normal year, but there was over 500,000 people here showed up last year, and probably similar this year as well. The Buffalo Chip Power Sports Complex is just across the street from the Buffalo Chip proper. It's an amazing 600-acre facility with full-service campsites, awesome concert series, bars, shower houses, laundry, general store. There's an on-site gas station, bikini beach, a zip line, and much, much more.
So Miles, Karen, and Jeff Foster, they are at home watching us. They said they would say they miss our faces, but because they are watching us on the live show, they're telling us to make sure we're staying hydrated and have a great day. They would have loved to have been here. Jeff is actually getting ready to go on over to Iraq. So
yeah, there's some of our great photographers that follow around Ultra 4, so hate you're not here, but we completely understand, and thank you for what you do for us here at Ultra 4 and for the United States.
It looks like Justin Hall has taken over the number 2 position from Kenneth Goodall as our timing here.
Yeah, well, Goodall had that issue where he pulled him over, so good to see him back moving. So let's run down.
All right, so in that number 1 position, we have Rick Levezzo. In the 2nd position, Justin Hall. 3rd position, Kenneth Goodall. But it looks like Dwayne Garrettson might be in front of Kenneth because the way this is going here on timing right now.
And then it's Dwayne Garrettson, Joe Miker, Sean Rance, Matthew Weiss, and Daniel Netzing. He took that tumble early, but we'll hopefully see him in the main event. Later on today, there's Matthew Weiss. His first race with us was Moab this year. Great to see him out there running. He was texting me earlier this week that it was going to be down the wire whether he was going to be able to make it or not. But, hey, he's here racing.
And we have 7 cars out on race course right now.
And there is Rick Levezzo, our physical race leader.
He should be getting that checkered flag here shortly. It's nice to see these cars have their lights on the front, so when they're coming down the hills in the dust, we can kind of pinpoint who they are if we know what vehicle make it is, like Sean Rance with the Bronco, of course.
And speaking of the Bronco, if Sean Rance can win the race later on this afternoon, Ford contingency money is on the line from Ford Performance. And since he's running a Ford Bronco body and Ford Performance, he'll take $1,000 for each. That's $2,000 if he can win that race.
I mean, I love the Broncos, but I have to say, I've said this before, his is my favorite race truck out here.
And he's been racing a Bronco before the Broncos were cool.
Exactly.
He's been racing that with Ultra 4 for quite some time. It's an actual steel body on it. It's an amazing piece of artwork.
It's just my favorite one out here. It's awesome.
Oh, my God, that's Justin Hall.
Hey, why do you say that? I don't know.
I don't know. He told me to say it.
Oh, he did. Okay.
It's a little tagline.
Kind of like Liam O'Donnell 23.
Yep, exactly. Our USAC race director. our USAC rep. JT Taylor is the Ultra 4 race director. He's been
Yes, he
all
is.
over this race course, making everything run smooth all
Sean
weekend
Rance
long.
has.
Oh, Sean Rance takes a huge tumble after the Yukon launch.
Okay, so he had
But look
a
at
little bit of.
Oh, no, look at the front end. The front end is completely ripped off of that.
He had
so.
a little bit of, looked like a little bit of smoke of some sort coming off the underneath of his car right before that happened.
So tough break for Sean Rance Sr. He is off course. Dusty Goggles safety crew is on site. We'll get a quick thumbs up from them because that was a pretty nasty little tumble. They did land on their wheels. JT Taylor, our race director, is on site. But again, the front end of that Bronco is looking pretty rough. And the checkered flag is out for Rick Levezzo. So Rick Levezzo takes the checkered flag for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
That's very unfortunate. I was looking behind me, not at the screen, like there was some kind of smoke, and there's a little bit right now as well. But
so Justin Hall takes second position. What a great race it has been, and it is not over yet. We still have lots of racing action yet to come. Still have some Harleys rolling through. Again, if you have a Buffalo Chip Campground Pass, you can get into Ultra 4 racing all day long for free. If you don't have it, it's only $10 per adult. Children 10 and under are free. There's Joe Miker on screen.
So Rick Levezzo just finishing that race. The prelim with the fastest lap for him was a 3:13.814. Was not the fastest lap of the day, but of the race. But he out front there, definitely going to see if he can hold on to that for the main event. And there's Kenneth Goodall coming through.
So he should be in that
third
position.
So it's Rick Levezzo, Justin Hall, and Kenneth Goodall.
So far, finishing their sixth and final lap in their 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified prelim race. Getting everything set up for later on today for their main event. There's Joe Miker back on screen. And again, let's give a huge shout out to Progressive, 4-Wheel Parts, King of the Hammers, Optima Batteries, Monster Energy, Bronco, Ford, Can-Am, King Shocks, Nitto, VP Racing Fuels, Griffin Race Radiators, Lasernut, Holly EFI, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, PCI Race Radios, Axial RC Cars, Method Race Wheels, Amsoil, ARB, Rigid, Brannick Motorsports, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Canopy, Warren, Factor 55, HCR, and Daystar. Yukon Gear and Axle, MBRP, and Off the Grid Clothing are the official marketing partners for Ultra 4. But some of our Mid-America sponsors are the Off-Road Syndicate, 360 Wraps, Ultimax Bets, and Mid-America Outdoors. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those wonderful marketing partners, we would not be racing here today. And look how many people are here at the Buffalo Chip. That is Buffalo Chip proper.
Yes.
That is, there's 600 acres over there. There is so much to do. It's an amazing, amazing place. They've got full-service campsites, awesome concert series, bar, shower house, laundry, general store, on-site gas station, Bikini Beach. They got a zip line and much, much more.
And that's
and
a great shot of
the
Nitto and the Ultra 4.
And there's the Jumbotron we have
trailer
right next to us here at the Nitto studio. Again, we want to say thanks to each and every one of you. I am Miles Hasquist, alongside is Mrs. Pam Hall. We've been with you for the last quite a while.
Yes, we have.
And we aren't going anywhere. We hope you love it just as much as we are.
I know I'm having a blast out here. Long day ahead of us of racing, and again,
it's a long day, but it's a fun day.
Exactly.
How
do we call this work whenever it's so much fun, right?
It is busy.
It is busy. It's fun. The racing's so much fun to watch. I love seeing people coming over the Chip area with their motorcycles coming in here and watching from their. We have a motorcycle parking only right here next to us.
And behind us, you can see the ambulance. We are getting Sean Rance checked out. He did take that little tumble, so we're just doing the correct safety, just making sure everything's okay with him. So
exactly.
We got to take care of our own.
Exactly. So we'll go through the top 5 really quick that did complete all 6 laps. We have Rick Lavezzo in that number 1 position.
And number 2 goes to Justin Hall.
In 3rd position, Kenneth Goodall.
In that 4th spot, Dwayne Garrett.
In 5th position is Mr. Joe Miker.
So that'll set us up for our main event later on the day. And it sounds like up next will be the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. While we get Sean all checked out, get the track ready to go, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back after this.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate off-road performance.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm burning away. I need never get old.
I am Monster Mate.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport is evolving.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Bronco, An American classic returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I need it to try. Need it to fall. I need it in love. I'm burning away. I need never get old.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the state frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
I am Monster Mate.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Welcome back to the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex just outside of Sturgis, South Dakota. We are coming to you live from the Nitto studio. We are about to kick off the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. In that pole position is Woody Rose. Right next to him is Brent Harrell.
And then third position, Brad Mulliken. And Eric Weichel right next to him.
And that third rows be Rob Inglis and Jeremy Jones.
And fourth row, Jack Peterson and Matt Murphy.
Fifth row, Matthew Turney and Levi Rhodes.
And sixth row, Tony Howard and Garrett Humston.
And then that last spot is Rob Graham and Chuck Crossland. We saw both of them have a little tip over in yesterday's qualifying. Or sorry, just Chuck Crossland, not Rob. So it'll be interesting to see. And there's a lot of Trip Fab cars up front, but I think it's going to be a drag race between Woody Rose and Brent Harrell. But Brad Mulliken and Eric Weichel right behind him. This will be a lot of fun to watch. Again, this is the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. These are a lot of this class is a lot of fun to watch. And like I said, they are crossing the Progressive start finish here momentarily, and they are lighting the fires. Who's going to get that drag race to turn number one and then hit the Bronco boulders and look side by side through that little section? And Harrell blows a little bit wide, and the dust lost him.
And Woody Rose is out in front. He had that inside line, and that seems to be the game right there.
Look at this. Brent Harrell gets him on the inside here. Who's going to come out?
Look at the dust.
This is a great race between Woody Rose and Brent Harrell out front. But Woody Rose in that Trent Fab car pulls ahead of the Horschel car just a tick.
Wow, look at how hard Woody
Rose.
Yes, he did. Woody Rose
and
is
Harrell
on
is
it hard.
all over him. This is an excellent race out front. They're going through the little Nitto hairpin. They both take that inside line.
Well, the inside line, you can drift it a little more, and if you're hitting the outside line with that little bit of a lip, that's where it not cut in, but like you keep saying, hit a curb. That's what it feels like.
And I always had that, I was just rambling or walking around just a minute ago. Oh, I need to update everybody. Sean Rance did get checked out. He is a driver and co-driver are okay. I meant to start out with that. He took that pretty good tumble. You saw the ambulance there. Safety first for sure, but Sean Rance and his co-driver are okay. But I had the chance to talk with Derek Trent and Brett Harrell, the fathers of the two that are racing right now, and they're both saying they're both excited. They're both a little nervous, and they really want to drive well. But we got another special guest, one of the class clowns of Ultra 4, Mr. Chip McLaughlin. How's it going, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing well. It's look like we're going to be a little bit dusty today, but
well, and now they're muddy, muddy, dusty. What do you want?
Well,
we can never please you.
I'd rather have the mud, honestly. I was hoping, I was doing the rain dance last night, hoping we get some rain.
I was wondering if you guys did the rain dance.
I did it privately.
You called that a dance?
Maybe I'm better doing that than driving.
So we've had a lot of fun this week. Thanks for all your help. The whole Rufus team always is here to help everybody and have a great time while we're doing it. I was able to ride with you guys last night in the parade. We took the hogs.
Oh, your wild piglet. Yeah, you were the wild piglet out there.
I love that.
Yeah, that was a good time.
And look at that drift right there.
Jack
That's Jeremy
Peterson
Jones.
is trying to chase down Jeremy Jones. But yeah, the parade was a lot of fun last night, and now you're just kind of soaking it all in, watching the course, watching the racing, because your prelim's coming up here in just a little bit.
Yeah, we're in the second prelim. It doesn't look as dusty-ish as yesterday, except for back maybe in the canyon.
The back canyon's still dusty.
The wind is kind of picking up, kind of going down, which is better to help us see better.
Looks like we got one car upside down. We got the yellow flag out. The Dusty Goggles recovery crew is
in
out
the dust.
there.
The Dusty Goggles are in the dust.
I blame them for this.
Because of the name.
Exactly.
Woody Rose is coming through right now in that number 1 position through the start-finish line.
So where is Brent Harrell?
And there's Chuck Crossland right there on screen.
Driver is okay on that rollover. Don't have visual on it. So Brett Harrell is a little off pace. Woody Rose has I'm going to say about a 15-second lead already.
I mean, because we keep
saying
right.
This. Look at that, right at 15 seconds. So remember, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. So that is Tony Howard that took the tumble.
Well, maybe he just pulled off. Yeah, he's pulled off on the side right now.
And I was chatting with him earlier this week. He's got a Junkyard 5.3, and he put a nitrous on it. So I wonder if he gave it a little too much of the good juice.
Maybe he got the dust, didn't know to not hit it, and went for a ride.
Something.
So, Pam, give us a caught up on lap 1.
All right, lap 1, we have Woody Rose in that number 1 position, Brent Harrell in that 2nd position, Jeremy Jones 3rd, Jack Peterson 4th, Rob Inglis 5th, Matt Torney 6th, Matt Murphy 7th. So we have 7 cars that have come through and completed their first lap.
And just got confirmation, Tony Howard's power steering got locked up. Is that Rob Graham, possibly? Looks like a Jimmy's car.
So that's a blind jump coming down there, and in the dust, you can easily get over on the driver's side and hit that 2-3 foot ledge and roll the car over. It looks like that's what he did there.
So, and look how amazing the high and wide, how big this 2-mile track is. This place is absolutely amazing. Some of the best short course racing we could bring to you just outside of Sturgis, South Dakota for the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown. Chip, it's been a great day.
Yeah,
there's Woody Rose, our physical race leader.
And the track is great. JT said it was going to be the same as last year, but it's not. It's wider. The face of the jumps are a little bit different. The way the cars are flowing through here, just amazing.
It's fun, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a blast. Hopefully, I guess we're not doing Main B or the LCQ in 4400, so they'll have a little bit more time to prep the track, keep
everything rolling good,
and keep everybody safe, and we'll just have a good time.
Looks like we have 17 4400s in total right now that'll be doing between Heat 1 or Prelim 1 and Prelim 2.
Yeah, we got I've been hearing it all night that Zandy and
who beat you? Zandy beat you?
Zandy and Ryan. Ryan and I have a gentleman's bet for $1 for each qualifying. He said he's going to have to get a bigger wall for the dollars I give him.
I love the camaraderie you guys have there within Rufus Racing.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and I'm out of the points for this year or for the rest of the year because of Visions and some other finishes. So
what happened at Visions? You're a tree hugger.
Yeah, I was more like a tree cutter. But we're trying some things here. I ran a lower pressure yesterday, didn't work out. And but I can learn some things here where I normally wouldn't take those chances.
The talent tank had low pressure.
Well, maybe. Car felt good, but I didn't. I went back and looked.
Hey, all in good fun. Buddy.
Oh, I know. And they've been.
Look! So this is what I've been talking about right there on screen. It's not a whoop. It's not a rhythm section. You can get out of rhythm really quick, and our physical race leader about lost it on that one. But
it's a non-rhythm section.
Those whoops,
non-rhythm.
As you get in there, they're getting bigger, and the spaces are getting a little bit further apart.
Yeah.
So you can't go in at a constant speed and think it's going to handle the whole way through there, because it won't.
And look at Chuck Crossland with that twin turbo LS just all over the course.
I'm surprised.
There's Rob Ingles.
His tires are still down.
And Jeremy Jones has now taken over that number 3 spot. So we have Woody Rose in first position, Brent Harrell in second, and Jeremy Jones running in that third position. So he has really stepped it up, because he was a few cars behind that earlier whenever we called off the top 5, I think it was.
This is another 6-lap prelim. It's a 2-mile lap, so 12 miles of short course racing here, and that's Woody Rose, our physical race leader, and that Trent Fab machine.
Their blues are very similar.
Yeah, with the dust, it's hard to tell. So it looks like the Dusty Goggles is having problems with, I believe that's Rob Graham, so the yellow flag is out.
So there's another one. If you come around this 180 and drop down in the ravine right here, you can do the same thing. It's not as abrupt, but if they stay on
We've had a couple rollovers already there today.
You can go up in that grass, and it'll send you off because there's a drop-off.
That's exactly what Travis Zollinger was saying. He was saying it's like a wall.
If you take it too early right there, you can kiss that wall and flip you right over.
Exactly.
So that's it's getting grooved in there, and that's an off-camber turn, too, so you got to be real careful. But, yeah, in the dust, it's a blind deal coming down there.
Yeah, the dust is not fun, but we can't do anything about it.
Nope. That's why we race what we do. We race whatever gets thrown at us, whether it's snowing, raining, dusty.
So, Chip, obviously you're here for Ultra 4 Racing having some fun, but I saw you guys have all your Harleys here enjoying Sturgis at its fullest. What's your intake on this entire week, not just racing?
We always like to have fun when we go to the races. This is the one where we actually stay the week after. We'll be here all next week and go around and see a different, I don't say a different culture. They're kind of the same. Bikers are the same as us, just different vehicles.
We were talking to Terry Madden, because he's in both worlds, very heavy. And I was like, it's interesting how extremely different it is, but how similar it is all at the same time. There's Rob Inglis. And there's Jack Peterson for a second.
He's having some issues there, because he has slowed down tremendously. It might look like he might have a right front flat, possibly. No, it's not.
Or he's overheating and went in limp mode.
So that is Rob Inglis out of Alberta, Canada.
So that's
issues.
One of the things we were dealing with yesterday. It was about 100 degrees yesterday, and just in the qualifying lap, I was at almost 240 degrees coming off qualifying.
Let's talk about the weather. It's been so hot all week, and then this morning I had to put a jacket on.
Yeah.
It's going to be a high of 75, cloud cover all day long. It is picture perfect.
It is.
For
so
racing.
The cars are going to be happy. Yeah. As long as you can keep your air cleaners clean with the dust.
Right.
I mean, that's a big deal.
Have you cleaned yours out already?
No, not yet.
Aren't you the one who weighs it, or who is it that weighs it?
Yeah,
it's
you?
us.
Okay.
Yeah, at Hammers,
I love that.
200 and something miles, we did just over a pound per filter.
Wow.
And you have even more than that at Visions.
MAO, we had a pound and a half.
Wow.
Well, Zandy did.
That was definitely
because you didn't go very far.
I still had a half a pound from qualifying and just the 2 miles we did, getting in that silt.
So Woody Rose on screen there. You know who I haven't seen come through is Eric Weichel, but I believe he started the race. But I have not seen him come through on the lap.
That bright yellow car.
Oh, you know who that is on the side? Brad Mulliken.
Oh, that's Brad
Are
Mulliken.
they in a yellow right there where are they not wanting to pass?
Well,
that's Rob Inglis having some
he's
issues
limping
with
it
his
through.
car.
But that's got to be who that is on the side, because his car is a dark color like that.
I was guessing Rob Graham. Where's his name
Rob Graham is right here. He's done lap 2.
Okay.
What
lap are we on right
now?
We are
Woody
we got
Rose.
3 laps to go, it looks like.
Exactly. We have 3 laps to go. So Woody Rose in that number 1 position. Brent Harrell in the 2nd position. Jeremy Jones 3rd. Jack Peterson 4th. Rob Inglis, we see that he is not
limping along
at race speed, so Matt Torney will be in that 5th position.
So we've been prepping the cars this morning, so I've been able to watch the live feed. How's the rocks here at the after turn 1?
Yeah, the Bronco boulders, it's pretty smooth. It's like I said, you just have to check up, bunny hop, and I like it. It's different.
Well, Terry said in his prelim.
So there's Rob Graham right there. So I think you're right. That has been Brad Mulliken. So that's 100% my fault.
Terry was saying that somebody came up short in front of him and kicked one of the rocks out.
Yep.
He blew a tire. So I was curious on how that rock was going to play, especially right at the start. Coming 2-3 wide in there.
I mean, it's definitely going to change every lap. There's Brett Harrell, physical second position, I believe.
Yes.
Looks like the track's still pretty slippery, too.
And that's a beautiful car. He debuted that car this year at Hammers. It's a Paul Horschel-built machine, and it is an absolute rocket ship.
I like Paul Horschel's cars.
There's the Rigid Ridge.
Man of talent.
He's one of my favorite builders right now. It's absolutely amazing.
Okay, so if that was Brad for sure on the side, he did get righted because he just came through for lap number 1. So he just came through.
And so the rules state if safety crews help and flip you back over, you can keep going, or another
fellow competitor.
No
outside assistance.
No outside help.
Right.
But obviously that doesn't matter a whole lot in short course.
No.
That's mainly on our longer endurance races as Jack Peterson comes into screen.
But it does play into if he's trying to get finisher points, where maybe he can get into the points, or here this is just the prelim.
Yeah, I was just going to say that this is the prelim. So all this does is setting you up for the main event.
Right.
So even if you don't finish this, you can still start the main. You'll be towards the back of the pack like yourself.
Like me, yeah.
I couldn't quite tell who that was, but you could see their back end started bouncing around. They definitely checked up and slowed down.
So the tabletops before the second one, you can get some pretty good distance on. And
so
if
the
you
first one's a Yukon launch, and the progressive start finish you're talking about?
Correct, on the progressive one. If you come off, well, even on the first one, if you come around the corner and you're a little sideways from the turn, you carry that back and forth pretty much all the way down the track unless you can slow down.
There's a great Chuck Crossland and Matt Turney.
Oh.
And Crossland gets him with that twin-turbo LS. Greg and Matt Turney.
It's a wide section right
team.
there. And Chuck has his daughter in with him, correct?
Kate's riding shotgun with Chuck.
I told her last night at the parade, I said, I think you need in the driver's seat, because it was like a joke of keeping him, wheels down after their roll yesterday.
Yeah, he was telling me I guess they had over and under bets or playing bingo or whatever. It's been 2 years. And I said, well, let's see if you can make it 24 hours now before you roll over again.
All in good fun.
Oh,
There's Brad Mulliken. We saw him tipped over a little bit ago. Glad to see him back in action. He works with the Gomez brothers up in Northern California. So it's a pretty good trek for him. Back on screen is Brent Harrell. His dad, Brett, will be racing later on today. I always mix those two names up. So similar.
He's been doing really well. I've been watching him in that car this season, and he's driving it a lot like Paul.
And he had a podium finish at Visions as well.
See how he just
Go ahead.
Missed the swap. You get over that tabletop, and the back end starts coming to the side.
And it just starts tank slapping you a little bit. Huh?
And it's hard to – the only way to get out of that is either –
throttle out or back or down.
Well, because lifting sometimes is dangerous when you're already bouncing on the back end, because it's just once you're slowing that momentum down, it can make you pop over.
And look at wide open's the best way.
Yeah,
look at Brent Harrell doing a little drift action. Now he'll take a hard right and come down the Recaro step down. I hear a horn out there for somebody.
Looks like Jeremy Jones.
That is Woody Rose getting around. Or is that Jeremy Jones?
That's Jeremy Jones. Getting around.
Yes, you are correct.
Getting a little grass in right there.
I'm not sure who he's getting around. It's the rigid car.
So that's Rob Graham.
Thank you. I knew the car, but not the name.
Y'all do wonders out here trying to remember all of them. I know a lot of these guys.
I get tongue-tied.
I cannot, keep them apart.
And your cars are hard to tell apart because they look very similar. Obviously, one's IFS, one's solid axle. But you and Zandy, you can't tell the difference.
But you guys don't both run green lights.
No, only Zandy does the green lights.
Yeah. That's what I really like about seeing you guys, like the racers, running a certain color of lights.
The white flag is out.
You can pinpoint them in the dust of who it is.
He's tank slapping there.
Yep. What do you call that? I call it a donkey kick.
It's donkey
kick, pong.
Tank slap. Really comes from motorcycles where the front end starts washing out, doing that, where then the back end does it.
Woody Rose does the nice little bunny hop over the Bronco boulders.
And Brent Harrell just got the white flag.
What's the time split on first and second?
18 seconds.
So he's got an 18-second lead going into the sixth and final lap for Mr. Woody Rose in that Trent Fabrication 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And I'll give you kind of a quick rundown on what a Legends class car is. You can have a front or rear-mounted engine, unlimited horsepower. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire. And there are a lot of new cars that are built. This is a great spot for a 4400 car to kind of go and retire. All you got to do is put a single shock and 37-inch DOT tires.
Yep, and it's good they changed the rules that I got blamed for on the rear engine.
Well, I mean, you stir the pot quite a bit there, buddy.
I just saw a need for it, and want to help the sport grow and give some of these other cars that are tied just to 4400. Some of these guys that don't have the budget to run the 4400, they can run a 4800 class a little bit less expensive.
I completely understand that. So Woody Rose still looking smooth, still looking great out front. Remember, this is just the prelim for later on today's main event.
Almost every race today, the person that has got out front at the beginning has stayed out front the whole entire time.
You got the clean air.
Yeah, clean air is a huge advantage.
Oh, definitely.
And I heard you you talking to Lauren this morning before the driver's meeting.
Yeah.
You're doing the math like, all right, you do a 2.5-minute lap. I did a 3-minute lap.
Right.
So by the 10th lap, you're going to be laughing at me, and you guys had a good laugh about it. And
but I mean, that's honestly true because he's got to worry about that too because he'll have clean air, and I know he's going to have Paul Wolf racing against him.
Yeah, and Vaughn, who won last year. I mean, there's some heavy hitters out here.
Well, he'll have clean air as long as he gets the whole shot.
Right.
Yeah.
But how long does he have the clean air?
Right, exactly.
Somebody could have a motor problem and limp along. Even the slower cars are going to throw up dust, and it's going to create issues where you can't see.
Exactly. Look at it right there on
screen.
And
that just shows you how dusty it is out there. What a great showing.
Yeah,
all right.
The whole crew out here did amazing getting this track keeping it together. I like the way they changed the rocks up where we can have the choice of jumping it. So it's changed up a little bit. It's wider. I think it's pretty much a
they did
lane
widen it
widened by a car width.
They were talking about how they widened it up in certain areas, and that's a good thing. It gives more room for passing.
Well, some of these blind jumps, because there's a number of them, you have a little bit more room for error if you don't quite hit the line that you wanted, or you can also pass easier.
All right,
looks like the checkered flag is out for Mr. Woody Rose. He hits the Yukon launch and getting ready to cross over the progressive start-finish line. Woody Rose wins the prelim number 1 for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
And Brent Harrell will be coming in that number 2 position here shortly.
There was an 18-second gap, so he should be coming here very soon.
Well, I'm going to take this cue to go get my car ready, and hopefully I won't be talking to y'all during my race.
Like last time.
Yeah, we got to stop that. So
y'all have
fun. I'll see
always
y'all
a
in
pleasure.
Yeah.
Good luck and have fun, and thanks for all you do for Ultra 4 Racing.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
What a great day of racing it has been, and it is only going to get better.
And there we
got
go.
somebody else flipped over up top.
It's a 4-digit number. I just can't see which one it is. Oh, we hear that it could possibly have been Chuck Crossland.
So he rolled at the bottom of that hill yesterday, and now
Thompson
he's
back here
rolling up top. Oh, man. And Brendan and Chip are having a good laugh with it. Old Chucky.
He almost finished the race.
Almost. But to finish first you must finish. Remember that one, right?
100%. Poor guy.
He'll catch some for that.
Maybe he'll let his daughter in the driver's seat for the race.
What a great day of racing it's been, and it's just going to get better. Don't forget to stop by the Dusty Goggles watering hole. We are on site with cold drinks for kids and adults right next to the Black Hills Food and Fire. They're serving lunch and dinner today.
I saw everybody eating the macaroni and cheese they had. I didn't have it.
It looked good. I had a
we'll
brisket sandwich yesterday for lunch, and it was amazing.
I haven't even had anything over there yet. I'll have to make my way.
Looks like Chuck did get flipped back over.
And that is Brad Mulligan right there on screen.
Looks like Deidre Kearns is tuned in. Thanks for checking out some of this amazing racing here for the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex just outside of Sturgis, South Dakota.
All right, so Mr. Woody Rose in that number 1 position. Brent Harrell, number 2. Jeremy Jones, 3rd. It would have been Chuck Crossland in that 4th position, but Matthew Torney just took the checkered flag in that 4th position.
And that is all that has crossed
Matt Murphy
the progressive start-finish so far.
Yes, and Matt Murphy should be coming through here shortly. Some beautiful bikes. Do you know what the cool thing is, Miles, about where we're sitting right now? Because we're in the bike only. We're getting to see all these really cool bikes come in.
It's awesome. Again, if you are anywhere in the area, come on out. If you have a Buffalo Chip can't pass, you get into Ultra 4 racing for free. If you don't, it's only $10 per adult. Children 10 and under are free. Like I said, we have the Ultra 4 merchandise trailer set up. We have the Dusty Goggles watering hall. We have a food trailer over there. Come on down. Check out some Ultra 4 racing.
Bounce house if you have any little ones with you.
And if you can't make it here in person, make sure you get that MAO app. We have that on the Google and the Apple platform. Go to ultra4racing.com/live. Go to the Ultra 4 or Mid-America Facebook and YouTube. Start a watch party. Share it. And go to Ultra 4 USA Instagram and hashtag it up. This is our third and final race for the Western Series, and then we'll wind up. We still have one more Eastern Series up in Crandon, Wisconsin over Labor Day, and then everybody ends up at Mid-America Outdoors for the Nationals for Legends of the Fall event. We'll have the Ultra 4 Nationals there, the National Rock Racing Association, and finals for the Mid-America Side-by-Side Championship Short Course Series. So you do not want to miss that one as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome way to round out the season, the year, and ending it there down in Oklahoma. Now, you have been to Disney quite a bit.
I actually, that's the first place I ever really went rock crawling, probably. Wow, it's got to be 25 years ago or so. Wow, I'm dating myself a little bit. But yeah, it's a beautiful area. There's rock slabs, the infamous Viagra, the Wailing Wall, the Grand Staircase. It's going to be JT Taylor is super excited to be putting on an event there. And we'll have racing at Disney, Oklahoma, at South Grand Lake. And then we'll also be racing at Mid-America Outdoors as well with National Rock Racing Series and the Mid-America Side-by-Side Championship Series. So it's going to be Legends of Fall is going to be one event busy. You do not want to miss.
Well, and that's what we keep saying about Visions, too, because Visions is a very busy weekend or week as well. So it's going to be the same way for Legends of the Fall. It's going to be exciting. Like Miles has said, you don't want to miss out.
It's an event.
Well, and that's in October.
Yep.
So Halloween weekend.
Yes, it's going to be pretty wild.
That's going to be fun. Yep. I wonder if they're going to do trick-or-treating in the park.
Yeah, there's a costume contest and so much stuff. So
are you going to bring your kids?
I don't know that yet. We'll see. I haven't.
Oh, because it is a school year, but my kid's racing, so
yeah, I don't think that far ahead. I'll be there.
There's Eric Weichel going off course. We did not see him finish out the race. I wonder what happened.
So hopefully he can get his car back there. And like I said, this was just the prelim, so we'll get everything lined up, and then they'll do their main event later on today. So it looks like up next we will have, I believe it's going to be the 4,400.
Yes, it is.
We'll have prelim number 1 here in just a little bit. So while we get the track maintenance all set up, we're going to take a quick break and be right back after this.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends. That can help build your house. And if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
I am Monster Mate.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
Heading into State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate in off-road performance.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm fading away. I need never get old.
I am Monster Mate.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop the ultimate off-road performance.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm fading away. I need never get old.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself, or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
I am Monster Mate.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate in off-road performance.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problem with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And into state frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
Ford WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, Ford WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to Ford WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
Welcome back to the Progressive Black Hills Throwdown. I've got Mr. Brian Williams with me. You've seen all the safety crew with dusty goggles out there recovering everybody. Well, here's the man behind it. He's the one that's worked with Ultra 4, between Ultra 4 and the Buffalo Chip, making it all happen. So I just wanted to bring you up here and just say thanks from me personally and from Ultra 4. It's been a great time. And how's things going on your side?
They're going good. It like you say, though, I got my recovery crew. They've been at this the last 9 years, actually. They're well trimmed. They know
they're
what's
solid.
going on.
Yeah, solid dudes.
They take care of it, absolutely.
Well, it's been a great time. The putting on the event last night for us to go through the Buffalo Chip with the parade was awesome.
Yes. And I know you had to jump through a lot of hoops and do a lot of route, and it's all about timing, and we timed it, and it was just a great showing.
We got lucky last night, I think.
Hey, you can't call it luck when you put that much time and effort in it. Obviously, there is some luck, but you did your homework. You made it happen, so it was great.
You plan your routes, you try to get people there, but there's always a camper trying to get parked or a group of bikers, whatever the case may be.
But it was so awesome having all the Ultra 4s and the motorcycles in the amphitheater, and then we towards the end we revved it up and started the rally, and the officials kickoff party for the rally.
Roar.
I mean, the rally roar. It was absolutely awesome last night. I mean, the Ultra 4 car just bouncing off the limiter. We couldn't even hardly hear the Harleys there for a little bit.
Exactly. And you have your Dusty Goggles watering hole out here this year. We did not have that last year, and we have the food truck that came in. That's awesome that you've been building the park and making it more spectator and worker friendly.
Right. Yeah. Just trying to make sure everybody here. Food, beverages, come in, enjoy the day. We're very lucky today.
Yes,
nice cloudy skies.
Yeah, it's been over 100 degrees the last week or so. We've been working at it and fighting through. That's part of it. And then today is just absolutely picture perfect. But, the Dusty Goggles watering hole, drinks for kids and adults, and the food truck. So, again, thanks for just everything you've done. I know you want to get out there and check it out, but I just want to have a chat and just say thanks from us and Ultra 4.
Well, and likewise, thank you. We love having Ultra 4 here. Love the show that you guys put on. It's a great addition to the Buffalo Chip.
Absolutely.
For sure. So it's horsepower. It all goes,
you can't get better. You can't get any better than that for sure.
Yep.
So I know you got a lot of things to do, but again, thanks for coming by the Nitto studio and chatting with us, and have fun today. I know you're working your butt off. You've done it all, but and then tonight we'll celebrate. How
Absolutely.
about that?
Absolutely.
Lots of celebrations going on.
Well, again, Brian Williams with Dusty Goggles Promotions and Ray's Auto Body.
Thank you, sir.
Awesome. Thank you.
So we're just a few minutes from kicking off the 4400 class, and I know you said you wanted to go film it, so if you want to sneak that way, you're more than welcome to do it.
So we got to get this on film. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. Thanks again for everything, and it's going to be. We'll have 2 prelims for the 4400 the 4400 class. We'll have 2 of those, and then the main event will be tonight at 5 p.m. But these are the biggest and baddest names in our sport. Unlimited suspension, unlimited horsepower. You do not want to go anywhere. So make sure you tune in for this. And it looks like we got another one coming in. We have Mr. Brendan Thompson. He'll be racing in prelim number 2 here shortly. And if you don't know this guy, we're in Sturgis. You're into bikes. You're into Ultra 4. You've been here, done that, and it's great to be here doing it all, putting it together.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool event because obviously motorcycle world, and then the racing, and I actually prefer the racing over the motorcycle world.
So, give us a little background on your motorcycle. Background. I mean, you work for Paul Jr.
Yeah, obviously the TV show American Chopper.
Well, not obviously. We don't all know it.
Okay. TV show American Chopper on Discovery. Worked with Paul Jr. for 12-plus years, and just built all these iconic bikes out there, and then a lot of these people around here have a lot of my parts on it.
I was going to say, we were chatting the other night, and you're walking through and just like, man, it's really cool to see the stuff you built years ago still out there shining.
Yeah, there's a lot of these show bikes. They're trailer queens, and
is that what it's called, trailer queens?
Yeah.
Okay, I've never heard the lingo for that.
You get the true biker that's going to ride out here from California or New York or wherever.
Right. They're not going to be doing it on one of those bikes. They're a little too nice. They don't ride quite as cush.
Yeah, because those bikes are like $300 grand, and they don't want to get them.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
So it's
they're almost as much as an Ultra 4 car then, huh?
100%. Exactly.
That's pretty wild.
It was really cool chatting with you last night and getting background on you. I've never got to sit and actually chat with you, so it was really cool to hear your story of your bike world and then racing world and everything. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I got to thank my brother on all that stuff.
So. No, you're the cool brother, right?
My brother's the cool brother because he's built all these cool cars.
Yeah. No. So this is Brendan Thompson, the brother of Joe Thompson, who builds all the UFO cars that the Gomez's drive, and obviously you, and that's what Paul Wolf is in.
Yeah.
So he builds some of the nicest cars out there, and you'll be displaying yours here in just a little bit.
Hopefully, but I want to see Paul take this.
Now you have the original one, is that correct?
No, I have
his straight axle is his old car.
Okay.
Yeah, my straight axle and my new one's the sister car to Raul Gomez.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
So he has the OG solid axle car, but that's at home. He's racing the brand new UFO,
Okay.
the single seat.
Yep.
That's right.
So
I knew one way or another you had the original somewhere.
Yeah, you guys built,
exactly.
I think, 4 chassis side by side, and then you took yours home and finished yours out by yourself.
yeah, we built 4, 2 for the Gomez, 2 for me. So
You have 2 of them.
my younger brother has one.
Oh,
it's
okay.
coming out soon. So.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's great to see. You dabbling with the Ultra 4 and bring it all together here in Sturgis. I mean, like you said, you've been here and done that a lot, but it's really cool to bring it all together.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, obviously, I get to be with all you guys, and
your son's racing.
Yeah, I got my son out there. My brother-in-law drove the semi out, and my son's out there racing the Can-Am. It was a last-minute deal, so he's powering through. It was set up for King of the Hammer, so he's like, I just want to race it. We're like, okay. And then,
Yeah, that's cool. And I was hearing you chat the other day, like, you're making him pay his entry fee. Obviously, you'll help him work on it, but you're making him help work on the car, and you're coaching him along the way. But you're not just giving him the ropes, you're teaching him the ropes.
Yeah, so he's like actually paying his entry fee. He's working on the car. He's talking to Paul. Paul's like a huge help for him right now.
Good.
Let him swap out some tires.
That's
so he has a
awesome.
little smaller
And
tire.
you're talking about Paul Wolf, correct?
Paul Wolf,
Yep.
exactly. So he's a huge help out there for the kids. So
And he actually took home some money that you didn't at the last race, right?
Yeah. But that's okay. It's still going in my pocket.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But no, all in good fun. But it's really cool what Mid-America and Ultra 4 has done. And racing here at the Buffalo Chip for our second year now, it's awesome.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's awesome. It's a great vibe, and looking forward to it for sure.
Yeah, what's your next Ultra 4 race?
It's going to be NorCal.
Oh, okay, nice. All right, Brandon, sounds like the 4400s are about to kick off, so I'll let you go watch. And
he's
so
going to
you
go do his homework.
Yeah, do some homework out there. So, Brendan, always a pleasure, and good to see you, and good luck at your race,
Let's go,
buddy.
Paul Wolf.
Yeah, there you go. So that's Mr. Brendan Thompson, and it looks like we are about to kick off the 4400 prelim number 1. In the first row with the pole is Lauren Healy next to Paul Wolf.
This is going to be a drag race to that number 1 turn out there.
In row number 2 will be Bailey Campbell and Ryan Rockhold.
And mind you, they get the green flag, but they cannot actually go start passing until they get past the 2 checkered flags that we have out there.
The progressive start-finish. So in row number 1, we're going to have Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf.
In row number 2 will be Bailey Campbell and Ryan Rockhold.
In row number 3 will be Brent Burton and Weston Jones.
In row 4, Corey Johnson and Hunter Sparrow.
In that back row will be Mike Spindler.
And here we go. Getting ready to get that green flag.
I don't see Mike Spindler out there, so he may not be taking it, but there it is. Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf drag racing. And how awesome is this? Paul Wolf is first in Western Points, and Lauren Healy's in second in Western Points, and they have been battling all year long.
This. Already battling it out right here.
So Paul Wolf and Lauren Healy are side by side through the corner to the Bronco boulders, and they are sending it through there. But Paul Wolf's going to have the inside. Can Lauren Healy drift the outside?
Mind you, it's been watered too, so it's a little slippery.
So Paul Wolf finally gets passed by Lauren Healy. Lauren Healy gets the hole shot, but it took 2 full corners to decide who was actually going to take it.
Did you see Paul? He used that whole entire berm on that number 1 turn.
This is going to be some great racing. And look at the dust there. Lauren Healy is showing out right now with that Ford Bronco.
But look at his clean air all the way around.
And you could see how abrupt that berm really is. Like I was saying,
yes.
It's almost like hitting a
curb.
A curb. There we go. Sorry, I lost that in the moment. But, so Lauren Healy out front, Paul Wolf right behind him. And it's going to be a battle to the end. That is absolute fact.
You can see a little bit of a breeze out there, so that's helping Paul Wolf out for sure.
And the crowd is starting to drift in because the 4400 prelim number 1 is underway. And then right after this be prelim number 2.
It's going to be exciting to see how this whole entire thing shakes out because our second heat for prelim, it's going to be another stacked
field.
Yes,
absolutely. But Lauren Healy out front in that. And he does a huge bicycle and saves it. So he's going to be able to get him back on course soon enough. There's Paul Wolf.
My gosh.
So you obviously saw that. He cut the corner a little bit, but it was obviously completely unintentional. He got the bicycle. He saved it, got back, landed. So Paul Wolf is right on his heels.
That goes to show you experience right there. I cannot believe that right now, saving that bicycle.
And yesterday during qualifying, we saw Paul Wolf do something very, very similar.
Yes, he did.
That just goes to show you how hard they are actually pushing as he drops down the Recaro step down.
Wow, that was probably the best bicycle save I have ever seen in racing
Looks like my buddy Philip Bradford from Alabama is tuned in, checking everything out. Thanks for tuning in to some Ultra 4 racing. But what a great race we just got started. Lauren Healy, look how he drifts completely around that corner. He's putting that little drift work that he learned from his teammate Vaughn Gittin Jr. The Fun Haver off-road teammates will be racing today. Vaughn won this race last year, but right now he'll be in prelim number 2. But Lauren Healy hits the Yukon launch, but Paul Wolf is not letting him out of the sights. So they're taking out on lap number 2, crossing the progressive start-finish line.
And Lauren Healy just threw down a 2:41.454. I believe that's the fastest time of the whole weekend, wasn't it?
Oh, and Paul Wolf does a little spin out in that corner. And does the car stall? What is going on?
Well, it looks like he is moving again, but that's definitely going to hurt him on this.
But remember, this is just the prelim, getting everything set up. So as long as he doesn't lose a position, he'll be okay. But Lauren Healy notes, so for short course racing, you have to have a spotter in the stands, and you know that he just said, hey, Paul Wolf just spun out. Keep smooth and steady. You don't have to push quite so hard, but don't give him any chances as he hits that little Nitto berm right there.
And you can see he
look
took
at
that
the drift work Lauren Healy does. This guy is a master behind the wheel in this short course action.
The way he just took that turn, too, he's hitting the apex just perfectly on these corners.
He is a wheel man for sure, and he really shines with short course. He's been doing some drift lessons in some of those Mustangs. Looks like Blake Wilkie's coming over to check out some stuff. Got a lot of the motorcycle guys coming in to watch some Ultra 4 racing as we're back with Paul Wolf.
We'll have to see if we can get him over here and chit-chat with us here in a little bit.
So finishing lap 1 was Lauren Healy.
And in that second position, Paul Wolf.
And then Bailey Campbell.
And fourth position, Brent Burton.
And then Ryan Rockhold.
And sixth, Weston Jones.
7th spot, Hunter Sparrow.
And the 8th position, Corey Johnson.
And then Mike Spindler did not take the green light. We'll see if he can make the main event later on today. But we have 8 competitors out there on track. But right now, it's the Lauren Healy show.
It definitely is. He has that clean air. And like you were saying earlier with, I believe it was Chip, they were talking this morning about lap times and when they might come into lap traffic if you are the number 1 car on race course during the main event.
This race is only a 7-lap race. Later on for their main event will be 10 laps. So I don't think lap traffic will be a huge issue on this race, but on the main event.
On the main event. That's what you guys were talking about, yes.
So Paul Wolf is definitely back moving. There's a great shot of Bailey Campbell. I believe her fiance Brian Crofts is riding with him.
I don't know if that actually happened or not. He was
they
going
were talking
to,
back and forth.
And then they were talking about not. But sometimes it's good to have that person in your ear. They're on screen as Ryan Rockhold,
and Brent Burton.
Right behind Brent Burton, exactly.
And there's Khaleesi in the back with Corey Johnson, all the way, that bright blue car is all the way from Alberta, Canada.
And right in front of that is Hunter Sparrow.
With his wife Kimberly in the spotter stands. Khaleesi, that blue car, is a 2C IFS Jimmy's car. Nick Nelson built that car back in the day. And there's Lauren Healy coming through, finishing lap 2, heading out for lap number 3. Paul Wolf still right behind him.
And Lauren Healy just picked up his lap time at a 2:38.977.
So Lauren Healy's getting into the zone. He's learning the track. And look, it's a little wet. It's a little dry. It's a little bit of everything here in Sturgis, South Dakota. For the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown.
And Bailey Campbell's making up some time on Paul Wolf. Her last lap was a 2:46.714, and Paul's was a 2:47.
A second faster than Paul Wolf. Bailey Campbell, I hope to see good things from her. She's super excited to be here. She is the only Campbell representing this weekend. Everybody else is waiting on parts. Waylon did show up on site without a car, and had a fun chat with him.
His sister.
He's having a good time this
weekend. He said, what did he say? He helped swap out. They literally did a transmission this morning.
They finished it this morning, yes.
Oh.
Back to Lauren Healy, Fun Haver off-road team, Nitto Monster athlete, putting that Bronco to work. If Lauren Healy can win this race, there is Ford Performance contingency money on the line. Since he's running a Ford Bronco body, he can get $1,000 for that, and he's running a Ford Performance engine, so he gets another $1,000 for that. So he can take home $2,000 if he wins his main event later on this evening.
They showed up in full force this weekend, ready to race. They've also been doing some sightseeing. I know Lauren has his whole entire family here, so that's super cool. They've been out getting to see the sights around here.
Yeah, make sure you go check out Mount Rushmore. There's Custer State Park, Black Hills National Park, and Crazy Horse. There's so much iconic stuff out here, and it's a beautiful drive to get anywhere.
And just going to the towns are really cool, too. Deadwood, that's a really super awesome town.
Sturgis is Sturgis, obviously, but Deadwood is absolutely beautiful.
Very iconic city or town there. Look at
Lauren
that.
Healy hits the Recaro step down, and he is just on a mission.
Look
He is
at the
picking
lead.
his points.
Look at the lead he has right now over Paul Wolf.
Remember, Paul Wolf did spin out
did,
and stalled
yes.
the car, so that's probably about where they're at. I think they're staying, and I think now in Paul Wolf's mind, if I was Paul, I'd keep Lauren right where he's at, just because hey, he had to have that bobble. Everything's okay, but hey, this is just a prelim to get to that main event.
Exactly.
Pam, looks like you may need a monster. You're yawning on me over here.
Sorry. I've had coffee and tea, but yeah, I don't have any monsters over here.
Brent Burton carrying the front tire. Right behind him is Ryan Rockhold with Rufus Racing.
You know, it's nice to know Peeps, Miles. Tanner Thompson, Mid-America Outdoors Ambassador, is out here racing the 170 class.
Yeah, they'll be
They
racing
brought me coffee this morning.
This afternoon. So Lauren Healy hitting the progressive start-finish line, going through the little non-rhythm section. Setting up that corner right before the Bronco Boulders.
Look at that.
240, and then Paul Wolf stepped it up with a 239.
Wow. He stepped it up a lot because his last lap, well, obviously he did a spin out on the last lap, but he definitely picked up his time. He's using the outside of that berm right there in turn one before the Bronco Boulders. He's using the whole entire berm where a lot of the drivers are ducking down into the inside of that turn.
And the FPV Believe Cam drone is chasing Lauren Healy as he's heading into the little Nitto 180.
All right, so we have Lauren Healy in that number 1 position, Paul Wolf in number 2.
And then Bailey Campbell right behind them, chasing them down.
And then Brent Burton should be coming in here shortly, along with Ryan Rockhold. Looks like they are running pretty close together here. They have a 3-second gap between Brent Burton and Ryan Rockhold, and they are in 4th and 5th position.
There's
Our
Paul
crowd
Wolf
has
coming to screen.
Our crowd has grown tremendously back here. Thank you to everyone that came over from the chip and are watching the race.
Some great racing out there today.
And this
Corey
isn't even
Johnson
it.
Just sends it over the progressive start-finish line. Gets a little sideways. There's Weston Jones.
And we have
back on screen is Bailey Campbell.
A lot of racing to go today.
Yeah, we are
just
almost
beginning.
done with our prelims.
Exactly.
We have prelim number 1 for 44 right now, and then prelim number 2, and then we'll take a quick little lunch break and get into 170s and then the main events.
And on screen there is Mr. Paul Wolf.
And this guy is on a mission this year. He's kind of new to Ultra 4 this season, but he's not new to off-road. He's been doing rock bouncing for a long time, but he's really focusing on Ultra 4 this year, pulling double duty in the Can-Am and the UFO.
And his plan for the season, he's going to run every single race in his Can-Am and his UFO fabrication. So
he's doing
it's
a
double
great
duty.
job.
He's doing
and he had a great showing at Visions just a few weeks
and
ago.
He's also had a little bit of time in between races. I don't know how he's had it to build race cars as well.
So there's Lauren Healy, our physical race leader, heading across the Rigid Ridge. And on our left right now is the AMSOIL hot pits that he'll be blowing by. They're not going to be using it too much this weekend. During the main event, they'll probably change a tire just to keep in points. But if you pull on the AMSOIL hot pits, you're not going to get on the podium
Exactly.
today.
That's a great shot right there, Bailey Campbell.
Hitting the Recaro step down.
It'd be interesting to see if we can get... looks like she might have had somebody in the passenger seat. I'm not quite sure, though.
Yesterday, Brian did ride with her during practice. And Lauren Healy grabbing the progressive start-finish line, and he is absolutely sending that single-seat
bumps. What are we calling that?
car.
The non-rhythm section?
The non-rhythm section, I think, is what we've named it
it's
today.
It's like, you got people that have rhythm. They can dance,
and
right?
a new fast lap of the day by Paul Wolf with a 2:37.
Wow.
So just when I say Paul Wolf's going to kind of lay down and just keep where he wants to go, no, he can't. He's got a helmet on.
I don't think he knows how to do that.
So Paul Wolf trying to chase down Lauren Healy, and they've got a pretty good lead out there, but Lauren Healy's still physically out front in that Ford Bronco.
There went Blake, just went by us again. Maybe we'll catch him later on and come and chit-chat with us.
There's Weston Jones with Tuna Club Racing and a beautiful 2-seat IFS Jimmy car.
I have to put my sweatshirt back on, Miles.
Yeah, I would have guessed in a million years you'd say sweatshirt today after I've sweat as much as I have this week.
Well, yesterday I said something. I might have to wear a sweatshirt and jeans tomorrow, and you're going, I'm not. And here you put your jacket on.
I don't have it on right now.
Not right now, you don't.
So Paul Wolf still trying to chase down Lauren Healy.
Look at that roost.
He's starting to get him. But remember, they got spotters in the stands. And, Chris Hickman's on the radio saying, go, go, go.
Yeah, well, he said he was going to have a little strategy to that, too. He's not going to tell him to push it too hard yet.
Strategy sometimes goes out the window as soon as that green flag drops.
Exactly. That's exactly what we talk about. Once they put their brain bucket on, they're minds definitely go a whole different direction.
And look, he's already in Lauren's dust, so he's definitely starting to close the gap. But look how dusty it is. This is that tricky little corner. But this just goes to show you how important that clean air is out front. But Paul Wolf weaving his way through the dust in that UFO Joe Thompson built machine.
But there is a little bit of a breeze. So down there in those little bit of the canyons,
wind
that's
is
where
a racer's
exactly.
friend.
But down in those little bit of canyon areas that we have, it's not breezy down in there. So that's where the dusty parts are.
Great shot as Paul Wolf getting ready to hit the Recaro step down.
We'll see what's going to happen here if he does make up some more time. There's Bailey Campbell on screen.
That's a 2-seat IFS Campbell chassis. She was leading King of the Hammers in 2019 and just had an absolute heartbreaker when her water pump pulley fell off.
Yes.
Hate that for her, but she's got a good thing going. She's physically sitting in that third position, so she's setting up really nice for the main event later on this afternoon.
I think it's awesome that her dad, and her brother all race. Oh, now husband. They all race against each other. It's pretty cool to see that out there at all the races normally when they're all here together. There goes Lauren.
Hitting the Yukon launch through the progressive start-finish line.
So the next time around, he'll get the white flag.
Yep, 2 laps to go for Lauren Healy. Fun Haver off-road team. And that Ford Performance Bronco. There's Khaleesi. Corey Johnson still working his way through, all the way from Canada.
I think Paul Wolf has the fastest time of the day and the weekend so far.
Yeah.
Because what was a 2:45 in his Can-Am?
In the UTV, yep.
Yes, so now he's at a 2:37 in his UFO. Yeah, because I think yesterday, Miles, you went. Oh, no.
And I'm just getting info. Chris Hickman just walked by. Paul Wolf just blew his engine.
Oh.
That is an absolute heartbreaker for Paul Wolf. And this is the prelim. I don't know if he'll have enough time or enough resources to put a new engine in. They don't race till 5 o'clock tonight, so there is a possibility. But heartbreaker and an upset, Paul Wolf just popped an engine.
But the question is, does he have a spare motor here with him?
Somebody does. And that's what the Ultra 4 style is all about. He's an LS base, so somebody has some parts. I hate to hear that, but hey, Lauren Healy probably isn't upset about that. Well, Lauren Healy's an athlete. He loves battling, but it's been fun to watch Paul Wolf and Lauren Healy all season long.
All right, so we have Lauren Healy in that number 1 spot, Bailey Campbell number 2, Brent Burton in 3rd, and Ryan Rockhold in 4th. They have all completed their 5th lap.
And look at Lauren just completely getting slideways, putting that drift action to work. And Corey Johnson is getting maybe the most air over the progressive start-finish line. He is sending it. He's got that big block. Weston Jones heading out for another lap.
Here's Miss Rick Levezzo right here. Just did awesome in his race.
So Lauren Healy having a great run out there thus far. And he was getting pressured by Mr. Paul Wolf, but that is no longer the case.
Blew his motor.
So
we have Rick
Levezzo's hopping into the Nitto studio with us, and he was just asking about Paul Wolf. He popped an engine.
Oh, man.
Isn't that a heartbreaker?
That's horrible. Horrible.
Well, you were racing in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and you did such a great job. Ooh, Ryan Rockhold is stopped. Not sure what's going on with him, but people are starting to have some issues. But anyways, you had a great showing earlier today. How was your race?
We did exactly what we did, except that I forgot tear-offs.
Oh, no.
So I just heard that.
The water.
Who would have ever thought you needed tear-offs was as dusty as it is?
And I started behind, Sean Rance in third place or third spot, and we came around the corner, and I got just plummeled with mud, and then I opened my visor, and that was the wrong thing to do.
No.
And then, it was great, man. The Yokohama tires, everything it was epic.
You did amazing out there. You finished your heat race in first position. Are you ready mentally, and your car's all ready for the main event?
Yeah. Your car's ready. It's performing well. I'm hoping that Sean's okay.
Yes, he's okay.
Yeah, everybody saw the tumble, but we did get confirmation. Driver and co-driver are okay. They are definitely shook up, but they are completely okay.
Yeah,
I hope to see them out there racing.
Yeah, because he took a soft roll in the upper section. I was pushing him, and he just overdrove the corner, and I got by him, and then to see him roll again. I almost tumbled on the second jump myself. The mud just right there. We got
just
sideways,
slick.
I was inches away from hitting that big tire, and I thought, oh, no.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough course out there. What do you think about this race course compared to what I don't know. I know we just came from Visions, and that's a longer course.
I like this course.
Yeah, it's fun.
You just like racing.
Yeah, I like racing, but I like the course. I wish the dust was a little less, but I mean, you couldn't ask for a better day to go racing.
I know the weather today is awesome.
Yeah, and
it's friendly to the track with the moisture going down on it as well.
Yeah,
Hunter Sparrow on screen.
Yeah,
so you got your car all set up for the next race?
We're ready to go for the main event at 3, and and I hope everybody gets their cars back together and hopefully I can hold it.
Are you running? Is James running with you? Are you running co-driver?
Yeah, I'm running James Mahoney. He runs a 4400 car, but he's actually been
he's co-driver for you for the last
3 races, and we've done really well together.
Good.
We won Visions, and now we're hoping to win this.
Yeah, I see him standing over here. He's watching the race, probably doing homework on everybody. That's what we keep saying. All the racers are going, and they're taking their suits off, and they're coming over and watching.
I'm right now just amazed seeing Bailey how well she's doing.
Oh, she's in
doing
second
awesome.
place
right
now.
Yeah, she's in second.
She's just holding her own. She got by Paul. I mean, that's horrible that he blew his motor.
Do you know if Brian got in with her today? There was a discussion.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if they're doing that or not.
It was a maybe I'm going to ride, maybe not kind of thing.
Yeah,
so.
I don't know. I know they were changing a transmission this morning.
And we are back on screen with our race leader, Lauren Healy. He's about 30 seconds away from grabbing the checkered flag at the Polaris start-finish line. So we'll just kind of follow Lauren Healy on through. He's got a couple more turns. He'll hit the Yukon launch and then grab that progressive checkered flag. So Lauren Healy grabs the whole shot early and never looks back. Lauren Healy's looking good, looking smooth, and first place on prelim number 1 goes to Mr. Lauren Healy.
All right, and Bailey Campbell's running in that second position, as I can see her behind us here.
Well, Rick, always a pleasure having you in here. Good
all
luck.
Right,
I'm going to let
guys.
you get over there and hang out,
good
but always
luck.
a pleasure talking to you, buddy.
All right, guys.
Thank you
guys so much for all you do.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for being an awesome racer. All right, so Bailey Campbell should be coming in here shortly in that second position. Looks like she kind of maybe not lifted up, but taking it a little bit easy.
But again, they all have spotters in the stands,
Yes.
and right now it doesn't matter if you win by 30 seconds or 3 seconds. Second place is second place for the main event.
Exactly, and on screen that was Hunter Sparrow.
And on our schedule, we did have a B main and an LCQ, but we are not having that. We're skipping both of those races and just going straight to the main event after prelim number 2. So that'll be at 5 o'clock this evening as we have Corey Johnson on screen as we speak. So we are skipping the B main and the LCQ this afternoon.
Bailey
and there's
just
Bailey
came through.
Campbell. Second place position goes to Campbell Enterprise.
She was honking her horn as she went across the progressive start-finish line.
Tammy's here is super, super excited. Her dad, 3-time king and off-road Hall of Famer Shannon Campbell, I'm sure, is tuned in, excited for his daughter. Her brother Waylon Campbell's here on site.
I still think it's pretty cool that Shannon got in with her at the switchback at Mid-America for the Visions. That was he goes, Shannon said, I wasn't planning on doing it, but when asked, how can you say no to your daughter, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you to everybody tuning in to Facebook and watching the live show. If you guys want to watch the live timing, you go to live.ultra4racing.com, and that's where you can see all of the live. We have Austin over here, sitting here watching everything. Austin Thompson. Maybe later on after his race, he'll come chat when his dad's racing. So we're finishing up this race. This is our
First prelim number 1 for 4,400 unlimited class. Taking the checkered flag was Mr. Lauren Healy.
And in second position, Miss Bailey Campbell.
And that third spot goes to Corey Johnson.
And fourth position, Weston Jones.
And we'll see how the rest of and then it looks like it's going to be Hunter Sparrow.
Mm-hmm. So not sure where Brent Burton is at because he's been running pretty strong all day long, and I don't see him
we saw Ryan Rockhold pulled over. We saw Paul Wolf pulled over. And then here in just a little bit, we'll be kicking off prelim number 2.
All right. We are going to have 4 rows of another stacked field in Heat 2 for our prelim races this morning. So everyone that's going away, we got another 4,400 race coming up in just a few minutes. So you might want to stick around and see the rest of the heavy hitters. Then we'll be going on a break after that for just a little bit.
We don't have much break
No,
until
we don't.
1:15.
Yeah.
From 1:15 to 2, we have a break scheduled. But other than that, it's pretty much back-to-back action. Oh, it looks like Casey Gilbert's tuned in.
Of course he is.
He's working on his car in the shop, tuning in, watching some Ultra 4 racing. Hate you're not here, but we understand it. We'll see you in Crandon, buddy. So what a great race we just finished up for the Progressive Black Hills Throwdown just outside of Sturgis, South Dakota. That was prelim number 1 for the 4,400 class, and Lauren Healy just smoked the field. Bailey Campbell right behind her, and the heartbreaker right now is Paul Wolf may have popped an engine, so I don't know if he'll be able to come back or not. Because now that I'm thinking about it, if the green flag is dropped, I'm not sure if you can even replace an engine. I think after qualifying you can, and then you go back to the pack. But I don't know after you start a race if you can switch an engine or not. I have to go back and read the rules. So that's my fault on that. I apologize. But
your brain, I can see the gears turning in your head right now.
It gets a little foggy on race day.
Well, yeah, it's an awesome long day, but it's a lot of fun. But, yeah, all of this stuff going on and everything. That was an amazing race just now. Congratulations to Bailey Campbell. I hope somebody will come over and tell us if Brian was in with her or not, or if she just conquered getting that number 2 spot all by herself in that car. Because I thought that, well, I see Brian. He's giving a thumbs up. Were you in the car, Brian? I don't know if this means yes or no. I'm trying to give him some props here, but here he comes over. He'll come chit-chat with us. He was either spotting.
Instead of guessing, let's just have him come over and chat with us. So,
well, I don't know what this meant. This is yes or no.
He's walking. I told him to run over, but he's not very fast at that, is he? So Mr. Brian Croft's coming over. Were you riding with Baylor for this one, or was that just during practice or qualifying?
No, I ran with her.
Okay, you did. Okay.
We were wondering because we weren't sure because it was like an up-in-the-air thing. So we're like, was there somebody in there or not?
Yeah, no, she wanted me in there for qualifying. So
okay.
It went pretty well.
Yeah, I would say so.
Are you racing the rest of the day with her then?
Maybe.
Maybe. So we still won't know.
Still won't know.
It's a guessing game.
Right. It's a guessing game. I think she's got the course figured out now.
She's doing awesome.
She, kept the car together and no need to push it. So.
And you said you were pushing her pretty hard yesterday in qualifying.
Yeah, and if you look at the lap times, in the qualifying time, she did really good.
She did really good.
And talk about relationship building 101, get in a race car and say, go faster, huh?
Yeah, and she knows that car. It's just, the short course she just isn't comfortable with yet.
I can understand
she's
that.
Getting there. And, being able to watch Vaughn and Lauren and some of these other guys, she's learning a lot. So
good.
And she'll be
really helping out.
She'll be starting in the second row for the main event. So that's probably exactly where she wants to be.
Yeah, it's going to be a great spot. Really – for the West Coast and the Nationals, we need to drop our Moab race.
So and this is a good time to do it.
Correct. So we're here to finish, and we're here to finish pretty well and make, Dad, Shannon happy and whatnot. So.
And this morning you were switching a full transmission, is that correct?
Yeah, so we went out and practiced and had a little seal leaking in the transmission. Decided just to clean it up, run qualifying, and then go to the parade. And we all know it was warm, a little humid last night.
Yeah, just a little bit.
So we decided to go have some fun last night, let the tranny and everything cool off, and get here early in the morning.
And knock it out, huh?
Yeah, couldn't do it without Waylon and Wes Frigo and, the Eric and some of the guys. So.
Yeah, you've had a great crew of people helping you out. I mean, you guys came with a skeleton crew, so I mean that's what we always talk about is the Ultra 4 family. It just everybody comes together and helps. I mean, obviously your family is here too, but just watching you guys switch that axle out on the trailer, you have Tim with Nitto over there helping you, and then this morning I see him over doing something else with other people. So just the group of people that are coming together.
Come together to make it happen.
Well,
exactly.
That's the best thing. I mean, we're all out here to win, and we're all out here to be competitive. But, we went over and borrowed some parts from Herschel and Rick Levezzo in 45.
Oh, that's awesome.
The relationships are just amazing, and everyone's here to have fun, and everyone wants everyone to be on the racetrack no matter what happens.
Right.
So.
Speaking about Paul Herschel, he'll be in the next one. He's him and Vaughn will be 2 to watch in this next prelim. So we'll be kicking that off. What time is it? We'll be kicking that off here very shortly.
Yeah, it's definitely another stacked field getting ready to come up.
So I think
we'll
get the course all cleared. We'll get it watered and get the next prelim number 2 taken off. Brian, always a pleasure. Thanks for swinging by the Nitto studio. But I think we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back after this.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm fading away. I need never get old.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends. That can help build your house. And if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
I am Monster Mate.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problem with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
Heading into State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate off-road performance.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. G-Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
I am Monster Mate.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problem with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And into State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warren.com.
Welcome back to the Progressive Black Hills Throwdown. Sorry, I'm Miles Haskell alongside Pam Hall. We have Tanner Thompson, a Mid-America brand ambassador here in the Nitto studio with us. And you're getting ready to race the 170s after prelim number 2. And you're pretty excited to be here, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, what's your favorite part that you've done so far while you've been at Sturgis? Just enjoying the sights and having fun? You excited for the 170 race?
Yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Have you been going through the pits and checking out the race cars that we have out here this weekend?
Kind of.
Kind of. Do you want to race one of these cars someday soon? Not soon, but how old are you again?
9.
9 years old, and you've been doing extremely well in the 170 modified class. Like I said, you race a lot with us at Mid-America Outdoors during the side-by-side championship series. You've been having a lot of fun with that. Your dad's traveled all over the country putting this thing together for you and just enjoying it, aren't you?
Yes, so.
We're going to ask you this question. We kind of talked about this. Who is your favorite driver out here this weekend?
Bailey.
Bailey, you were
Bailey Campbell, I'd assume.
Oh yes, I forgot. We have multiple Baileys out here. So Bailey Campbell, I know you were chatting with her. Dad has a picture of you with her chatting at the switchback at Mid-America for Visions. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did she give you any good pointers as a race car driver?
No.
No.
He doesn't need any pointers. He's already out there doing pretty good.
Did you just talk about favorite ice creams?
No.
No.
So obviously you race mainly at Mid-America Outdoors. What's your favorite thing to do when you're at the park outside of racing?
Swim.
That's a pretty cool pool, isn't it? Do you like the pool or the lazy river better?
Both.
Yeah. How about that new splash pad they just added?
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's a cool spot. Speaking about fun stuff to do for kids, right here in Sturgis we have a bounce house. Have you been over there playing in it yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good time, isn't it? So you excited for the prelim number 2 coming up?
Can't wait.
Yeah,
Do you
and
know
then
who's
your
in it?
race, huh?
Do you know who's in it?
So starting on the pole is going to be Vaughn Gittin Jr. right next to Paul Horschel.
And then in our second row, we're going to have Brett Harrell and Tom Prendergrass.
In that third row will be Brendan Thompson and Zandy Willems.
And then fourth row is going to be Chip McLaughlin and Patrick Beckwith. Now, you probably know who Vaughn Gittin Jr. is, don't you? You don't know who that is? The Fun Havers? You got to go check out their camp over there. They have Broncos all over there. They are racing.
They've got Bronco race cars. They have
Bronco
stock
driving
Broncos.
cars.
I mean,
yes,
it's pretty impressive what they bring together.
He's the Fun Haver. So he has a RTR brand. So he builds parts for cars. He also is a world famous drift racer.
Yeah, when he gets in his Mustang and drifts around, you've probably seen that on the YouTubes, right?
Nope.
Oh, you need to check him out.
Oh yeah, we'll get you learned up there, buddy.
He was over here earlier. Maybe at some point you can see him and say, hey, and introduce yourself to him.
All right, Tanner. Hey, it sounds like we're getting ready to kick off some racing, so I appreciate you joining us in the Nitto studio. Best of luck at your race out there. Have fun and enjoy yourself. All right, buddy?
Oh, and I have to say, thank you for bringing me coffee every morning.
All right, Tanner, we're going to let you get out of here, and you can go watch this racing and get ready for your own race. But thanks for joining us, and have some fun out there, all righty?
All right. Go do some homework and watch these guys and learn some stuff from them. All right. Have fun.
All right, Mr. Tanner Thompson, one of our Mid-America Outdoor brand ambassadors.
All
Thank
right.
you, buddy. Always out here having a fun time.
On screen, they're doing their parade down to the start-finish. Mr. J.T. Taylor, our race director, he escorts them down at a slow speed. They can start fuel or gassing it as soon as the green flag waves, but they cannot do any passing until they pass the checkered flag wind blades that we have out there at our timing loop.
Absolutely, and this is a 7-lap race, 2 miles per lap, so 14 miles is some of the best short course racing we can have out there. And Bailey Campbell's walking through, checking out. She just finished in second position, and it's going to be an absolute drag race between Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Paul Horschel. And the tires are lit up, and they are racing. Paul Horschel has some huge horsepower, gets the early lead.
Oh, Vaughn Gittin.
Vaughn pulls over, not sure what's going on there. He gets passed in the little non-rhythm section.
He had a little bit of smoke come out of the back of his Bronco, so not sure what happened there. Hopefully it's just a misshift or...
Vaughn Gittin Jr. won this race last year, so we definitely thought he was going to be a crowd favorite, but he is mid-pack already. Not sure what's going on. We'll see how this develops up.
But
Paul Horschel with an early lead out front.
Yes, there he is right there on screen. He already has a sizable lead out there.
And look at the Nitto tires putting up some roost out there, and I can't even tell That's Brett Harrell. So Paul Horschel built machines number 1 and 2 right now.
So Paul Horschel 1. Brett Harrell in second. Tom Prendergast is the third on course.
And Chris Ray actually looked up the rule book for me. And, yes,
nice.
Once the green flag is dropped, you cannot change an engine. So tough break for Paul Wolf. He's just out of the race today, I guess, unless they can figure out an issue.
He's out of the race for that, but he still gets to race because he is in the 4900 Can-Am UTV. That's Brendan Thompson. That is behind Tom Prendergast right there.
And there's Chip McLaughlin. We had him in the booth. There's Vaughn Gittin Jr. with Zandy Willems right behind him. And look, the wind is blowing just a tick, but the dust is definitely hanging in there.
So I'm wondering, that's so unfortunate right now for Vaughn on that start because he did have a little bit of a poof come out of the back of it, but he's still running. It just doesn't look like he's on all cylinders.
He's still pushing along, so we'll see how that shakes out. Tough break for him. He had such a great showing in the 4600 Spider Track stock class just a little while ago. We'll see what happens. But Paul Horschel, he's been racing a lot. He wrecked that car twice at Visions.
Yes, he did.
Once during qualifying, once during the switchback. They had to completely rebuild the front end of that car. So it's great to see Paul Horschel rebuild that car in such a short amount of time and out here racing with us at Ultra 4 Racing. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex just outside of Sturgis, South Dakota. And we are here racing during the 82nd Annual Bike Rally. Paul Horschel up and around the Rigid Ridge.
You can see the mud flying at the drone.
He's got a ton of horsepower in that car. This is a 7-lap race.
And that was Patrick Beckwith on screen just now in his brand new Bomber chassis.
Yep, this is his first race in first race in a 4400 class. He's raced a 4800 off and on for a little while, so it's great to see him in that brand new Bomber out here racing. And he came out here to Sturgis to qualify for King of the Hammers. The top 10 non-qualified racers get qualified for King of the Hammers, so he just needs to play smooth and consistent to get qualified.
All right.
And you can see in the background Paul Horschel sending it over the Progressive start-finish.
And he just came through with a time of a 2:45.264.
Alan Johnson tuned in, checking everything out, watching some Ultra 4 racing. Thanks for checking in, and miss you, buddy.
Yeah.
As Paul Horschel's drifting around turn number 2.
All right, so Paul Horschel in number 1, Brett Harrell in the second position, Tom Prendergast in third, Brendan Thompson fourth, Chip McLaughlin fifth. And let's see who's going to come on in through for the 6th position.
The great aerial shot of Brett Harrell and that 2C IFS Horschel built machine.
Looks like Zandy Willems is going to come through here next. So he'll be in that number 6 position. So tough break for Vaughn Gittin. Not sure what's going on.
He's still moving, but he is way, way off pace.
Well, he has to exit. Well, he could have gone through the hot pits to get off of race course, but he's completed 1 lap.
Yeah, we'll try to get some scoop on what's going on with him.
He was over here earlier doing his homework, watching the other racers go. We'll keep an eye on Vaughn to see if he pulls off race course. Oh, did you see that off-camber jump, Paul Horschel's?
We've talked about it all day, the elevation and the off-camber turns, and look at how rutted out this track is getting. But Paul Horschel still running very smooth and consistent out front and not really getting much pressure from much of anybody.
I'm still amazed at the suspension on these race cars. It's just amazing what they go through. The suspension does. I mean, the way it works.
Unlimited suspension, unlimited horsepower, unlimited absolutely everything. This is Ultra 4 racing at its finest.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe we're going to be seeing Vaughn go through right here off of race course.
And I hear him revving it up,
Yes.
so it's definitely a drivability issue of some sort. So Vaughn Gittin has pulled off the racetrack. Tough break for him. But remember, this is just a prelim. But if he can get back to the pits, get it figured out, he's going to have his work cut out from him because he'll have to be passing 15-plus cars in the main event later on today
Exactly.
as Horschel makes it around the Rigid Ridge. You can see the AMSOIL hot pits on our left as we speak.
And right now in this heat race, Paul Horschel does have the fastest lap time of a 2:45.264.
And we are riding above Brendan Thompson with that Believe Cam FPV as he hits the Recaro step down.
And I believe that's the bomb.
Patrick
That's Patrick
Beckwith.
Yep.
His first 4,400 race in that brand new bomber.
It's
We were chatting about it earlier.
beautiful.
Oh, it's beautiful. And I love how clean it looks without all the stickers. It's just, we don't see that very much.
Exactly. Paul Horschel just came through and completed lap 2. So we have 5 more laps to go.
And there's
on
Mr.
screen, Chip McLaughlin. No.
That was Zandy
Zandy
Willems. The
Sorry
cars
about
look
that.
similar, but
It's the 2.
2-4
2-4
is
The one
Zandy.
in front of it.
Chip is number 4. And
I know
Paul
we were
Horschel
talking about that
coming through.
earlier.
Yeah. It gets tricky. And he was giving us props because he messes up. And I was like, well, hey, you're the one doing it to us, buddy.
Exactly. And on screen there is Paul Horschel going through your Nitto hairpin, Nitto notch, Nitto turn, Nitto corner.
And look at those Nittos drift. Paul
Maybe that's
Horschel
what we
out
should call it,
front.
the Nitto drift.
So if it sticks,
The
I'll
Nitto
roll
drift.
with
Let's do that.
If it sticks like it is, it'll be Paul Horschel and Lauren Healy on the start of the main. That'll be an interesting battle. We saw Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf battle in prelim number 1. But Paul Horschel right now having a great run with that clean air up front. They're getting a little spread out right now. That dust isn't quite as bad as it was in the earlier races.
Okay, so that was Chip that just came through. He has rear lights on, so that's how we can definitely make sure we know. So Zandy has green headlights. Chip is running some rear. It looked like reverse lights on, almost. All right, so Paul Horschel in that number 1 spot. Brett Harrell, 2nd position. Tom Prendergast in 3rd.
And
Brendan.
speaking about Tom Prendergast, there he was cruising through screen.
Awesome.
And then Brendan Thompson right behind him.
And then Chip McLaughlin. And on screen, I
That was one of the Rufus cars.
couldn't tell. That's so funny. We were talking about the lights.
You were saying that. I was.
Yeah.
The dust is going to be hard to tell. There's Brett Harrell physically sitting in that 2nd position. And prelim number 2. This is a 7-lap race, 2 miles per lap. And they are starting to get this track dialed in. The blue groove is starting to set in. And look how completely.
He drifted
he
all the
drifted
way
all the way out
outside.
until he hit that fluff, and it kind of kicked him right back in. But Paul Horschel's getting into zone. That is a single-seat IFS high horsepower machine.
That was definitely not a controllable slide as he was in that turn just now.
He's got 967 horsepower out of that Horschel-built car as he hits the progressive start-finish, heading out for another lap. So,
All right, and that lap
so
time
we're
was
right around halfway through this race.
Exactly, and that was a 2:43.588, so that was his fastest lap time of the race, so he's still pushing hard.
And what was the fastest lap? It was Paul Wolf with a 2:37. Does that sound right?
Yes. Yeah, 2:37.
There's a great shot of Paul Horschel. And there's Zandy Willems, Mr. Rufus Racing himself. There's some great racing action all over this, as there's a great shot of the Recaro step down. There's Brett Harrell hitting the Bronco boulders. And it's just great. Then they're kind of getting it all figured out, and it's getting a line put through it. You can just kind of really bunny hop right up and over.
Looks like we have a rollover.
Rollover right at the
where
progressive
Sean
start
Rance
finish.
It's exactly where Sean Rance was.
So is that Tom Prendergast?
He was in front of McLaughlin earlier.
So there's Paul Horschel on screen running strong. So driver and co-driver are okay. I still don't have a physical look on who it actually is.
Maybe our timing or communication on the PCI race radios, maybe they can get us the car number so we know who that is.
I'm going to guess that's Tom Prendergast. Again, guess. From my vantage point, I can just see the undercarriage.
You know what, Miles? I believe you're probably correct because
he should have finished. He was running strong. So
yeah.
Again, speculating. I think it was Tom Prendergast took a roll, but driver and co-driver is okay.
Patrick Beckwith just went through, so yes.
Yep. Okay, so that is tough break for Tom Prendergast. His daughter will be racing up next in the Youth 170 race. It'll be a 15-minute race. It's a half-mile course. As we're watching Paul Horschel once again, we switch back to Brett Harrell.
And he is running in that second position right now. And there we are back with Paul on screen.
And how awesome is this? Believe Cam FPV can chase down these cars as Paul Horschel getting ready to softly go over the Yukon launch with the yellow flag. And there's the progressive start-finish, and now he can light the fires once again. Hits that little non-rhythm section, and Paul Horschel really walking away with this race. So we've seen a few rollovers today.
And we have seen a few, more than I thought we would see.
The Mid-America Outdoors crew working side by side with the Dusty Goggle safety crew, doing an amazing job all day long, as there's Chip McLaughlin.
And they have Tom back on his wheels, so we will see if he can drive the car off the race course.
His main event isn't till 5 o'clock this evening, so hopefully the car's still okay. These cars are extremely well built. They are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. We race King of the Hammers, Crandon, Mid-America Outdoors, Sturgis, California, Tennessee, Kentucky. We go over huge rocks, mountains, short course, jumps, tight trees, mud, dust, desert whoops. These cars can do it all and do it all well.
Well, I see
They're
Tom's
amazingly
car moving.
built cars.
And there's the 4403 right there of Patrick Beckwith.
Looks like Brendan Thompson crossing the...
In third position. Brendan Thompson's all in third position, yes.
They're just finishing lap 4, heading out on lap 5 of 7.
So we have Paul Horschel in that number 1 spot. And Brett Harrell in the number 2 spot. Brendan Thompson in third. Chip McLaughlin should be coming through here shortly in that 4th position. And he just now crossed over the progressive start-finish line.
Again, thank you, everybody, for making this possible. Need to give a huge shout-out to Woody, Mr. Buffalo Chip himself, Brian Williams with Dusty Goggles Promotions, Ray's Auto Body, Jason and Gayla Robinette, the owners of Ultra 4, all of the volunteers, Ultra 4 staff, Mid-America Outdoor Crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, and the fans, and Rock Racing TV for bringing this amazing live action. And while we're giving some shout-outs, let's give a huge shout-out to Holly EFI, Lasernut, Griffin Race Radiators, King of the Hammers, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, Progressive Insurance, 4-Wheel Parts, Optima Batteries, Monster Energy, Bronco, Ford, Can-Am, Amsoil, Method, Axle, PCI, Spider Tracks, Recaro, Baja Jerky, ARB, Rigid, Brannick Motorsports, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Canopy, Warren, HCR, Yukon MBRP, and Off the Grid Clothing. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex.
And while you were going through the sponsors, there was a great shot of Zandy going through the Bronco boulders and through the Nitto notch. It was an awesome shot by our camera crew out there. And there right now on screen is the number 4 of Mr. Chip McLaughlin. He is getting ready to go through that little bit of a canyon that we keep talking about. This 90-degree left-hand turn right here is what's been coming out and biting people today. And that definitely is a strategy corner for, I think, the majority of all the drivers.
And another one of our buddies, Jonathan Terhune, is tuned in, part of Team Indiana, asking about the B main and LCQ. No, there will not be. Everybody that makes or that finishes the prelim number 1 and 2 goes straight to the main event. So 5 o'clock tonight, that'll kick off.
Make sure you guys tune in or
Absolutely.
stay tuned the whole entire day for a day of awesome racing.
Again, if you're over at the Buffalo Chip and have a camping wristband, you can come over here and watch some Ultra 4 racing for free. Otherwise, it's only $10 per person. Children 10 and under are free.
So Brett Harrell has stepped up his time. He just did his fastest lap at a 2:51.63 on this last lap he just came through. So he's turning up the heat.
Yep, Horschel Machines number 1 and 2 right now.
And there he is on screen right there. That is Brett Harrell.
We saw his son Brent Harrell running earlier. They brought the whole family out there, and we're back watching Brendan Thompson. So he hits the progressive start-finish with that beautiful built UFO Thompson machine. There's so much action. It's kind of getting a little spread out here, but it is
I'm really
absolutely
surprised.
amazing.
But you know what? It's kind of good in a way, though, because the drivers can have clean runs. And like we keep saying, this is not the main event. So
yeah, this
where
is
you're
just
at,
prelim.
Just stay where you're at. If you know you're not going to catch a person in front of you, why try to push it too hard and tear your car up?
And Paul Wolf was sitting in second. He was still pushing.
I know.
If he would have taken it easier, would the engine would have lived? Nobody knows.
Nobody knows, exactly.
Paul Horschel drops down the Recaro step down. And we've been talking about the heat all week, but it is absolutely beautiful today. It's a high of 75. The wind is blowing, and the wind is the racer's friend.
The wind is blowing, but in the wrong direction.
Yeah, it's blowing the
dust is
right
coming.
at us.
Yeah, exactly.
There's Brett Harrell still making quick work through that little section. Still have a lot of Harley-Davidsons rolling in and out of the Buffalo Chip Power Sports Complex. Really cool to see all those guys and gals coming in here and enjoying the festivities.
We got Harleys, we got BMWs.
We got scooters.
Scooters? You're on a scooter, Miles. Hey, your scooter's probably easier to drive whenever you're trying to hold, this morning I'm coming over here with my coffee and I'm trying to drive it, but I have to worry about the clutch.
But I can drive.
But you can drive. I can drive. But
all in good fun.
But I have a motorcycle. You have a scooter.
You got a pit bike.
I have a pit bike.
So there's Brett Harrell. Still pushing strong, trying to chase down his teammate, Paul Horschel. But Paul Horschel gets the whole shot and hasn't looked back yet.
Speaking of Paul right there, going
Hits
through the Bronco boulders. And
Did he get the
should
white
have
flag?
got the white
yes,
flag.
Yes, he did. White flag is out for the rest of the competitors. So Paul Horschel, 1 lap to go, and he should get that checkered flag as long as he can keep that car together. But remember, to finish first you must finish.
And we have Miss Erin out there running our flags this weekend for us.
Yeah, Erin and Grizz run Yellowstone off-road racing. They were here just a few weeks ago, and they've been helping us behind the scenes quite a bit, so give them a little bit of love. Paul Horschel still pushing strong, and there's Brett Harrell. So that was physical 1. Now we're looking at physical 2.
And on screen again is Mr. Paul Horschel out there still with that clean air.
So right now it's
Look
going
at
to be
that drone.
It's going to be fun to watch Paul Horschel and Lauren Healy battling it out in that main event.
That goes to show you how the drones fly to keep up with them.
Yeah, those Believe Cam FPV drones are absolutely amazing. I've seen them do some really cool stuff, flying in and out of the car on some of those slower speed stuff. I remember at the shootout last year, it flew through the back seat of the cab on a 4-seater.
Did it really?
It was really cool.
That is pretty cool. I didn't see that. So Brendan Thompson just came through. He's in that number 3 spot. So we have Paul Horschel.
About that.
He will be. So we have Paul Horschel in that number 1 position. Brett Harrell in 2. Brendan Thompson in that 3rd position. So I see Zandy back here behind us. Not sure where Chip is. Oh, I can see Chip. He'll be coming through here. So he's physically 4th on course in that number 4. But on screen is Brett Harrell right there.
So you heard me mention earlier that we are dropping the B main and the LCQ, but we are sticking to our schedule.
Yes.
So the rest of the schedule is staying the same. We're just going to drop those two time frames and do a little more track maintenance.
Well, it's a perfect way to keep on top of the track and, do a little bit more track maintenance.
Because obviously it's definitely dusty out there, but we have been watering all night, all morning, in between classes, doing our best as we see Chip McLaughlin getting ready to hit the Bronco boulders. Little bunny hop right up and over.
It's definitely changed. I'm not sure if they did some work on it.
I just think it's getting burned in.
Yeah. And that is the 51-50 of Brendan Thompson that we just saw on screen.
We had a fun little chat with him. And here comes Mr. Paul Horschel grabbing the checkered flag at the Progressive start-finish line, winning prelim number 2.
You know, and he picked up his time on that last lap. The fastest time just now was a 2:42.560, and so he definitely picked it up on that last lap just now. And on screen, that is Brendan Thompson. Awesome to hear background stories, and, you know, he's obviously no stranger to the motorcycle world whatsoever.
Foster and Karen are tuned in, sipping along a little bit of wine, enjoying some Ultra 4 racing.
Nice. Well, thanks, guys. They were tuning in earlier as well.
This has been a great show. Again, the Rock Racing TV production crew has done an amazing job bringing all this live action to the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex just outside of Sturgis, South Dakota during the 82nd Annual Bike Rally.
All right.
So here comes Brett Harrell grabbing second place.
And he picked up actually it was not. He was pretty consistent on his time just now. It wasn't his fastest lap, but it was definitely pretty close to it. So Paul Horschel in that number 1 spot, Brett Harrell in number 2. And we'll see Brendan Thompson, but on screen right there, I think that is Chip McLaughlin on screen right now.
Sometimes you make me nervous when you start thinking.
That's not nice.
No, I'm just giving you a hard time.
So Brendan Thompson just came through getting that checkered flag.
So in first position goes to Paul Horschel.
In second position, Brett Harrell.
And that third spot, Brendan Thompson. Remember, this is prelim number 2, getting everything set up for the main event at 5 p.m. this evening. So we still have a lot of racing to go. Right after this race, we'll do the Youth 170s.
Somebody just offered me a monster. They must have heard you saying that earlier.
I told you. There is Zandy Willems, Mr. Rufus Racing himself. So it looks like Zandy and Chip will be battling for that 4th spot.
Yeah. So Chip has been in that 4th position the whole entire race, and that is him right now. Going up towards the rigid. Actually, that's Zandy going up towards the rigid ridge. And Chip is now crossing
locked down
over.
4th position.
So Zandy will be in that number 5 position as long as he crosses over that finish line. And I think that's it on race course.
Moving, yeah. So we should wait for Zandy Willems, and then after Zandy, we'll put up the schedule for the rest of this afternoon so you don't have to miss any of the racing action.
Well, you got Zandy, but where did Patrick Beckwith go?
That is a good question. So Zandy Willems getting ready to hit the Yukon launch, and then he'll cross the Progressive start finishing his 7th and a final lap.
Zandy Williams got that checkered flag.
So we knew Vaughn getting Jr. pulled off early. We saw Tom Prendergast take a tumble earlier, and then where did Patrick Beckwith
I don't know, because he was on his last lap.
So no more cars on screen. It's been a great day. We are going to be kicking off the Youth 170s, but again, we're going to throw up the rest of today's schedule here in just a moment. And there it is. So up next will be the Youth 170s at 1:15. And then from 1:30, it'll be the 40. Oh, sorry, we are skipping that one. So after the 170 race, we will take a little bit of a break. And then at 2:15, we'll kick off the 4600 Spider Tracks main event. And at 3 p.m. will be the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified main event as well. 3:45 will be the 4800 Brannick Motorsports main event. And then we'll skip the LCQ and go straight into the main event for the 4400 Unlimited class. And then at 7 p.m. tonight for a driver's appreciation dinner right here at the Mid-America and Ultra 4 main tent.
That's
so
always
be sure
fun.
to don't go anywhere. So while we do a little bit of track maintenance on the course, we're going to take a quick break and be right back after this.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
I am Monster Mate.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problem with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate off-road performance.
Ford WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, Ford WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to Ford WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at FordWP.com.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
I am Monster Mate.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problem with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
Heading into State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate in off-road performance.
And welcome back to the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown. It's been a great day of racing. We just finished up all of our prelims. Up next is the 4900 Can-Am UTV main event. And I've got another special guest I want to bring in here from Yellowstone Off-Road Racing, Grizz.
Come on in.
So you had a race just a couple weeks ago here with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing, and you've been helping us quite a bit doing a lot of stuff. Aaron's been running the flag, and it looks like we're about to go live racing.
Yeah,
so
it was a great
thanks for all
race
your
a
help
couple
there,
weeks.
Grizz.
Yeah.
So off the line, we are racing right now. Cole Clark on the pole, Paul Wolf, Travis Zollinger, Matthew Walraven, Jason Watt, Mark Welch, Josh Smith, Brian Hamby, Greg Torney, AJ Stratman, Austin Boyd, John Cahy, Nate Thompson, James Cantrell, Carl Otto, Jake Percy, Austin Thompson, Bo Nealon, Joe Gould, Jeff Bachman, Rich Bursch, Terry Madden, Mike McClure, Todd Smith, Matthew Drake, April Drake, and Mike Hatch. So we have over 25 cars on the line at the same time.
And Paul Wolf is out front already, and that looks like Joshua Smith right there that is turned in the first turn right there going into the Bronco boulders, but he's moving again. And it looked like that Cole Clark is in that number 2 position already. Lots of action already going into those Bronco boulders.
This is the 4900 main event, and this is a 9-lap race at 2 miles per lap, so 18 miles. What a great start of a race, but like I said, with over 25 cars on the line at once, it's going to be pretty wild. And look at the middle corner. Look at the dog pile we have right there.
Wow, that's like over half the field. It looks like stopped right there almost.
Grizz, this is a pretty wild course we have. Like I said, you just raced here a few weeks ago, and we didn't change a whole lot. We maybe widened it a little bit, put those rocks in there, but this is such a fun course.
It is very fun course. Yeah, you guys didn't do much, so pretty same course, just with the rocks, like you said, and wind her out.
It is a fun course out there for sure, and I know it's April as out there racing, and she raced with you a couple weeks ago. And
did she able to get it back going?
She came back over and asked if she could borrow the gear again. I said,
perfect.
Go for it, because I want you back out on race course, as all of us do. So if you can get back out on there, do it.
And there's our physical race leader, Paul Wolf, and he had a heartbreaker just a little bit ago, popping his engine in his UFO car, but at least he'll be still running strong in that 4900 Can-Am UTV.
Sounds like we have a rollover going up that hill. That is going through that canyon. That is where it's kind of silty in there and everything, but it sounds like there's a rollover in that canyon right there.
And I was talking to Mike McClure earlier, and he said it gets super dusty in that section, and with that many cars out on the course at once, it's going to be a battle. And there's another yellow flag out. Oh, that is going up the hill, sorry.
Okay. So that's that left-hand turn that we were talking to Travis Zollinger about earlier, that it's like a wall on that left-hand side, but the outside of that turn is also very chewed up, and there's lots of ruts out there as well. So, I mean, we were talking about how, on the screen right now really quick, that's Paul Wolf out front, but we were talking about no matter how many days before this race, if we would have been watering it, there's just no way of getting around any dust.
None. We didn't water for our race, and it was bad. At least we got a breeze right now that's helping push some of the dust out of the way. But, yeah, this ground just soaks up all the water you're going to put in it. So,
and we have been talking about the cloud cover all day, and all of a sudden the sun does pop through. It's been a beautiful day, and we're back watching our physical race leader, Paul Wolf. He is a man on a mission today.
All right, so coming through for their first lap completed, we have Paul Wolf in that number 1 position, Travis Zollinger in second, Corey Willis driving for Matthew Walraven in third, Jason Watt fourth, Mark Welch fifth, James Cantrell sixth, Brian Hamby seventh, Jacob Versey in the 8th position, and Greg Torney will be in that 9th position. So we are just waiting here for the rest of them to go through. It looks like Cole Clark is about in 11th position right now.
Austin Boyd was in 10th there.
Mm-hmm.
This is the 4900 Can-Am UTV race, but don't forget we have 3 separate classes racing all at the same time. We have the stock production, the pro modified, and the open. So in stock production, you have to have an OEM chassis, 33-inch tires, must retain stock suspension points and run front and side plastics. In the modified, you can have an aftermarket chassis, still have to run stock suspension points, maximum of 1,000 engine. Aftermarket turbos are allowed and up to a 35-inch tire, and then open is open. 1,000 cc is the only restriction. Sounds like that was the 49.56 of Jeff Bachman that took the tumble, but driver is okay.
It's always good to hear, and Terry Madden has not came through for his first lap yet. April Drake has. She had a tumble in the prelim and wasn't sure, like we were saying, if she was going to get back going or not, but she has got back going, which is awesome to see.
And we saw Cole Clark in his prelim smoking the field, but I'm pretty sure I physically see him pulled off the course. Not sure what's going on. And, again, it's a little ways off, but it looks like a single-seat Polaris. So
are you talking about right there by the chip?
Yep. By the progressive
tower?
Start and finish. Looks like Cole Clark. Again, I just believe that.
Yeah, it does look like that for sure.
So hate to see that for him. He's been running a great race all morning long. He had a great prelim.
Yes, he did. So we have 21 cars out on race course combined in our 3 UTV classes that have crossed over and done their first lap so far. So Paul Wolf still running in that number 1 position. See if Travis Zollinger holds on to that number 2. And then Matthew Walraven's car, the 118, driven by Corey Willis in that 3rd position. So Paul Wolf coming through, completing second lap with a 2:49.044.
Remember, this is a 9-lap race, 2 miles per lap. Who was that?
That was Cole Clark that
so
just went
Cole
off
Clark
course.
Did pull completely off course. Hate to hear that for him. He had such a great prelim race, but hey, prelim doesn't matter except for the start. He's out. Tough break for Cole Clark as Paul Wolf is still out front. Man, that guy can drive.
Yes, he can. At least he still gets to race because
we
he
got
had the
one
issues.
swapped over.
That looks like, is that Zollinger?
That's
no, it's a 95.
So that may be Jeff Bachman still. And the Dusty Goggles recovery team is quick on scene to make sure everything is A-OK with them. Yeah, when you give a huge shout-out to Mr. Woody, Mr. Buffalo Chip himself, Brian Williams with Dusty Goggles Promotions, Ray's Auto Body, Dusty Goggles Watering Hole is here on site serving cold drinks for kids and adults. The Black Hills Food and Fire serving lunch and dinner today. It's just been a great day of racing, and we are just now starting off our main events. Also, we need to thank Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of our volunteers, the Ultra 4 staff, Mid-America Outdoor Crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, and fans. And here and shortly, we'll be handing out some of those beautiful Laser Nut trophies from Cody Wagner and company.
All right, so we have Paul Wolf still in that number 1 position, Travis Zollinger in second, Matthew Walraven driven by Corey Willis in that 3rd position, and Jason Watt in 4th. Mark Welch in 5th, James Cantrell 6th, and Jacob Versey in that 7th position.
There's Jacob Versey coming into the screen, trying to pass Mike McClure. They're having a little bit of a battle. Looks like a lot of fun out there on course.
That's a tight canyon they're going into.
It's tight, and it's dusty, but I'd rather be side by side than be on somebody's tail.
That is true.
So we just saw Paul Wolf have a heartbreaker in this prelim, but he's running strong out front in that 49er Can-Am UTV class. Remember, there are 3 classes racing at the same time. They are scored separately. Was that Bachman, it looked like, with a right front tire hanging off? Great shot of the Recaro step down. These cars are absolutely flying. Sun is starting to shine. There went Mark Welsh cruising through the screen.
So much action. The drone's just trying to catch whatever they can for us.
Oh, another. Nope. I saw a plume of dust. I thought somebody took a tumble. There is action all over the course, but we're back with our physical race leader, Mr. Paul Wolf, as he hits the Yukon launch, getting ready to cross the progressive start-finish, heading out for another lap.
And there goes Travis Zollinger going through. Behind us, not on screen.
Possibly?
Mike Hatch did not run the prelim race. I'm wondering if that was a strategy to make sure the car was going to be good for.
Hey, he's here, he's racing, and that Kawasaki.
That's all that matters. Yep, and that's Joshua Smith on.
You're picking that one up. He's in the stock class.
There's Mark
Welch in the open class. And the wind is blowing, the dust is blowing. It's pretty interesting, isn't it, there, Grizz?
Yeah.
There's Travis
Better than
Zollinger.
when it's dry. Or no wind.
When it's wind and it hangs,
I'm
that's
like,
terrible.
wait a minute, it is dry.
Yeah.
That's Travis Zollinger on screen.
He's racing that single-seat Can-Am right now and hopefully racing it once again at Vegas to Reno next week. So he's got to get it through this race, get it home, re-prepped, and head to Vegas to Reno. That is
That's
an
a
impressive
quick
feat.
turnaround time.
But he's testing those Zollinger Racing products to its finest. Getting a thumbs up from Brendan Thompson. Had a great showing in prelim number 2.
And that drone footage right there, that's what I really like whenever they're showing them up higher. You can see the turns. We keep talking about this race course, how
the
it has
elevation
a lot of tight turns, but the elevation, the cameras don't do any justice for the elevation.
None. That draw that they just went up, it's super steep. It
Yes.
doesn't show that on the camera, though.
No, it just doesn't do any justice, but the...
And look at Paul Wolf already into lap traffic.
And we are doing a total of 9 laps. Paul Wolf will be coming in, completing his 3rd. Or 4th, I'm sorry.
So still a lot of racing
Yes.
yet to come. Remember to finish first. First, you must finish.
Great footage right there. And that was Mark Welch coming down.
This is a physical finish race.
And that's Travis Zollinger passing, I believe that was the 8:51 is what it looked like that number was.
I think that was Carl Otto, if I'm not mistaken, the 95.11.
That was
95.11, wow.
You were close.
What did I say, 8:51?
Yeah.
95.11.
You're close.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's a lot of numbers that roll through there, so no worries at all. I know I mess up my fair amount. Jacob Versey chasing some dust. So Paul's making some more passes on some lap traffic. I'm kind of surprised he's in lap traffic so early. So that clean air is no longer an advantage as he's getting ready to hit the Yukon launch and cross over the progressive start-finish once again.
So we have Cole Clark, AJ Stratman, Austin Thompson, Jeff Bachman, Terry Madden, and Matthew Drake have not completed a first lap.
Oh, that's
so
a
I'm
tough
not
break
sure.
for them.
And Austin Thompson, he was running well earlier, so I'm not sure what's going on. And Brendan walked by here.
With Matthew Drake, that's he won our race 2 weeks ago.
Oh, did he really? That's
he
awesome.
Won it. So
hate to see that for him then.
Come off a win and not
then
even
a
have
DNF. Yeah. Hey, that's racing.
That is
absolute fact.
Hey, Grizz, do you think you could do us a favor?
Yeah.
Tell the wind to go the other way.
I don't think it's going to listen to me.
Nobody does, right?
No, nobody listens to me. So
It's definitely going in the wrong direction.
Hey, I'll take any kind of wind compared to none.
Yes, I 100% agree with you on that one, Miles. That's Paul Wolf on screen there. Yeah, so I'm wondering, because AJ Stratman's in Paul Wolf's backup car, so that's
Where's he sitting?
He hasn't completed a
Okay.
lap, so.
Paul gave him the right car then. Have some more Harleys rolling through. Love to see all these coming through get a front row seat. Remember, if you have a Buffalo Chip wristband, you get in racing for free. If you don't, tickets are only $10 per adult. Children 10 and under are free.
Thank you, Sarah. We have Sarah works timing, and she just brought us our lineup for the 4,400 class. Going to be a great race for sure.
It is a great race we have going on right now for the 4,900 Can-Am UTV class. Again, if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex. If you can't come here in person, make sure you download that MAO app. Get on ultra4racing.com/live. Get on the Ultra 4 and Mid-America Facebook and YouTubes. Hit that share button, start a watch party. Get on the Ultra 4 USA Instagram and hashtag it up.
We also have Joe Gould and John how do you say his last name?
Kahi.
They only completed one lap, so I'm not sure what's going on here.
And let's give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Barts, Progressive, King of the Hammers, Holly EFI, Lasernut, Griffin, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, Amsoil, Method Race Wheels, Axial RC Cars, PCI Race Radios, Action Sports Canopy, Tread Lightly, Brannick Motorsports, Rigid, ARB, Warren, Factor 55, HCR, Daystar, Yukon Gear and Axle, MBRP, and Off the Grid Clothing are the official sponsors for Ultra 4 Racing. And without all these amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today.
All right, Paul Wolf in that number 1 position still. Travis Zollinger in that number 2 position. And Matthew Walraven, driven by Corey Willis, will be in that 3rd position.
Remember, there are 3 separate classes racing at the same time. They're all on the course at once, but they are scored separately. So we'll have a lot of those Lasernut trophies to give away here very soon.
Mark Welch just launched over the Progressive start-finish line. That was awesome to see.
Mark Welch in that open class, always a strong competitor.
I mean, he launched. I haven't seen anybody jump that high or that far.
But the crowd's definitely starting to fill in. So if you're here on site, make sure you go over and check out the Dusty Goggles watering hole. They've got cold drinks for kids and adults, and also the Black Hills Food and Fire serving up lunch and dinner. I saw you munching on some macaroni a little bit. It looked pretty good.
Yeah, well, you
tried
tried
it. I had the
it.
brisket sandwich
Didn't you try
yesterday.
it?
It was awesome. Yeah, the macaroni, I mean, everything I've had out of there is excellent.
And Miss Sarah, she got it for me, so thank you again. We all take care of each other around here.
And if you're here on site, make sure you go check out the MAO Ultra 4 merchandise trailer. We have Angel, Carly, Bailey, Laura over there selling all the things, keeping everybody hooked up with the latest swag. What a great race we have, and it is not close to being over. I believe that was Nate Thompson on screen. So there's Mr. Paul Wolf, our physical race leader out front.
Looks like Travis Ollinger still sitting in 2nd.
Then Matthew Walraven, driven by Corey Willis, in that 3rd position.
Jason Watt right after that.
Right behind him is Mr. Mark Welch.
Jacob Versey.
Then James Cantrell.
Brian Hamdy.
Greg Torney.
And Austin Boyd.
Then Nate Thompson.
Josh Smith.
Mike Hatch.
Rich Birch.
Todd Smith.
And these guys are all look like they're down 1 lap from everybody here. So Todd Smith and Bo Nelly.
Nealon driving for Scott Lesage, and then April Drake.
Mike McClure.
Carl Otto.
Joe Gould.
But Joe Gould, John Coffey, Bachman, Clark, and A.J. Stratman Austin Thompson, Terry Madden, and Matthew Drake are all basically out of the race. So tough break for them, but we still have a great race out front, but it is definitely Paul Wolf's race to lose. Paul Wolf and then Travis Zollinger, and there's an 11-second lead from Paul Wolf over Zollinger, and they are both in the UTV Pro Modified class.
I think that pile up there at the beginning really put some of those guys back and set them back.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of racing.
Yeah.
That was definitely a log jam that was going on. So leading the stock class is Matthew Walraven, driven by Corey Willis.
Yeah, and then
in the pro mod is still Paul Wolf, and in the open class it is Mark Welch. Again, there are 3 different classes racing all at the same time. So it's a little tricky to kind of tell who's where, but we're doing our best. But you can also go to live.ultra4racing.com to watch the live taming. The same thing we have here right in front of us at the Nitto studio. Paul Wolf, he is a man on a mission.
Yeah, he's got a, like Miles said, 11-second lead on the second place car there.
Up next will be our UTV 170 race. That's a half-mile course, a little condensed version, and they're going to race for 15 minutes, and that is the youth of our sport. Love watching the 170s out there having fun.
Oh, there's nothing better than watching. I mean, that's the future of our racing, so
Absolutely.
There's nothing better than watching them out there. It's one of my funnest classes we run.
Yeah,
it's
you guys have a pretty good showing on it, too.
Yeah.
This is our third and final race in the Ultra 4 Western Series. Up next for Ultra 4, we'll be heading to Crandon, Wisconsin to the Big House over Labor Day weekend. So we'll kind of have double duty that weekend. We'll be in Crandon for Ultra 4, and then Mid-America Outdoors, we have the side-by-side championship series as well. So we'll kind of split task and have a double race that weekend.
It's going to be a busy weekend for you
It's
guys.
busy, absolutely. There's Jacob Versey in the open class. The wind is blowing, the dust is thick, but it's an absolutely beautiful day out here racing. Lots of action. It looks like it's Brian Hamby. He's got a solid run going. It sounds like white flag will be coming out next lap around for Mr. Paul Wolf on the lead lap. So Paul Wolf, Travis Zollinger, and Matthew Walraven all out on their 8th lap of 9. So 2 more laps to go for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And there is an HCR hot pits, but it has not been very busy today because if you have to pull in those pits, your race is over.
Yeah, pretty much, unless you just need
maybe
a
not,
quick splash of fuel.
Well, there shouldn't be any fuel issues, right?
No.
I don't think.
Well, yeah, your fuel issues, you forgot to fuel up before
I
you
guess
started
anything
the race.
could happen. You're right. There's Mike Hatch in that bright green Kawasaki. But, yeah, you could change a tire, and that's about it. And I guess if you're going for finishing points, that makes sense, but that's probably going to put you out of the podium. Up in that 4th position is Jason Watt in that pro mod, so that puts him in physical 3rd spot, driving for Brian Stone, so he'll be excited for that. And then it's Jacob Versey in the open class, Mark Welch. So Jacob Versey got around Mark Welch for the open class leader.
Yes, he did.
I saw Pam getting over there. She's collecting some of those beautiful laser nut trophies we'll be handing out after just a little bit. So, again, a huge shout-out to Cody Wagner and company for those amazing laser nut trophies. And if you want to buy a replica trophy, all you got to do is give them a holler, and you can give it to a family member, one of your sponsors, one of your crewmates. It's really cool what Laser Nut does for there.
Yeah,
Yes.
they're beautiful trophies.
They are.
Absolutely.
They are. We just got them all set up and lined up over here for the 4900 class. be ready to go and bring the 1, 2s, and 3s in here just a little bit. So we still have Paul Wolf out front, is that correct?
Yep, Paul Wolf out front.
2 laps to go.
Travis Zollinger, Matthew Walraven, Jason Watt, Jacob Versey, Mark Welch, James Cantrell, Brian Hamby, Greg Torney, Austin Boyd, Josh Smith. And it looks like we may have a flat tire on screen, or was we just cruising through?
Not sure who it was. I believe it was an all-white one. Mark Welch is
Mark Welch is
course.
pulled off. That is a tough break.
Yeah, because he was running in 6th place, but 2nd in his class.
And he was still moving, so not sure what happened there. White flag is out for Paul Wolf. His 9th and final lap to go. Travis Zollinger still behind him. What's the split time between, it's 16,
almost a 17-second split.
17 seconds between Paul Wolf and Travis Zollinger.
Ooh. Nice and dusty
yeah, the
coming
dust,
this way.
I think the wind died down just a little bit to let the dust hang just a hair.
Hey, Grizz, always appreciate you coming up here and chat. I'm actually going to kick you out, and I'm going to bring in another guest. But always a pleasure. Good seeing you, buddy.
Yep, thank you.
So a man I did not want to see right now, Mr. Cole Clark. You started out strong in your prelim, winning that pretty good. Why are you here with me?
Just bad tire setup. We went up on pressure because I thought we were going to lay into a course that was going to be real rigid, and it was super soft and slick out there, and I just wasn't quite ready.
So what happened?
Came around, I think it was turn 5, did a full loop, and had to get back up on course, and was following Jacob Versey right through their dust and just hit that wall, and it put me over.
So you flopped her over as a car. Obviously, you wrecked it yesterday in practice, and now you wrecked it again.
It's
you got your work handed out for you.
Yeah, it's pretty beat up, but I showed a lot of speed here. I thought I had the car for what happened, the setup that we showed up with today. I get to record and get to take to the next races. So, I mean, it's really working good. I'm really happy about that because we had bucking issues. Like practice, we rolled it. So I wanted to put on a good showing, but it's really slick out there, and those guys that just keep it on 4 wheels.
That's the name of the game right now.
Right, exactly. There's been a lot of people doing some rollovers and being on their lids out there today.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a testament. I know at home it looks easy, but
it's not.
You're pushing as hard as you can, and
we
it just
always
slides
say
away.
that the camera does not do it justice, and a class driver like yourself having some issues. I mean, you won your prelim. You're always a fierce competitor. You got the pole at King of the Hammers. I mean, you're a key player, and for you to have issues, it shows you how tough this really is.
Absolutely, yeah. Just keeping it on 4 wheels is good. Or hats off to him. So I'm going to come back next year. Though I really love this track, and it's an awesome place.
It is fun. Are you going to Crandon or Legends of the Fall?
No, my car's pretty torn up.
Gotcha.
So I'll go to the Legends race. I think Paul might be ahead of me in West now, but it'll be a showdown there. I'm ready to tear it up.
And speaking about Paul Wolf, one more corner to go. He's getting ready to hit the Yukon launch and grab the checkered flag for the Progressive Insurance Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chip. Goes to Paul Wolf. And you would have been battling with him, I assume. So it's a heartbreaker. Again, hate seeing you, but I love seeing the smile on your face because racing's racing.
Absolutely. Yeah, good job to him, I guess.
I guess. You're still a little bummed. I completely understand that. But
hey, I come to race. So
and that's what you do. I mean, like you said, you took that big tumble, but it kept on going. So second place goes to Mr. Travis Zollinger. So, Cole, I'll let you get out there and hang with the buddies. And always a pleasure. Good luck. And get that car back. And we'll see you at Legends of the Fall, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Take it easy.
All right, so we do have unofficially right now Mr. Paul Wolf in that number 1 position, Travis Zollinger in number 2, and it looks like Corey Willis driving Matthew Walravens will be coming through unofficially. Actually, it just changed up.
So Jason Watt gets through.
Well, look at that. They came in side by side. So Jason Watt got it over Matthew Walraven.
And Jason Watt is driving for Brian Stone.
Look at the chain. Look at the split.
Less than a second. So Matthew Walraven gets first position in the stock class.
And Jason Watt got 3rd in the UTV Pro Modified and 3rd overall, and this is all unofficial as of right now.
So in the UTV Pro Modified, Paul Wolf, Travis Zollinger, then Jason Watt. In stock production right now, it's only Matthew Walraven, driven by Corey Willis.
And it looks like Jacob Versey leading the UTV Open class. He should be coming through getting that checkered flag in just a moment.
There's Bo Nealon driving for Scott Lesage as we speak. There is a lot of cars. We started with over 25 cars out on course for this 4900 Can-Am UTV class. The Youth 170 race will be following this, and then we'll take a quick little lunch break and Trike Magnus and get right back into some racing action. There's Mike Hatch.
All right, and that on screen.
So first place in the open class goes to Jacob Versey.
On screen is the 36 of Mike Hatch.
James Cantrell in fourth spot in the Pro Modified. Brian Hamby second place in the stock production. Greg Torney second place in open UTV. Austin Boyd third place in stock production. Josh Smith is fourth place in stock.
Nate Thompson will be coming here in just a moment in that UTV stock production class. We're going to have a guest come on in here. His dad's already been in here with us today. Mr. Austin Thompson.
So, Austin, we had a fun chat with your dad, Brendan, earlier, and we saw you out there racing. You went out early. What happened?
There was a pile up in the back.
Okay, we did see that.
And I just smashed into the back of one of them and popped a tire.
Oh, that's a tough break.
Lost steering, so I just decided to pull off and
save the car a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to hear that for you. You had a strong showing going, but how cool is it to be out here racing, not against your dad, but kind of with your dad out here with Ultra 4?
It's awesome, but I'd rather race against my dad.
What are you waiting on? Hey, doesn't
day.
he have a spare 4400 car in the garage?
It's not a spare, it's my car.
Oh, it's yours now, huh?
Yeah.
When are you going to step up and start racing
When he can
that?
pay the entry fees and work on that one all alone, right?
I can work on it all alone right now. It's just...
It's a lot of work for sure, but it's just great to see you out there racing. Tough break on that, and that pile-up looked a little gnarly, and with the dust and all that, that's what caught you, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that dust is gnarly out there for sure. We saw that happen. That was over in the Nitto Notch area.
Yep.
So what is your your time frame from breaking out and racing the Ultra 4 or the 4400 car with us?
The end of this month is when I'm gonna race my first 4400 race.
Okay, you do that up with
Yep.
NorCal, I'd assume.
Oh, so you're gonna go big with the last race of the season up there in NorCal.
I want to, yeah.
That's awesome.
It all depends on if we get the sway bar.
Oh, gotcha.
The sway bar's the hang up right now?
Yeah, I got the intake, I got the wiring harness, and the shocks are in LA right now.
Oh, wow.
Awesome. Well, you're coming together. Yeah, always great seeing. So you started out racing the 170s. Do I remember that right?
Yeah.
And you've worked your way through the UTVs, and now you're going to step into a straight axle 4400 car. And it's really cool. The UFOs, with Joe Thompson being your uncle, that car is old. It's been around the block, but it's still a competitive car.
Yeah, he wants to get in the car with me for that
that'd
race.
be fun. Are you excited or nervous about that?
I'm excited because I got a plan for him.
Oh,
no.
Are you going to tell us the plan?
Yeah, I will.
Let's hear it.
You want to tell us on here?
Yeah, sure.
He's going to hear it.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm going to leave a bunch of slack in his radio line so that when we're at the start, I can act like I'm checking the Switch Pro in between the seats.
And you're going to unplug him? And then he can't tell you to slow down or speed up or nothing, huh?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
That's funny.
Then he's going to be like, why are you not listening to me?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
My other uncle said he'll give me $40 to do it.
Oh, that ain't bad.
Yeah.
I like the little family rivalry going on. Obviously, your dad and your uncle are extremely talented fabricators, and I love what they do for the motorcycle world and for us here at Ultra 4. Obviously, Joe Thompson, your uncle, is Mr. UFO himself.
Yeah.
They've teamed up with the Gomez brothers, and they built some amazing machines.
Yeah.
Has your dad let you drive the new car yet?
Yeah, I did drive it, actually.
Is it just amazing?
It feels just like I'm driving my RS1.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, obviously the weight and all that is different, but it's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Well, Pam, it looks like we're pulling some cars up here,
Yes,
so
sir.
I'll probably send you that way and see what's happening there.
Yeah, I'm going to go and I'll go get all of the results, so I have those final results. And
Perfect.
you, if you want to stick around, we're going to be going into the 170 class. You can help do that one a little bit. All right, I'll be back in a little bit.
All right. Thank you, Pam. We just wrapped up the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And it was first place goes to Mr. Paul Wolf in the Pro Modified class, and it goes to Travis Zollinger second, Jason Watt third, and in the stock production it goes to Matthew Walraven, Brian Hamby, and Austin Boyd. And in the open class, it goes Jacob Versey, Greg Torney, and Mark Welch in the open class. So that's kind of the unofficial running, because like I said, we had 3 classes racing at the same time. So how much mind game does that play on you? Because you have 3 classes racing at once. They're all together. You probably, when you're in the race zone, you don't have time to verify who's who. So you're just racing whoever, or is your spotter keeping you honest?
I always pay attention to who's in my class, but at Stampede, we had 2 different heats.
Okay.
Pro mod and open, and then stock production. So that was easy for me to figure it out.
Yeah, because you were in the stock run with your own class.
I was in pro mod.
Oh, you were in pro mod, so you just had to know the difference between you and open. Sorry.
Yeah, and the thing is, that car is completely stock.
Okay, so you could race stock production.
Yeah, it's the only thing was that I had 35-inch tires.
Aha, and you're running the Maxxis tires, right?
Yep.
You and your dad have been running them for a very long time.
Yeah.
I saw Chris Shaw is here on site supporting you guys.
Yeah, he is.
Great to see him still hanging around the Ultra 4 stuff. We bumped into him a couple times this week. He's enjoying the Sturgis lifestyle.
Yeah.
So lots of action yet to come today. So we'll probably bring up the schedule once again to kind of give you a rundown of the rest of the afternoon. USAC is our sanctioning body. They help run scoring and timing, race operations, safety, and tech. Mr. Lee O'Donnell, 23, is our USAC rep who is on site. Got a lot of the Harleys that are cruising in and out. And remember, if you have a Buffalo Chip camping wristband, it's free admission today. So make sure to tell all your buddies over there to come over. We still have a lot of racing yet to come, a lot of main events to go. It's going to be a great day. And if you don't have that, it's only $10 per adult, and children 10 and under are free. And it's some great racing. And you're going to stick around for the Racer Appreciation Dinner, I assume?
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, that's going to be a good time. The Robinettes really put on a great show for us here at Ultra 4. So it looks like while we get everything wrapped up, make sure we dot our I's, cross our T's. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends. That can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
An American classic returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
All right, we are here with our 4900 Can-Am UTV class out here for the Progressive Black Hills Throwdown, and we're here with the UTV Pro Modified class. Third place, Jason Watt. This must be your track out here. You keep getting on the podium up here. How was your day out there?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I love this track. It suits my style on the inside a lot of the times. The lines are good. But yeah, I like this track. It's fun, and I get to bring my dad to this one, and we get to hang out for a couple days, and it's pretty relaxing.
Now you're out here driving for Mr. Brian Stone. He's back home. He was tuning in, watching the live show. Who do you have to thank for him and yourself getting you up here on the podium today?
First off, I want to thank Brian. I mean, he let me drive for him, and he's running second in the points right now, so it's a little bit of pressure on my side, and so just trying to do good for him and boost his points a little bit. But he does a good job, and I want to do just as good a job. So, but I'm going to be horrible at this, but Brooks Motorsports, JW Performance, BSR Racing, Raceline, G-Force, Can-Am, and I know I'm forgetting a whole bunch of people, but I apologize for that. ZRP, Maxis. So yeah, everything worked really well today. The car worked really well.
So I have to ask you a question. How was it being alone in the car this year?
It was different, but I thought it was a little bit better. I knew Paul and these guys were going to throw down a really hard pace this weekend, so I just wanted to. If I haven't been in a car for a year, so I didn't want to make a mistake and hurt somebody else. Yeah. So, but I want to thank Paul and everybody in his camp for helping. I want to thank Chris from Maxis. He was spotting for me. Corey Willis was spotting for me in the heat race. So without them guys, I couldn't be up here. So I want to thank my dad for coming too.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 3 spot up here, and you're going to stick around. But actually, you guys were packing up, so are you leaving right now?
Yeah, as soon as we're done here, we're going to pack up and head back and then load up to go to Bark River up in Upper UP.
Yeah, you're a busy man, so congratulations again, and we'll see you at Crandon for sure.
Yes, definitely at Crandon. We'll be there.
Awesome. Congratulations. Now on to our second place, Mr. Travis Zollinger. You're ready for Vegas to Reno now, huh?
Yep, I'm ready. I'll be thinking about it the whole way home.
Well, you did awesome out there today. You were pushing hard. I know that you were trying to catch up with Mr. Paul Wolf. You were catching up on some time, but what do you think about the race course out there today?
Oh, man, the race course was great. They did a good job building it, getting water on it so that we'd have as clean an air as we could. And the track crew cleaning guys up that had mishaps, they did awesome, getting it fast, cleaned up, and letting us know where they were. So it was good.
Well, and you are up there earlier talking to Miles and I, and you were saying how, it's a good test to the products because you are ZRP. You are Mr. ZRP. So it's a good test out there on race course and, like you said, Vegas Reno. But who would you like to thank for getting you up here today on the podium?
Oh, man, all my sponsors for sure. The guys back at the shop, Apex and ZRP, Fox, Warren, BFG. Awesome tires, not one flat yet this year. Pretty amazing, really. K&T Performance, they build my motor cars fast. We've been moving up, getting taller on the podium. We're still looking for this one spot, but we'll keep digging. So want to make sure and thank Baja Designs, Michael Halleck and my daughter for coming out here and supporting me. Mike was spotting, and he tunes my shocks, and I'm sure if you're watching, I'm getting faster, and that's why. So I want to big thanks to all those guys, and we'll turn and burn.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 2 spot up there, and good luck at Vegas Reno.
Thank you very much.
All right, now let's go right on over here to our number 1 spot. He is no stranger to the podium. Mr. Paul Wolf, you got out front and you never looked back, did you?
No, I got that clean air, and I think that gave me a huge advantage over these guys. Hats off to Travis and Jason. They definitely drove hard to be where they were in that dust and other cars. So pretty awesome feat on their part. Like I said, I had clean air, so I had an easy day. Car did great. Can-Am, of course, performed awesome. And then we got HCR, they make great products. And Travis, I run his knuckles, and they're awesome. We hit a lot of chuck holes sideways, and that normally breaks a knuckle, and Travis's parts are pretty tough, so they took a lot of beating today. And race line wheels and MRT tires, everybody worked great. And then, of course, we got to thank RCV and Halo. They put awesome products in the car. Did a couple wide open landings in the beginning to get out front, so I get that clean air. And the car took it quite well, so here we are.
Well, and you were supposed to be in, I don't want to bring this up here right now, but you're supposed to be in the 4400 class for later on, little mishap, but you get a lot of seat time between your Can-Am and your UFO. So doing that, it's definitely an advantage, but you're racing every race of the season in your Can-Am and your UFO. And next year, is that the plan?
Yeah, we're going to keep going and keep pushing. UFO, we had some motor issues. I think we popped a motor a little bit ago. It is a little bit of an advantage. I get to see some of the chuck holes develop in the big car because they kind of make them a lot more exaggerated. So I get to see them before a lot of these other guys do. So I think it gives me a little bit of a head start. And I want to make sure I thank the track crew here because they did an awesome job working. And yesterday was horrible dust, and they watered and worked all night and made it as good as they could. So, and the track flows really well. So I'm really happy to be here and appreciate them guys working as hard as they did and working recovery like they did. They definitely moved a lot of cars. The guys that had mishaps, they got them out of the way and let us get to race pace. So that was pretty awesome. And then I got to thank my whole crew. My mom was able to come out here. She's back at the Toter home right this second, but this is the first race she's been able to make it to. So really happy to have her out here and be able to win when she's here. So that's pretty awesome.
And who else would you like to thank? Because you have your mom here and your daughter, but you're missing somebody.
Yeah, I got to thank my wife, Christy. She had to work. She has to pay all the bills so I can come race, So really shout out to her. And then, of course, my daughter here. She comes with us to all these races. So really happy that she can come and enjoy our family, our Ultra 4 family.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Who else would you like to thank for being up here, or did you hit all of your sponsors?
I think I hit them all. I got Chris Hickman and, of course, Jason over here. Me and him kind of hang out together and pit together, and we discuss different car setups and ideas, and he does an awesome job. He runs a heck of a pit crew, or I don't know what you want to call it, helps with the cars and everything. Crew chief, that'd be the best part. So let's go with that. So he does a good job with that when he's not racing. So really, I got to thank him a lot.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for our UTV Pro Modified 4900 Can-Am class. Paul Wolf in that number 1 spot, Travis Zollinger number 2, and Jason Watt in 3rd position. All right, and next up, let's bring up our UTV Stock Production class. I'm going to bring Miles over here. He's going to be my trophy girl in just a minute. Or not.
So Pam has been giving away those beautiful laser nut trophies for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. She just wrapped up the Pro Modify, getting ready to do the stock. It's been a great day of racing for the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex, just outside of Sturgis, South Dakota. And we are here for the 82nd annual rally, Sturgis Bike Rally. It's been an amazing week. Like I said, this is our first main event we just finished up. Up next will be the Youth 170s, and then we'll go through the rest of the main events today. So we still have the 4600 Spider Track Stock class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then at 5 p.m. this evening, we'll do the 4400 main event. So please do not go anywhere. Make sure you tune in if you can to get on that MAO app, get on the Ultra 4 and Mid-America Outdoors Facebook and YouTube's, get on the Ultra 4 USA Instagram and hashtag it up. Again, a huge shout-out to Cody Wagner and Lasernut for giving out all these amazing trophies. It sounds like Pam's ready for the next one.
All right, now we're here with our UTV stock production class. We have Austin Boyd in that number 3 position. Did you have fun out there?
Yeah, it was a blast out there.
What was your favorite part about this race course?
Probably the whoops and the tabletops.
Well, what was your least favorite?
The rocks.
That's definitely a number 1 answer there from people that come up and talk to us. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here on the podium today?
My parents and everyone who's helped put the car together, and everyone who's out here supporting me.
Now, is this how many times have you raced with us? Is this your first race?
Second.
Second race. Where was your first race at?
Here.
Last year. Okay. Well, congratulations for getting up here on the podium. And anybody else you would like to thank? And are you ready for the next one?
Yeah, and I'd like to thank everyone who's out here today that's helped out. And Nate for letting us use his trailer to sleep in and giving us a place.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that number 3 spot. Let's give it up for Austin Boyd. All right. We're going to go over here to our number 2 position, Mr. Brian Hamby. Great day out there. What'd you think about it?
I had a ball. Yeah, it's a fun track.
It was a fun track out there watching you guys for sure. I'm going to ask you the same question here. What was your favorite part about that race course today?
Just the speed it carries. It's a pretty fast track. I don't do short courses, but I enjoyed this one.
Yeah, this one, a lot of people do like coming out here. Everybody keeps saying they want to come back next year. So who would you like to thank for getting you up here today?
My wife over there. Today's our anniversary.
Aww.
And,
well, happy anniversary.
Thank you. But CA Technology, Turner, Solinger Racing, he brought me some hubs for the machine, Turner axles. That's about it on that one.
Well, are you ready for the next one?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
What is your next race with us? Will you be coming out to Legends or are you going to Crandon?
Crandon.
Awesome. Well, you have fun out there. Congratulations on your number 2 spot. Let's give it up for Mr. Brian Hamby. And happy anniversary. All right, and now I'm right here. You are racing for Mr. Matthew Walraven. You're having a lot of fun out there, though. So, Corey Willis, how do you feel right now?
Oh, feel great. I mean, the Can-Am did amazing, and the track was awesome, the staff. This whole place, this is a great operation.
Well, you keep putting it up here on the box. Is Matthew going to put you in the driver's seat or what?
If he breaks his leg next week by accident or something, we might have to re-ask that question.
Oh, is he going to be cleared after next week?
I guess that's up to the doctors.
Gotcha. Well, who do you have to thank for getting you guys up here today?
For getting me here, my PPI, and God for keeping us safe. And then on Matt's behalf, CT Raceworks built an amazing car. You know, the Can-Am just worked flawlessly. MRT tires, I was putting them through some heck, and they stayed together. So he's got a good setup going on over there.
Well, that's awesome. And what was your favorite part about the course today?
I really like that fun downhill section thing over there. That was a lot of fun.
After you go through the canyon or right here?
The canyon. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, that is definitely a challenging section for some people. But congratulations on your number 1 spot. You got all your sponsors, everybody out of the way?
We got it.
You're seasoned on that one.
And then Jason also, because he keeps these cars together for crazy people like me driving them.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to our 1, 2, and 3 in the UTV stock production class. Corey Willis, Brian Hamby, and Austin Boyd. Miles, you want to take away for a minute? All right, let's bring up our UTV Open class. Jacob Verse.
Hey, she's rolling. Pam's getting ready to give away some of those amazing laser nut trophies here in just a moment. She's done a couple classes, one more class to go, and then we kick off the Youth 170. And they are all lined up and ready, so as soon as Pam gets done giving away these last 3 trophies, we'll be racing with our young guns of the sport, the Youth 170s. Love seeing it. It's the future of our sport. It's great to see, but it looks like Pam's about ready, so I'm going to give it back to her. Take it away, Pam.
All right, now I'm here with our UTV Open class. We have some seasoned racers up here. In third position, Mr. Mark Welch. You were on it up there today. How was the course for you?
It was good. It was really starting to come to me. The car felt good, and we landed after the rocks there on the power and blew up the transmission. So I'm surprised to be up here, to be honest with you. I was packing up to go home. So that's other people's misfortune. Sorry for that. But congrats to Jake and Greg. Did a good race, and it was fun.
Well, I saw you pulling off, and I've told Miles, I was like, he's pulling off the course right there, but it was right before the last lap, I think, is when it was, correct?
It was the start of 7th lap, so yeah.
Well, you are up here in the third position. Who do you have to thank for being here?
My wife first, always. She supports me and puts up with me doing crazy stuff. My son for making the ride out here with me, and all the guys that support me back at home. Travis at ZRP helps me out and has great stuff. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Well, congratulations.
My dad, too.
Awesome. You can never forget your parents, right? Or your wife. The wife is most important. So congratulations on your number 3 spot, and will we see you at Crandon or Legends?
Legends.
Awesome. Well, we'll see you there, and congratulations. And we're going to move right on over here. Let's give it up for Mark Welch. And we're going on over here to Mr. Greg Torney in the number 2 spot today. Congratulations. You have a little bit of a dirty face. Did you have to go with the visor up?
Oh, my God. I clearly don't know how to drive very well because I usually just spank all the silt berms. But no, I'm stoked to be up here because I usually just trash my car, break it in half, or break my bones. So I'm happy to be here. This is great. This is great. And the only race I've ever finished is Sturgis. Twice now. So.
This is definitely your track then.
Oh, yes, it is. So, anyway, yeah, happy to be here. So.
Well, are you going to Crandon or Legends?
Well, I'm not going to Crandon because that's where I snapped my arm in half. Oh, that's right. Yeah, good old electronic powered steering, but sorry, Travis. No Crandon, and we'll be out there at Hammers. So.
Okay, so who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
Couldn't do this without my dad because my dad helps with all the travel and all that, and then all the sponsors and American Express. So
lots of miles.
Oh, they keep the smiles coming.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 2 spot up here. Let's give it up for Greg Torney. Now we're going on to number 1 position. Another not a stranger up here. Jacob Versey, as Miles calls you, the Blonde Ambition. You're up here in the number 1 spot, back in your original car, right?
This is a rebuilt pre-runner, actually. I'm a little bit sad. That's kind of why we're in the unique situation of racing the open class. This is actually my old car I wrecked at King of the Hammers, built into a pre-runner. So it's got like a Rockford Stage 5 stereo winch. She's a little bit heavy, but we want to keep racing. We love the sport. We want to keep in it. So we've got a new car coming, but yeah, that's why we're in the car we're in.
Awesome. Well, who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
Obviously, friends, family, my wife, Adri, Ray, and Candace, and then our sponsors. I literally couldn't do without them. So XComp Tires, flawless. They've got an RS tire for short course, and it's amazing. Makes it so much fun. Polaris Razor, HCR. Who else do we have here? Fox, Rigid, KMC wheels. Anyway, RCV axles. It's a big effort. This track is no joke. It really does wear you down on the part. So you're managing the cars the whole time. So that's a little bit more of the reason. You got to bring a pro mod race car to race in the pro mod. So I can't wait to be back there.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the number 1 spot, and we'll see you at Legends.
We're coming to Crandon. It's going to be a blast. That's too much fun.
Yeah, Crandon is fun. Well, good luck there, and congratulations on your number 1 spot.
Thanks so much. Thank you, everybody.
All right, let's give it up for Jacob Versey, Greg Torney, and Mark Welch. Back to you, Miles.
Thank you, Pam, and what a great race we just wrapped up, the 4900 Can-Am UTV race. But speaking about UTVs, look what's next, the 170 youth race. We have Hunter Biddle out of Longmont, Colorado with Trail Rig Racing. We have Nora Prendergast out of Evergreen, Colorado with Fire River Racing. We have Tanner Thompson out of Stroud, Oklahoma, a Mid-America brand ambassador. So we have 3 cars out there. They're running a half a mile lap, and they're running for 15 minutes. And Tanner Thompson with the early lead. And then it looks like Hunter Biddle, and then Nora Prendergast. Tanner Thompson is in the 170 modified class. Hunter Biddle and Nora Prendergast are in the 170 limited class. So it's great to see the future of our sport out there on this track. Racing in Sturgis. It's just an absolutely awesome thing to see the youth of our sport out there having so much fun. Tanner Thompson drove all the way from Oklahoma, and then Hunter Biddle and Nora Prendergast are here with their fathers racing, so I just love to see the whole family fair out here. We saw Tom take a pretty good tumble earlier. He came up and chatted and said, hey, I asked him everything ours. I said, yeah, the front links got tore up on it, but the boys are back at the camp working on it, so I can go watch my kid race the 170. So love to see that. Hopefully he can get his car back and race in a main event later on this evening, but it is Tanner Thompson out front, Hunter Biddle, and then Nora Prendergast out on course. Like I said, they're going to be racing for about 15 minutes. So about 150, the white flag will come out, and then give them the checkered. It's been a great day of racing for the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex just outside of Sturgis, South Dakota. And our next race will be at 2:15 p.m. for the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class. So we'll hopefully have about a half-hour lunch break, do a little track maintenance, and be right back into some racing action. It's a close race between Prendergast and Biddle. Pam, you gave away those Laser Nut trophies. Now you got a little bit of time to hop back into the Nitto studio with me and watch the young guns of our sport.
Yes, and how many? They're doing a 15-minute race, is that correct?
Yep.
Awesome.
It is a half-mile lap. The main course is a 2-mile lap, so we definitely cut it down quite a bit. But for safety reasons, we want to keep them all within visual and keep them off some of the steep side hills out back. But they're still out there having a lot of fun.
It's good, too. Parents like to keep a close eye on their kids as well.
Absolutely. And while we're watching these young guns, make sure you run over to the Dusty Goggles watering hole. They are on site with cold drinks for kids and adults. And here in just a little bit, I'll be heading over to the Black Hills Food and Fire and grabbing some lunch. They'll be serving dinner as well. They've been out here yesterday and today, and they've got some amazing food. And then right next there to the Dusty Goggles watering holes has some cold drinks.
And what a beautiful day. And that on screen is Mid-America Ambassador Tanner Thompson. Oh, we got a pass going on.
Oh, look at that. Gets around Biddle. And the parents get super excited for seeing that. I love seeing the stands still pretty full out there watching the young kids. It's great to see what they're doing for our sport. When Polaris first came out with that 170, I was super excited to see what that was going to do. And it looks like Biddle's going to try to get a little run on Prendergast. Tanner Thompson in his own class starting to run away with this race a little bit. He's in that modified.
Oh, yes, because he is the only modified car here, and then Nora and Hunter in the limited. How fun they get to do that Recaro drop.
It's awesome.
Or step down. What are you calling it? The step down? Recaro
call
step?
it both.
Super cool. I love these little 170s. I always call them the tiny tots and the future of the sport. You know, a lot of them, their parents will end up being racers, and then they follow in the footsteps of those.
And our physical race leader, Tanner Thompson, number 21 out of Stroud, Oklahoma. He is a Mid-America brand ambassador. He's running a Polaris, Mass FX, ACM, Aspen Car Wash, Austin Corey State Farm, Cruise Armor, Gates Belts, NGK, and Mid-America Outdoors. In second place is Nora Prendergast, number 413 out of Evergreen, Colorado with Fire River Racing, running a Polaris. And it looks like we got a pretty good battle going on, but Hunter Biddle, number 7, out of Longmont, Colorado, with Trail Rig Racing.
Well, Tanner Thompson is actually just did a lap on him.
Biddle is in a Polaris with Wanda, Boss, and Walker. But, yeah, Tanner Thompson running strong out there.
Yes,
definitely has a little bit more horsepower, you can tell, since he's in that
different
modified class. We had a fun little chat with him. He's a yes, sir, yes, ma'am kind of guy.
And we got a race going up a battle going up the hill there.
Looks like Biddle's trying to get around Prendergast. Great shot of the wrap of the Mid-America Outdoor brand ambassador, Tanner Thompson. Racing during the Ultra 4 race here in Sturgis, South Dakota for the Progressive Black Hills Throwdown.
And it looks like Biddle got around Prendergast. Super cute to see these kids out here racing at Sturgis. What kids can say, hey, I went and raced Sturgis?
Yeah, no doubt. It's awesome. It's been a great day, and we just want to give a huge shout-out to Progressive, 4-Wheel Parts, King of the Hammers, Optima Batteries, Monster Energy, Bronco, Ford, Can-Am, King Shocks, Nitto, VP Racing Fuels, Griffin Race Radiators, LaserNut, Holly EFI, Spider Tracks, Amsoil, Method Race Wheels, Recaro Seats, Axial RC Cars, Baja Jerky, PCI Race Radios, Action Sports Canopy, Warn, Factor 55, HCR, Daystar, Tread Lightly, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, Rigid, MBRP, Off the Grid Clothing, and ARB are the official sponsors of Ultra 4 Racing. And some of our Mid-America sponsors are the Off-Road Syndicate, Ultimax Belts, 360 Wraps, and Mid-America Outdoors. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these wonderful partners, we would not be racing here today in Sturgis, South Dakota.
And what a place to race. It's been up and down with the weather. It's a beautiful day today. Bike Week, Sturgis, Deadwood, Mount Rushmore. So much stuff to do around here. I love it. It's so much fun. And
Yeah,
great
Crazy
place
Horse,
to come.
Custer's,
Yes.
Black Hills National Park. There's so much to do. It's a beautiful drive everywhere you go down here, or up here, I guess you'd say.
Yes.
So, again, we still have a lot of racing yet to come. So, if you're anywhere in the Sturgis area, come on out. If you have a Buffalo Chip band, you get in for free. If you don't, it's only $10 adult. 10 and under are free. And it's a great show as we're watching. We just saw Tanner Thompson. Now we're to Hunter Biddle.
And it looks like Tanner Thompson has 6 laps in right now, and Hunter Biddle and Nora, they have 5 laps in. So that goes to show that the little bit more speed that Tanner has being in that modified class.
And we are in Sturgis, South Dakota. It's the home of one of the largest motorcycle rallies in the world, and we are here for the 82nd annual rally. We are located in western South Dakota, close to Montana and Wyoming. Elevation is roughly 3,400 feet. Population is right around 7,000 people on a normal week. Normally, but this week there's over 500,000 people expected to come to Bike Week.
That's a lot of people in this area for being such a small town.
It's absolutely amazing, and it spreads out pretty good.
It does.
It goes out to Deadwood.
What amazes me is like you'll be driving through and you'll see on the side it just looks like somebody's open pasture, and they have made a campground for it.
Campers and tents and all that stuff. It's absolutely amazing. And we are here at the Buffalo Chip Power Sports Complex, directly across from Buffalo Chip proper. I mean, it's an amazing facility, over 600 acres, has a full-service campsite, awesome concert series, bars, shower houses, laundry, general store, on-site gas station, bikini beach, zip line, and much, much more.
It looks like the kids are all 3 together once again out on race course.
So Tanner Thompson has a little bit of lap traffic. And Tanner Thompson gets around once again, just showing out his horsepower, but out there having fun. This is a half-mile race. They've got about 7 more minutes yet to go before the white flag will fly, and we'll get that checkered flag.
I mean, and we know that is super steep, so they're going up that super steep hill and down the Recaro Ridge.
This is our third and final race for the Ultra 4 Western Series. Up next for Ultra 4 will be Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House over Labor Day weekend. And then we'll all end up at Mid-America Outdoors for Legends of the Fall for the Ultra 4 Nationals, the National Rock Racing Association finals, and the Mid-America's Side-by-Side Championships short course finals. So that'll be an event you do not want to miss. We'll be racing at Mid-America Outdoors and down at the South Grand Lake area at the infamous Disney rock crawling section.
And that is an awesome place. I've only been down there when BMR hit, but I can't wait that, for us to be down there racing. It's going to be so much fun. Is everything just in the bag? Everything's just in the bag.
What a great showing for the 170 class. It's great to see these young guys and gals out there enjoying their time. They get to come to the races with their parents, but they get go out there on the course and have some fun. They've been jumping in the bounce house off and on all week, but now they're out here racing.
Miles, were you so cold that you asked for the sun to come out?
Yeah, I'm glad it came out. It was a little bit brisk this morning, but the sun has came out. They said it was only going to be a high of 75, but I think it's a little bit warmer than that. We do have a nice little breeze. The track crew has done an amazing job all weekend long getting it watered. It's been dusty, but they've been watering as much as they can.
Yeah, we definitely have had a little bit of weather changes today, but I'm not complaining at all. I'm just glad it's not 100. That's the only thing I'm complaining on, or would complain about. Great day out here. Still have a lot of motorcycles coming in and coming out. And on screen there, that is Hunter Biddle running in the number 1 position in the 170 limited class. We got Tanner Thompson coming down that Recaro drop. How fun the kids. That's what
Hunter
I like
Biddle's
about
bouncing off the rev limiter heading down that front stretch.
That's what's really cool about the kids. They get to race on part of the course that our big cars race on. They cut it in for, to cut out the really rough sections like our Bronco boulders and stuff. So then they have to shorten the course up. But they still get to go back through, and they go up all of these steep hills and down the Recaro drop.
And they just hit the Yukon launch, rolled over there. There's the progressive start-finish as we speak. And J.T. Taylor, our race director, has his blue Commander out there kind of cutting off the course where the main course goes because they kind of cut the back section out.
Closing the course off.
And there goes Hunter Biddle. So it's been a great race between Hunter Biddle and Nora Prendergast, but Tanner Thompson, that modified cart, is really running strong. So we should be seeing the white flag come out here very soon.
Yes, because we do only have 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. But Tanner Thompson could get 2 more laps in within that time frame because he's running a 59-minute lap.
Wow, okay. I should have been paying attention. I didn't realize they were on our timing. That's pretty cool. So they have the transponders on?
Yes, they do. And he's ran 12 laps so far. So he's ran 12 laps.
So the white flag is out for Tanner Thompson and the rest of the crew.
So Tanner Thompson just completed lap number 13, and Hunter Biddle and Nora Prendergast will be doing a lap 11 here momentarily.
And then don't forget, at 2:15 we'll kick off the 4600 Spider Tracks main event coming up next. After we wind up the Youth 170, it's been so much fun to watch as they're dropping down the Recaro step down. Looks like Tanner Thompson wants one more pass against Hunter Biddle before he comes through the progressive start-finish line.
That's a great way to learn how to drive, passing, and having dad or mom in the ears talking the whole time. That's such a great learning way for them.
And then we'll be pretty close back-to-back racing the rest of the afternoon as Tanner Thompson does get one more pass as he's up and across the Yukon launch, hitting the progressive start-finish line.
And just got that white flag, so they are on their last lap here.
So checkered flag will come out for the rest of the field. Looks like Tanner Thompson still way out front. Then it's Hunter Biddle and then Nora Prendergast. Tanner Thompson all over the throttle. You can hear it just spitting and sputtering all over that rev limiter. Same with Hunter Biddle coming down that long race section.
And Tanner Thompson will be heading back home. They actually live in Oklahoma, and they'll be preparing for our next round for the side-by-side championship series at Mid-America Outdoors.
And that's when I'm going to be in Crandon. You're going to stay back and go to Mid-America Outdoors.
I'll be there. It worked out perfectly fine, though. But, yeah it's definitely going to be different not being at Crandon this year, but I'll still be at the Mid-America Outdoors. And there, Tanner Thompson just got the checkered flag.
So across the Progressive finish line, Tanner Thompson won.
He did 15 laps, and then Hunter Biddle got first place in the 170 limited class, and Nora Prendergast second place in the 170 limited.
That was a great little showing by the young Tykes. They had a lot of fun out there. Great to see them enjoying themselves. So what a great, great showing by the Youth 170s. They just ran a half a mile lap, 15 minutes, had a great time doing it. And we'll kind of reset everything. I think we're going to try to give away some of those trophies here shortly. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house. And if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate in off-road performance.
Monster me.
Rocks, sand, heat,
life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problem with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And into State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. G-Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
All right, I am here with our little tiny tots in the 170 class. We had a 170 limited and then a modified class. I'm here with Nora Prendergast. Did I say it right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You got second place in your race today. You were doing awesome out there. Did you have fun?
Yes.
Yes. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
My dad and my mom and my dad's crew chief, Seth.
So who was your spotter yesterday during practice?
Seth.
And who was your crew chief yesterday? Who was the little one right here with the blonde hair?
That's Danny.
Danny. I saw her being crew chief yesterday. Was she being your crew chief?
No, Seth was, but she had headphones on and was helping me a little bit.
Awesome. Did you have fun out there? You race normally too. This isn't your first race, correct?
Yes.
And where do you normally race at? Let's tell the world where you normally race.
I don't know.
Montana, Crandon, York.
Montana, Crandon, and York.
Awesome. Are you ready to get back in your car again and do another few more laps out there?
Yes.
If they would let you, if Mr. Taylor had time, I'm sure he would for sure. Who do you have to thank else? Is that all you have to thank for getting you up here today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Tell me in one word what you thought about the race course.
Fun.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Nora, on that number 2 position. We go right over here to Mr. Hunter Biddle. You got number 1. You got first place today. Did you have fun?
Yes, I did.
What was your favorite part about the race course?
Probably when you go down the hill. That's my favorite part.
After you go up that steep one and you turn right and you go down the hill?
Yes.
That's what we are calling our Recaro drop. It's a lot of fun, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Did you get some air on the jump?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
My mom and dad.
Your mom and dad, did you have fun in your race car?
Yes.
You ready to do it again?
Yes.
Man of few words right here. Awesome job out there today. High five. Good job. That number 1 position, Hunter Biddle. Now we're going to go over to the 170 modified class. We have Mr. Tanner Thompson, who is a Mid-America ambassador. He races at the short course series there. Tanner, did you have fun?
Tons.
Tons. You did 15 laps out there today. Did it feel like 15 laps?
No.
And at Mid-America for Visions, didn't you do the little switchback section as well?
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Because you had these big old drop downs right here. What do you think about this drop down compared to the switchback area?
It's much funner.
Much funner. Oh, wow. Well, now you had a lot of fun out there today. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here on the podium?
God, my mom and dad, NGK. That's it. Mid-America.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Tanner Thompson in the number 21 for the UTV 170 modified class in that number 1 position. Let's give it up for these kiddos today. And back to you, Miles.
Well, thank you, Pam. I love watching the youth 170s out there. Those young guys and gals are so much fun to watch. That is the future of our. Next will be the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class main event. So we're going to go completely offline, regroup, reset. So if it goes down on Facebook and whatever, just be patient with us. We'll be right back, but we will have racing the rest of the afternoon. So try not to miss a thing. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex just outside of Sturgis, South Dakota. We are about to kick off the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class. We'll be doing 6 laps. Then at 3 p.m. we'll do the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified Class, 7 laps. At 3:45 we'll do the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends Class, 7 laps. And then we're going to skip the LCQ straight to the main event. At 5 p.m. we'll do the 4400 Unlimited main event. That'll be a 10-lap race, so lots of racing yet to come. So we are going to be back-to-back racing, so don't go anywhere. You have a few more minutes to go get your snacks, your drinks, go to the Dusty Goggles watering hole, go over the Black Hills Food and Fire truck, and we are about to get this party started, Pam.
Yes, it's been an exciting day. The kids just got done racing. It's always fun to watch the little tiny tots,
absolutely.
the future of our sport race. I have a big heart for the kiddos. I'm sure we all do, and it's so fun to watch them. And Tanner Thompson, he did 15 laps out there on the half-mile course that they had out there today.
And if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are about to kick off the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class. And let's run through the line here. We have Vaughn Gittin Jr. next to Bailey Cole out front.
All right, and then we'll have Brad Level right next to Albert Contreras.
In row number 3, we'll have Kendall Glines and John Williams.
And then row number 4, it's going to be John Snell and Jacob Seeger.
And then it'll be Tom Biddle next to Alex Fleming.
And then in the last row, it's going to be Tyler Sims in the 4680.
So it's going to be a great showing out there. Vaughn Gittin Jr., we saw him have a little bit of hiccup in his 4400 car, but he is on the pole out of Concord, North Carolina, right next to Bailey Cole. It's going to be a great, great race.
And
can't wait to see it.
On screen, you can see them right now. They are rolling towards the start-finish line.
And it is a stampede of Broncos out front. And if it could be Vaughn Gittin Jr., Bailey Cole, or Brad Level, they will take home $2,000 of contingency money from Ford Performance. Because if you're running a Ford body or clip and Ford Performance horsepower, there's $1,000 per, so that's $2,000 for those two. So they're going to roll the Yukon launch and get ready to hit the Progressive start-finish. This is a 6-lap race for the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class, and we are underway. Who's going to get the whole shot? Is it going to be Vaughn Gittin Jr. or Bailey Cole? And it looks like Brad Level's trying to get in there and sneak in, and he's going to be on the inside. And look at the non-rhythm section. The Broncos are out front, 1, 2, 3, but it does look like it's going to be Vaughn Gittin Jr. out front as they're getting ready to hit the Bronco boulders.
And Bailey Campbell in the number 2 position right now, so with the Broncos 1, 2, and 3.
Brad Level's trying to do a little bit of drafting action there, but he's right behind them. So it goes Vaughn Gittin, Bailey Cole, Brad Level, Albert Contreras, Kendall Glines, John Williams, John Snell, Jacob Seeger, Tom Biddle, Alex Flemings, and Tyler Simons. And it looks like we may have a rollover already in corner number 2. We'll try to get a camera. Is that John Williams is my first guess?
It's a Jeep, I think, it looks like it was a Jeep with red and gray.
So if that is correct, I believe that is John Williams. 4623, John Williams, co-driver and driver are okay. They did take a tumble in turn number 2, but co-driver of John Williams are okay. But Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Eric Davis out front being followed closely by Mr. Bailey Cole. And look, we were able to get a little bit of water back in there, so it's not as bad as it has been, but it will dry up. I'm glad to see our track maintenance crew doing such an amazing job. Gus and the entire Mid-America Ultra 4 crew has been doing a great job all weekend long. And the Dusty Goggles safety crew has done a great job working next to him.
And you can see Bailey Cole is not letting Vaughn get too far out of his sights because he wants to get past him, of course, to get that clean dirt.
Oh, Bailey stuck a nose in, but
just
Vaughn
didn't quite
closed
stick.
The door.
Exactly. It did not stick for sure.
This is a 2-mile short course. They're doing 6 laps. That's 12 miles of some of the nastiest short course we can throw at you here at the Buffalo Chips Power Sport Complex. Ooh, Bailey Cole sticks a nose in once again.
He is hot on Vaughn.
Vaughn's dropping the Recaro step down. So it's a battle between Vaughn Gittin and Bailey Cole early. How far back is Brad Level? Not too back. I think he's probably just kind of pacing it because if Vaughn Gittin and Bailey run that pace the entire time, I'm sure somebody's going to have an issue.
Right? I mean, because you know that they're pushing each other right now, or they have their spotters in their ears telling them that they have each other right close to each other. And Bailey, it looks like he's going to get around Vaughn Gittin Jr., but Vaughn has that inside line.
So he
tried. Does keep, little bit
Vaughn kind of pinched him on the outside a little bit.
This
is going to be a battle.
That's a tricky little turn right there, though, because it looks like you might be flat, but it's really silty, as you could kind of tell, but you're also leaning really heavily on the driver's side.
So one more turn to go, and it'll be the Yukon launch for both of them, and then they'll cross the progressive start-finish, and it is going to be side by side, and Bailey Cole sending it, trying to get around Vaughn Gittin Jr. This is a great race. And, again, this is kind of the non-rhythm sections. They're not whoops. They're not rollers. It's just kind of a goofy little spot. But Vaughn goes wide.
Yes, he did.
Bailey sneaks in. Is he going to be – but he's got the inside line.
He had to check up is what he had to do.
Bunny hop the Bronco boulders. Vaughn Gittin Jr. has his hands full with Bailey Cole. Bailey Cole goes to the inside once again. It looks like he's got the run. They may have touched tires just a little bit, but Bailey Cole finally gets around Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Eric Davis. So I know the spotters are in the stands super excited. This is a great race out front. So it goes 1, Bailey Cole, 2, Vaughn Gittin Jr., then Brad Level, Albert Contreras, Kendall Glines, Alex Fleming.
And then Jacob Seeger is behind Alex Fleming.
And we saw John Williams have an issue. And I know John Snell was fighting some stuff, Tom Biddle. So it looks like John Snell, Tom Biddle, or Tyler Simmons did not. Well, they're still running, sorry.
I can hear someone on the horn, or they were just playing around going through the start-finish line.
And I do see John Williams back and moving, so I do apologize about that. So we still have everybody still out on course. Except for Tyler Simons. I don't think he took out.
And John Williams, not sure if they got him righted, and he kept going, though.
I just physically saw him. Yep.
Okay, good.
So what a great day of racing. And look at Vaughn Gittin Jr. not letting Bailey Cole out of his sights. This is going to be a super interesting race. These two Ford Broncos up front are going to be pushing hard.
Oh, I just hear some stuff going. Oh, that looks like it's Vaughn
Gittin
just took
Jr.
a tumble.
takes a tumble at the Recaro step down.
That is actually the turn before the Recaro.
You are correct.
So he took a little bit of a tumble.
So I'm not sure what happened. I personally missed it, but there's a big tire. So we may have a little bit of replay. Nope, no replay, sorry. But you were able to see that big tire, so if he cut that corner just a little short, he may have clipped that tire. So tough break for Vaughn Gittin. But the Dusty Goggles promotion guys are up there. The safety crew will get him righted, but Bailey Cole's got a little bit of breathing room right now. But don't breathe too easy, because guess who's right behind him?
Mr.
Brad Level, who just got inducted to the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame, and he just got nominated. They'll get inducted when SEMA happens. So that's in October, I believe.
Yes, it is Halloween weekend.
When we're going to be at Mid-America Outdoors.
For our Legends of the Fall.
It's going to be a great event.
And on screen there is Mr. Bailey Cole.
But just
you can see off course right there is
that may be John Snell. Okay, so he did start but broke early. He's had a lot of issues this week. Hate to see that for Mr. John Snell. He stayed up all night long switching the front and the rear diffs to get it going, but hey, that's part of racing. So Bailey Cole, what kind of lap time do we have out of him?
Bailey Cole is a 3:07.262. Vaughn Gittin Jr.'s first lap was a 3:09.147. So we'll see what Brad Level is throwing down here in just a moment.
So I do see Vaughn Gittin on all 4 tires. It does look like everybody's okay. We'll see if he can get that car going, but he's already a half a lap down. So you can see they got it started, but he's got some issues in there, so hopefully we can get that squared away quickly. There's Jacob Seeger.
All right, and Albert Contreras, he'll be coming by here in any moment right now. So he's actually running in the 3rd position right now. So Mr. Albert Contreras going across the progressive start-finish line right now.
Did you say Albert is sitting in that 3rd spot?
He is in 3rd position.
Absolutely. So right now, physically out on course, number 13, Bailey Cole, number 4621, Brad Level, and then the 4605 of Albert Contreras.
And Kendall Glines in the 46.89 is running in that 4th position.
So it looks like they did get Vaughn getting pulled off, but he had a little bit of smoke under the hood. You can see some damage up front. Hate to see that for him. He had some bad luck earlier in the 44 car. Now he's having some bad luck in the 46. We'll see if he comes back out.
See.
I'm sure he's got a great crew with the Fun Haver off-road team, so we'll hope for the best for Vaughn Gittin Jr. He is a fierce competitor out on course.
Yes, they will do whatever they can to get him back out on course as long as they have the stuff to fix it for sure.
There's our AMSOIL driver, Brad Lovell. Back to Bailey Cole. What a great race we have for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. We need to give a huge shout out to Ford, Bronco, Can-Am, Monster, Progressive, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Holley, Griffin Race Radiators, King of the Hammers, Nitto, King Shocks, VP Racing Fuels, Laser Nut, Holley, AMSOIL, Method Race Wheels, Axial RC, PCI Race Radios, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon Gear and Axle, HCR, Daystar, Warn, Factor 55, Action Sports Canopy, Tread Lightly, Brannick Motorsports, Rigid, and ARB. Those are the official marketing partners of Ultra 4 Racing. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chip Power Sports Complex.
All right, and on screen is the 46.28 of Alex Fleming. Back now, we are with Brad Lovell on course. Bailey Cole is out front. Brad Lovell second on course.
And there is John Williams, who took a tumble early on. Great to see him still moving strong. That just goes to show you how well these cars are actually built. There's Alex Fleming with Sherpa Motorsports.
And Jacob Seeger just now was at the bottom of the screen. You can see how much he has to slow down right there for that turn. That is that left-hand turn where we just saw Vaughn roll.
I was talking to Alex Fleming earlier today, and he said the first race during their prelim, they said they took off the line and their windscreen got completely mudded out. So he's like, couldn't see a thing, flipped it up, now it's dust. So he's like, so now I've got some tear-offs that I never thought I'd see tear-offs when it's this dusty out here. But like I said, the Mid-American Ultra 4 crew has done a great job doing as much watering of the track as possible.
And on screen is Bailey Cole. He just came through, and his lap time was a 3:07.648. He's running a consistent 3:07 right now. Brad Lovell just came through with the 3:12, so he actually picked up some time on his last lap.
And he is about 20 seconds behind Bailey Cole.
Yes, and he's running in that second position right now.
Great shot of Bailey Cole as we speak. That number 13. You have Sean Shoemaker up in the spotter stand telling them, hey, take a breath, take it easy, but stay smooth and consistent.
Smooth and consistent is definitely a good factor, a good key for these racers.
John Williams back on screen. We have a lot more Harleys rolling through, enjoying the festivities. If you're a Buffalo Chips Power Sports, you get in for free. Got a whole crew rolling in, and they get a front row seat with their motorcycles.
Beautiful bikes rolling in here right now. So if you are at Buffalo Chip and you have a camping pass on your wrist, you get in free over here at the Power Sports to watch the races for free.
And if you don't, it's only $10 an adult, and 10 and under is free.
And on screen is Bailey Cole right there, coming around to finish up the lap 4. We are doing 6 laps, so they are halfway through right now, the race. Actually, it's finishing lap 3.
So almost halfway.
Almost halfway.
There's Tom Biddle on screen in that old Toyota. Just saw his son Hunter Biddle racing. There's Jacob Seeger hitting the Progressive start-finish line. Back to John Williams.
And it looks like Bailey Cole, number 1 position. Brad Lovell in 2nd position. Albert Contreras in 3rd. Kendall Glines in 4th. Alex Fleming 5th. Jacob Seeger in that 6th position.
Tom Biddle, John Williams, Vaughn Gittin Jr., we saw him out. John Snell is out, so tough break for them. So we still have our top 8 out on course.
That's a
and
great
look at
race
Glines
going on.
And Contreras battling it out. Couple Jeeps. Albert Contreras brought his entire family all the way from Compton, California, and made a complete family vacation out of it. Alex Fleming coming into skiing with Sherpa Motorsports.
And they're coming down that drop area right there. We'll be making that tight 90 left-hand turn. That's just super weird turn right there. That's where people have been having issues all day long.
So Bailey Cole still pushing strong as he hits the Yukon launch. Speaking about Yukon,
yeah,
Bailey
exactly.
Cole works for Yukon Gear and Axle now, and it's he's been racing with us for quite a while, but stepped up in a huge way. Finished college, graduated, and went for work for one of our marketing partners. So it's great to see the support that the sport gives back. Here's Albert Contreras. It looks like Kendall Glines may have gotten around him. Yes, it is. So Kendall Glines does get the pass on Albert Contreras.
And they have been battling it out for at least the last 2 laps that we have seen on screen.
And Kendall Glines and Albert Contreras both have their sons riding shotgun with them. It's great to see the whole family out here enjoying themselves with Ultra 4 racing.
And Alex Fleming on screen. I love that Toyota.
Oh, yeah.
Super cool.
The little Toyota that could. He's, I believe, the only competitor out there with a V8 in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. There's Bailey Cole, our physical race leader, chasing down some lap traffic. That is Mr. Tom Biddle. Still running strong, but Bailey Cole's coming with the heat.
So Bailey Cole and Brad Lovell are the only 2 that have completed their 4th lap. And Brad Lovell is 24 seconds behind Bailey Cole on time. Making a pass right there on Tom Biddle.
Well, trying to make a pass.
That's the tight canyon, though.
I was going to say, it gets a little tight there, but yeah, he shows off the Ford Performance and gets around him. And if Bailey Cole can win this, he'll get $2,000 of contingency money from Ford Performance. I can hear Bailey Cole in the background. He can bounce the limiter just a little bit and grabs a gear and keeps on trucking. This is right where Vaughn Gittin, and he must have hit that tire because it was way up by that flag. So Vaughn Gittin Jr. must have just barely clipped that tire.
Well, they were going at it, trying to pass each other, and then if you get in a little bit of dust, which is what was happening because Bailey had already passed Vaughn by this time, he could have been in dust and just clipped that tire. It doesn't take much to clip one of those big old tractor tires and flip you right over.
Absolutely. So the Believe Cam FPV drone chasing down Bailey Cole as he hits the Recaro step down. Yeah, it's an absolutely amazing job what the Rock Racing TV production crew can do with these FPV drones. I mean, it's came such a long way in such a short time, and it's just great to see what they do. Just side by side with them. Look at that. Absolutely amazing.
It's almost like a video game.
Yeah, our Believe Cam pilots are some of the best in the game. I will promise you that.
Look at the clouds in the sky, Miles.
Yeah, it got a little bit sunny earlier, but yeah, now the sun's kind of going away. The wind's actually picked up just a little bit, but hey, the wind is a racer's friend, especially on a dusty day like today.
And I believe that's Kendall Glines, correct, with Albert Contreras behind him?
Absolutely. This is the 4600 Spider Tracks stock class main event. What lap are we on there, Pam?
We are on.
Looks like
just
one
went
lap
through
to
5,
go, right?
So yes, we should be getting that white flag. Miss Erin, I'm not sure if Erin is still up there.
Yes, she is, and the white flag is out for Bailey Cole. So the white flag will be flying for the rest of the field, no matter what lap they are. And this is a Grand Prix finish as Bailey Cole hits the Bronco boulders. So it's looking good for Bailey Cole. How far back is Brad Lovell?
Brad Lovell,
so
we'll see in just a second because he's getting ready to cross the progressive start-finish. He is 28 seconds behind Bailey Cole.
So that's going to be tough to make up on this last lap. This is Bailey Cole's race to lose.
Yep, it
But
definitely.
remember, to finish first you must finish.
I mean, it just takes Bailey one slip-up of a spin-out or anything, so just like you just said. it's his
But
race to
he'll
lose.
stay calm and consistent. I have a good feeling that Sean's up in the spotter stand saying, hey, this is your race. There's a 28-second split. Just take your time, deep breaths, stay smooth, stay consistent, hit your marks. Let's do this. There's Mr. John Williams, who rolled over on the first lap. Glad to see him still pushing strong. So he definitely is a lap down, but still racing out here in Sturgis, South Dakota for the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown. And if you're here on site, make sure you go check out the Dusty Goggles watering hole. They've got cold drinks for kids and adults, and right next to them is the Black Hills Food and Fire. They're serving lunch and dinner. It's been some great barbecue all weekend long.
Lunch and dinner, and they're catering our driver's appreciation meal tonight. which everybody looks forward to because everyone
absolutely.
gets to stand around and talk about their day, have fun.
They get to
congregate
show
with
off
each other.
some bragging rights
Exactly.
and tell some fishing story lies.
Right?
You know how that goes.
Right.
So Bailey Cole about halfway through this 2-mile lap. Got some motorcycles coming in and out all afternoon.
Playing their music.
So there's that tire that got clipped earlier.
Bailey, no, that's Brad Lovell on screen. He is just, he's aware of where he's sitting at, but he's going to do whatever he can to try to make up a little bit of time.
Bailey Cole up and across the rigid ridge as we speak. We'll see him come through here in about 20 to 30 seconds, and he will be grabbing the checkered flag at the Progressive start-finish line. So it's been a great day of racing. We've had our 4,900 Can-Am UTV main event, and we are about to wrap up the 4,600 Spider Track stock class. Just 1 or 2 more turns to go, and we will hopefully pick up Bailey Cole and chase him to the Progressive start-finish line.
And Bailey Cole should be coming through any minute.
Bailey Cole hits the Yukon launch, and the checkered flag is out, and Bailey Cole wins the 4,600 Spider Track stock class and does it with style, getting a little hang time. And remember, everything is unofficial from the Nitto studio until we dot our I's and cross our T's.
And you can see on screen right there how rutted up that corner is getting. Albert Contreras was really on the gas just now. You could just see the dust, the silty dust kicking up. So Brad Lovell will come in, and he'll be unofficially in that second position.
So Brad Lovell grabbing the checker flag. Unofficial second place goes to AMSOIL athlete Brad Lovell. Just proving why he deserves to be in the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame. So a great showing for the Ford Performance Broncos, first and second place. But who's going to get third? It's kind of a battle between Kendall Glines and Albert Contreras.
Hey,
But
Miles,
it looks
please,
like Kendall Glines is out front.
please refresh me. Jacob Seeger, that's a Land Rover or a Land
Correct.
Cruiser?
Yep. What is that?
It's big like an old Land
It is a
Cruiser.
Land Rover.
Land Rover,
Yep.
okay. Such a cool vehicle out there.
So our final third and fourth are up and across the rigid ridge, bypassing the AMSOIL hot pits.
Oh, and he took that's that corner that we all keep talking about, that 90 left going up into the hairpin right-hand turn. So we have right now Bailey Cole in the number 13 in number 1 position. Brad Lovell in the 46.21 in second.
And coming through the Yukon launch momentarily is Mr. Kendall Glines with his son riding shotgun with him. The checkered flag is out, and the Progressive start-finish line. Kendall Glines locks down third position unofficially.
And I did just see Mr. John Williams in the 46.23 go down our track exit road. So he is off the course. So it looks like Albert Contreras, if it all sticks, how we were running, he should be coming in that 4th position. Or Albert Contreras did come in that 4th position. Alex Fleming should be coming in that 5th position. And actually, we can see Alex Fleming is actually getting towed off the race course right now.
So we will be getting those Laser Nut trophies. Thank you to Cody Wagner and company. We'll be giving those away here very shortly. So, again, a huge shout-out to Cody Wagner and Laser Nut for providing our trophies for the last few years. They're absolutely works of art. And don't forget, if you ever – oh, look at the –
what is that?
That's a wheel with an axle still attached.
Oh,
that may be from Fleming.
That
I'm
must
not
be
sure.
Fleming because he just got towed off right there.
But, yeah, the axle still had the wheel and tire attached. They push it off track. Tough break for Alex Fleming's. And it is on fire. There's some heat built up in there. But to finish my thought, you can order a replica trophy from Laser Nut, and you can give it to one of your sponsors, one of your family members, or one of your team members as Jacob Seeger crosses the Progressive start-finish. So we are about 22 minutes away from kicking off the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. I see A.J. Stratman, that is Justin Hall's crew chief, heading towards the spotter stand, getting everything ready. So what a great day of racing, and we're not done yet, but it looks like we're about to wrap up the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So I'm going to kick Pam out of the Nitto studio and go make her give out some of those laser nut trophies. So while we get everything rounded up, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
I am Monster Mate.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate off-road performance.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
All right, we are up here for the Progressive Black Hills Throwdown 4600 Spider Track stock class, and we are here with the third place, Brexton Glines. I thought it was Kendall, but you're in the seat. How was your race?
It was crazy. My first time on the short course, and it was a blast.
Yeah, it was fun. Go ahead and continue to tell us.
Yeah, we're happy to be here. It was such a great event. Had just a blast all weekend. I'd like to thank our sponsors, MRT, Nemesis, Lone Peak Collision, Impulse Off-Road, TerraFlex suspensions. Their new wheels are awesome. I do believe they were awesome. Check those out if you haven't seen them. And RST brands.
I should have gave you the mic. You're over here feeding the information. No, that's awesome. What was your favorite part about the race course?
Beating a Bronco.
Right?
Take himself out, but we don't care. We don't care how we beat the Bronco. We did it today. First one.
Awesome. A lot of people happy about that one, it sounds like. Well, congratulations on that. Do you have anybody else to thank? Who would you like to thank for being up here?
So I want to thank my little brother first. He started co-driving this year, and he did awesome today. He got me through the course. I probably would have made a lot more mistakes if it wasn't for him. My dad, my mom, they get us here and whatnot. Our whole team, we've tried hard this year. You know, it's been a lot of work for our little team. Each and every one of them spend a lot of time working and, you know, out on the races and whatnot. I got to thank all of them.
Well, awesome. Congratulations on the number 3 spot up here, Braxton Glines.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move right on over here to our number 2. No stranger to any podiums up here in a Bronco. Mr. Brad Lovell, you're up here in this number 2 spot. How do you feel about the race today?
Well, it sure was a wild one. You know, these Broncos are definitely bringing the heat with Bailey and Vaughn driving, and we saw them working hard on each other up there in front, and they had a great battle going on, and unfortunately, it looks like Vaughn got inside and clipped that tire, so I was doing great on that line, and then my son Brian here says, Dad, I think he clipped the tire, so then I started going way outside. He says, Dad, get in there. So it's a shame for Vaughn, but congrats to the Glines. You know, it's we've definitely brought some serious hardware to the class here, and just really happy to be here as a family. My son Brian was co-driving with me today. My wife Natalie was spotting, and my son Adam was in the hot pits. So, you know, we're just having fun with this, and had a great time racing the Bronco out today with AMSOIL.
Now, Miles and I were talking, we were wondering, because you were kind of like hanging back when Bailey and Vaughn were going neck and neck. Were you just kind of chilling back there for a little bit just to see what might happen?
Well, it's not my first short course race, but I was just telling JT used to spot for me in Torque out here, and when I got up here to the podium, I said, you know what, JT, I have more seconds than I do firsts in short course. So honestly, you know, with the dust and the potholes out there, there's a lot of risk pushing hard, but you know, definitely congrats to Bailey for pedaling that Bronco to first.
And who else would you like to thank for getting you up here on the podium today?
Well, you know, I really want to thank my family first and foremost. Adam and Byam prepped the truck coming into the race here. And obviously AMSOIL is the core of our team. AMSOIL is also a sponsor of Sturgis Bike Week out here. So they're going to have a lot going on downtown. BF Goodrich Tires, Fox Shocks, Method Wheels. There are a lot of people behind the development of this Bronco, a lot of people putting work into it, and just so happy to be part of Bronco and part of Ultra 4.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that number 2 spot. We're going to go on over here to our number 1 spot, top of the podium, Bailey Cole. It's good to see you out here again. Congratulations. Give us a little rundown.
Oh, man, the first lap and a half, 2 laps, whatever it was, when me and Vaughn were battling, there was a little bit of Bronco on Bronco crime happening, and we were pushing so hard. I don't know if we could have done that the entire race, and we were ready to, but it's unfortunate what happened to Vaughn, but he was moving out there. So, you know, he would have been right up here with us, and, you know, these Broncos are quick, and they keep proving it. Just got to keep them under control.
Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
Oh, man, so many people. Sean especially. Not only is he prepping the car, but he hopped in the car this time and co-drove through the event, so kind of one-man show over here. Thank you. Obviously, friends, family, all the people that make it happen, and amazing partners, 4 Wheel Parts, Fox, Yukon, all the amazing people that make the Broncos what they are, and especially Ford Performance, getting us the cars. And, yeah, first race on Yokohama's, held up, no flat tires, and, yeah, still look good, all holding air.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for our 4600 Spider Track stock class, Bailey Cole, Brad Lovell, and Braxton Glines. Back to you, Miles.
Well, thank you, Pam, and congratulations to everybody in the 4600 Spider Track Stock class. We gave away some of those amazing laser nut trophies, and we are about to get geared up for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Why we have everything racked and stacked, get the course back and axle. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate in off-road performance.
I am Monster Mate.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate off-road performance.
Welcome back to the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex just outside of Sturgis, South Dakota. We are about to kick off the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. On the pole, we have Rick Levezzo side by side with Justin Hall. Row 2 is Ken Goodall with Dwayne Garrettson. Row number 3 is Joe Miker and Matthew Weiss. And row number 4 is Sean Rance and Daniel Netzling. Do I see Sean Rance? Yes, I do. He took that terrible tumble in the prelim earlier, tore up the front of the car a little bit, got a little shooken up, but apparently, obviously he did get checked out. He is okay, so we'll glad to see Sean Rance back out there. But like I said, on the pole is Rick Levezzo, drag racing, Justin Hall. Who's going to get the whole shot? Right now it is side-by-side, dead even race. But Rick Levezzo is on the inside. So they'll set up for the Bronco boulders. We'll see who can get there first, but it is Rick Levezzo that does get the whole shot. Pam, what a great start.
Yes, and Justin Hall right behind him, and then it looks like it's Kenneth Goodall. That's awesome to see Sean Rance back out on race course after that tumble he took earlier.
Rick Levezzo, Matt Weiss, Daniel Netzling, and that's Daniel right there going through the Bronco boulders. He took a tumble in his prelim as well, so great to see him. This is his first Ultra 4 race, but out front in that Bronco front clip and that Get Bent Fab is Mr. Rick Levezzo. So Bailey Cole does get $2,000 of Ford Performance for winning his race, and if Rick Levezzo wins, he'll get $1,000 because he is still running an LS-based engine, but he has that Ford clip on there. So $1,000 to Rick Levezzo if he can win this 7-lap main event for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
And Justin
Hall,
Hall.
Dwayne Garrettson. Go ahead.
Yep, I was going to say, I saw Justin Hall on there, and he's been running really good this weekend. He did really good at Visions.
And you ask, and they provide. Look at that. Justin Hall trying to chase down Rick Levezzo. It's so far a pretty tight race, and you can tell the dust is definitely an issue up there, but the
there
wind
is a breeze.
Is blowing.
Yes,
Absolutely.
There is a breeze. I mean, obviously, the breeze doesn't get down into the canyon area, so it's a little thicker, but it is awesome to see that there is a breeze out there on race course for these guys. And there's that 90 left-hand turn right there that Mr. Travis Zollinger was talking about. If you take that too tight inside, you could hit that like a wall, and then it'll flip you over.
And we have a big roll.
Oh,
that was Ken Goodall that landed on his wheels and kept on trucking. That's the same exact spot that Vaughn Gittin Jr. just had an issue at. So I think we can actually have a replay of this one since it was on screen. And here it is. So, we'll have to follow these guys down a little bit. So that's Rick Levezzo up front, then Justin Hall.
We can say he just pulled a Levi Shirley at Pikes Peak.
And Justin Hall is all over Rick Levezzo's tail on real course. All right, now we have it. So Ken Goodall.
Oh.
No, that's Rick Levezzo and
Justin Hall.
Justin Hall still.
He's right behind. He's chasing down Justin Hall's dust right there. And that's.
So, yeah, you can see it's super dusty. He gets a little bit wide, turns in, and he's going to clip that big tire. Well, there he does. Monster truck jumps it. Takes a little tumble, but like I said, as soon as he hits the ground, he hits the gas.
We saw that's the same area that Von Gittin had hit that tire as well, and they put it obviously back up in place where it was supposed to be.
And out front hitting the Yukon launch is Rick Levezzo, but right behind him is Justin Hall as they cross the Progressive start-finish line.
1 second apart.
Wow. So 1 second splits Rick Levezzo and Justin Hall. Then Ken Goodall and Dwayne Garrettson. Dwayne Garrettson, gets around Ken Goodall because he flopped over.
Because he did the little flop. Yes, exactly. But Justin Hall and Rick Levezzo are neck and neck going through the Bronco boulders into that turn 2.
And I do see Joe Miker pulled off screen. Hate to see that for him. Oh, and it looked like Ken Goodall's got a left rear flat tire.
Sean Rance came off that jump and got a little bit sideways
and
right there.
Took out another one of my flags. They've been getting beat up at this race.
They were a great backdrop.
But, hey, that's part of racing. And look at the tight race between Rick Levezzo and Justin Hall out on course. So John Rance is actually racing this race and only in 3-wheel drive. That's why he gets a little squirrely off of those jumps.
Okay.
Getting lots of chatter through the PCI race radio.
Looks like that was the axial flag they just picked up and put on the side of the race course. Well, Miles, are doing part of our job tomorrow, taking them down.
Now we got to pick them up and collect them and inventory them and reorder.
Right, and that is Justin Hall on screen, still trailing in Rick Levezzo's dust. You know, he's working hard to get around him.
It's been a great race out front with Rick Levezzo, with James Mahoney riding shotgun with him, and then right behind him in the single-seater, Justin Hall.
And that's that turn right there. There's that tire that Kenneth Goodall had clipped. That was more of an impact. That wasn't a clipping that tire.
Yeah, he just straight up monster truck jumped it.
Exactly.
Leo Don would be proud.
Maybe he's giving him lessons.
Leo Donald's our USAC rep here on site. Leo Donald, 23. They're coming down the Recaro step down. This is the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. This is a 7-lap race, 2 miles per lap, so 14 miles of some of the best short course action we could give you for the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex in Sturgis, South Dakota.
It has been a good day out here. We've had lots of spectators come over from the Buffalo Chip, ride in on their motorcycles, and now it's kind of like a motorcycle show over here. Maybe we should make that a thing.
They got a great front row
show and
seat.
shine. We should have a show and shine over here.
It's kind of hard to show and shine with all this dust.
True story.
There's Ken Goodall still pushing. I thought I saw him have a left rear flat. I'm not sure if he went into the AMSOIL hot pits or not.
No,
he did not. He still has a left
rear
flat tire. But he's still trucking along as he heads down the Recaro step down. It'll be interesting to see if he comes into the AMSOIL hot pits. On a short course like this, the hot pits usually are not very busy.
Usually not, but he is throwing a little bit of smoke as well right now.
A lot of bit of smoke. Ken Goodall was having some engine issues yesterday, some oil pressure issues, so I wonder if he may have just smoked an engine or not. So tough break for Ken Goodall. He was super excited to have a strong running, and he had a good thing going until he didn't.
Yeah, exactly. He was smoking a little bit earlier on today, too. So that's unfortunate. Oh, Betty's going again.
Not sure what's going on, but it still doesn't look happy. But I think he's kind of.
He's
if
so
I can
close
run
to
it,
the hot pits, though. I would think I would take it in, change a tire, see what might, I wouldn't run the rest of my laps on a flat tire like that.
I think he's the type that if it still runs, I'm going to run it until it doesn't move.
Well, that's what he's doing right now for sure. That's what he's proven.
We'll see if he comes into the AMSOIL hot pits or not. But it's still a great race out front with Rick Levezzo and Justin Hall. They're on that back section. Super steep, super amazing elevation changes back here. And the Dusty Goggles and Mid-America Outdoor Ultra 4 safety crew has done an amazing job. Brian Williams and his entire crew, Gus, Pee-wee, Weaver, and Caleb have been working their tails off dusk till dawn through the night, getting everything done. And there is Daniel Netzling, his first race with Ultra 4 right now with Team Nemo.
I wonder why it's called Team Nemo.
Nemo Industries. I saw
Okay.
something about a sign on the side of his trailer, and something about it. I think it's a gun manufacturer or something.
Okay.
So still out front, it is Rick Levezzo and the Justin Hall show. And Justin Hall better be starting to put the pressure on. We have
Rick Levezzo in that number 1 spot, Justin Hall in number 2, Dwayne Garrett's in 3, Sean Rance in 4th, Matthew Weiss in 5th. They have all came through and completed their number 2 lap.
And don't forget to go to that MAO app, download it to the Google or the Apple platform. Go to ultra4racing.com/live. Get on the Ultra 4 or MAO Facebook or YouTube. Share it. Start a watch party. Go to Ultra 4 USA Instagram and hashtag it up. Don't forget, we still have a lot of events yet to come. We have the UTV Takeover at Mid-America Outdoors next weekend. And then the Ultra 4 will be going to Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House over Labor Day weekend. We'll have another Mid-America side-by-side championship series race that weekend as well, so kind of double duty. So Pam and I will have to split up that weekend. But I'll have my buddy Jim Marsden come across the pond and announce with me.
Good old times.
We've been announcing for a very long time. It'll be a lot of fun. Nothing against you, Pam, but
I know.
Old Jim Marsden and I go a long ways back.
Jim is Jim, and I know he has been wanting to go to Crandon and announce at the Big House, and there he is.
It's a bucket list item. He's been doing King of the Hammers with us for quite a while. He used to do the Nationals quite a bit. He's been announcing for the Mint 400. It's always a good time hanging out with Jim Marsden.
You can see that non-rhythm section right now.
Justin Hall got a little squirrely there.
He did, and he is still on Rick Levezzo's tail. Rick Levezzo in that number 1 spot. We are on lap 3 of 7.
Up and over the Bronco boulders. And do I hear Justin Hall honking at Rick Levezzo?
He's like, hey, man, I'm right here.
He's just kind of giving him a friendly reminder. Actually, they may be honking at the lap traffic in front of him.
That is Daniel, I believe.
Yep. So he pulls over and lets the leaders through. So Rick Levezzo and Justin Hall still running strong. Way out front for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
And Sean Rance just came through in Sean's car.
What a great race we have on our hands. We need to give a huge shout-out to VP Racing Fuel, Nitto, King of the Hammers, Holly, Lasernut, Griffin, King Shocks, Progressive, 4-Wheel Parts, Optima Batteries, Monster Energy, Bronco, Ford, Can-Am, Baja Jerky, Amsoil, Method, Spider Tracks, Recaro, Axial, PCI, Off the Grid, MBRP, Yukon, HCR, Warren, Factor 55, Action Sports Canopy, Tread Lightly, Brannick, Rigid, and ARB. They are our official marketing partners of Ultra 4, so please support who supports the sport. Whether you're building a tow rig, a mall crawler, or a race car, go check out all those amazing marketing partners. We would not be racing here today without them.
And on screen, there is Justin Hall still on Rick Levezzo's tail. He's been consistently that distance behind him.
Yeah, 1 second has been split in the two.
Yes. But Justin Hall's last lap was actually a little bit faster than Rick's. But still, we can see them running neck and neck the whole entire time. It's just, it's all about timing when you want to push it harder to try to get around your competitor in front of you.
That is the name of the game. And you know Justin Hall has been watching where Rick goes inside. Yes. Where he goes inside, he's trying to pick him apart, but Rick's not going to let him go around easy. Rick Levezzo and James Mahoney up there really holding off that single-seater of Justin Hall.
And you can see he closed the gap just a tick there. He's closing in on him. It's just all about timing. He's studying his competitor right now. Like you're saying, he's watching where he's going. He's just studying his line, and then he'll know when he can take it.
There's a great shot of the Rigid Ridge, and they'll bypass the Amsoil hot pits.
And I'm not sure. I don't think Kenneth Goodall, I believe he went into the hot pits, and I've not seen him come back out.
Yeah, we saw a big poof of smoke, and he was having some definite issues. And I still see Joe Miker pulled off course. Still see Alex Fleming from a couple races ago.
Yes.
Sean Rance Sr. gets around Daniel Nisling. A great battle between Rick Levezzo and Justin Hall as they hit the Bronco boulders.
And there is less than a second now splitting their time, their last time through on lap 4.
0.8 of a second. So Justin knows there's 3 laps remaining in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle main event. Dwayne Garrettson still sitting in that 3rd position. Then it's Sean Rance, Matthew Weiss, Daniel Netzling, and then it's not looking good for Ken Goodall or Joe Miker. So we'll give away some of these laser nut trophies here in just a little bit. We've been running pretty close on time all day long.
Oh, that's a smell. Do you smell that smell?
Do you smell that smell?
Do you
They made a
smell
song
that smell?
about that, right?
No, I don't know. Did they? It smells like hot oil or transmission fluid.
Logan Christensen's tuning in, part of Rufus Racing. They hate not being able to make it to the race, but they've been tuned in all day long. We thoroughly appreciate you guys tuning in. It's been a great day of racing, and they want to rub it in a little bit more that Zandy bumped out a chip on qualifying yesterday. The team camaraderie right there is nothing like it. It's a lot of fun hanging out with the Rufus Racing crew.
Yep, that team, they all poke fun at each other, compete against each other.
But Chip
it's a
makes
lot
it
of
easy.
fun. Yeah, he does. I think he brings it on. He starts it. Sounds like we have another car that has turned off the track. We're not sure which number it is right at this moment.
But Sean Rance still running strong in that old Ford Bronco. And I may have misheard that maybe his son John Rance may be driving. I'm not sure.
I thought I heard that through the radio, but I'm not 100%. And on screen, Justin Hall is still
About a second behind.
or less than a. I mean, he's
Rick
been
Levezzo.
closing in, but he doesn't have very much time left. 3 laps to go here.
So Rick Levezzo and James Mahoney get the whole shot and have not looked back, but Justin Hall has given him pressure all day long. I can't wait to hear the little after race chatter because Justin's like, man, you had it, and I was in the side outside, and there's Daniel Neesing with Nemo Racing.
He's been taking it easy this race.
He
had
took
that
a tumble in prelims, so not sure what's going on. But speaking about tumble, that car took 2 tumbles, and that Bronco takes a licking and keeps on ticking as he hits the Recaro step down. So last time through, Rick Levezzo pulls a 3-second lead over Justin Hall, but Justin Hall is not going to let him easy as they head through that little non-rhythm section. Take that hard left and hit the Bronco boulders.
Justin Hall is definitely going to have a dusty helmet, dusty fire suit, everything dusty, being in Rick Levezzo's dust this whole entire race, unless he somehow gets past him. But right now it's not looking so hot. Have 2 laps to go to turn up the heat and make his moves if he wants to get that number 1 spot. But you know what? Being on the podium is being on the podium.
Absolutely. That's part of the game. They'll be looking good, getting set up. This is our 3rd and final race for the Western Series before it all goes down to the Nationals at Legends of the Fall at Mid-America Outdoors. The wind is blowing. It's a beautiful day. It's been hot all weekend long.
Took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say it's nice to see the breeze blowing the dust out of the driver's ways that are trailing behind, except for that direction right there.
The wind is the racer's friend. You see the dusty goggles. Volunteers out there ready to help wherever they can. And it's still going to be a battle. 2 laps remaining, and Rick Levezzo and Justin Hall, it's kind of their show here for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. But we still have a lot of competitors out on course.
So Rick, Justin, and Sean, Rick Levezzo, Justin Hall, and Sean Rance, they are 1, 2, and 3. They're the only ones out on lap 5. 2 laps to go.
And don't forget to go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. These cars are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. They race King of the Hammers, Crandon, Mid-America Outdoors, Sturgis, California, Tennessee, and Kentucky. They go over huge rocks, mountains, short course jumps, tight trees, mud, dust, desert whoops. These cars can do it all and do it all well. There's Matthew Weiss getting around Daniel Netzling. It's been a long week, but it's been a fun week here for the 82nd anniversary rally here in Sturgis, South Dakota. I believe the white flag will be flying for Rick Levezzo and Justin Hall. They're hitting the Yukon launch as we speak.
We'll see if the positions stay. He is definitely a little bit farther behind him.
I'm going to say about a second and a half.
2.6
Oh, 2.5
seconds.
All right. The dust is blowing out here. But, again, I'd take that over no wind for sure.
Oh, who is that? They got a little crooked right here in front of us.
Oh, is that Justin Hall? Oh, no.
I can't tell. Is it Justin
Yes,
Hall?
that was Justin Hall. So Rick Levezzo has a little bit of
unfortunate.
breathing room. He must have been pushing a little too hard. As soon as I turn around to look at the course, something happens.
I saw him backwards. I'm going, he must have spun around, so he probably did the little bunny hops that we keep talking about, or the kicks whenever the rear end was kicking on those non-rhythm section.
So Rick Levezzo has a little bit of breathing room right now. He's had an excellent race. Rick Levezzo and James Mahoney out front looking good. But just when you take a deep breath, anything can happen. Remember to finish first. First, you must finish.
So next up, we'll have the 4,800 Legends class before the 4,400 Unlimited class. We have a lot of racing to go
It's
still,
gonna be
Miles.
absolutely amazing. And up front still Rick Levezzo, Justin Hall, Sean Rance, Matthew Weiss, Dwayne Garrison, Daniel Netzling, and then out of the races Ken Goodall and Joe Miker. So if Rick Levezzo can keep this together, he'll get $1,000 for running that Ford Bronco front clip from Ford Performance. We need to give a huge shout out to Woody, Mr. Buffalo Chip himself, Brian Williams with Dusty Goggles, Ray's Auto Body, Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of the volunteers, Ultra 4 staff, Mid-America Outdoor Crew, Media Safety, USAC racers, and fans. And Pam will be giving away those amazing Laser Nut trophies thanks to Cody Wagner and company. And Rock Racing TV has brought you all of this amazing action today. We've got people in the booth. We have people out on course. We've got people everywhere to bring this all together, and it takes an entire team. So if you see anybody out there, give them a handshake, tell them thanks, tell them you appreciate what they do for Ultra 4 Racing.
And in the background, Mr. Rick Levezzo just came down. The Recaro step down in that number one position right now. On screen is Justin Hall. Trying to make up a little bit of time, but it's just not going to happen at this point unless unless Rick Levezzo does something really wrong. But Rick Levezzo just went through the Rigid Ridge.
It was such a great race between Rick Levezzo and Justin Hall until
so
Justin had
time.
that little mishap, but hey, that's part of racing.
I mean, for 5 laps, they did that.
So we are about 20 seconds from the checkered flag flying for Mr. Rick Levezzo and James Mahoney. One more turn to go. Rick Levezzo will hit the Yukon launch, and the checkered flag will be flying. First place goes at the progressive finish line to Rick Levezzo.
So he is first place at Visions, first place here. He is on a roll.
He's got a good thing going.
Yes,
that
he
is
does.
An absolute fact. We still have some racing yet to go, and Daniel Netzling is a lap down, but this is a Grand Prix finish. So Daniel Netzling gets the checkered flag, but Justin Hall unofficial in that second position.
And Sean Rance should be getting that checkered flag in third position. So how awesome is that to have that horrible tumble earlier, get the car fixed, back out on race course, finishing on a podium.
He took 2 tumbles
Two
earlier.
tumbles, exactly.
Yeah. And he's racing in 3-wheel drive as well. That just shows you the grit they have here in
And here
Ultra
he's
4.
coming slowly over the Yukon launch.
Doesn't want to chance anything.
No, it doesn't sound like the motor's running quite right.
No, that's a hard part. That's either a drive shaft or something spinning around and clattering.
Well, something, but he finished, got that checkered flag. It's been a hard day for that race team. Now they got a lot of work to do when they get home on that car for sure.
So unofficial first place goes to Rick Levezzo.
In second position, unofficially, Justin Hall.
And rounding out the top 3 goes to Sean Rance Sr.
What a day this has been. And on screen right there is the 55 of Matthew Weiss. He'll be coming in that 4th position.
He was having some issues getting to this race. He was down to the wire to make it. He was actually working on his car in the trailer down the road for a little bit just to make sure he could make it here. It's absolutely insane what they will do to make it happen to get to these races.
Wow. We will be doing the podiums between each event, each race, each class.
Up next will be the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then at 5 o'clock sharp, we'll be kicking off the 4400 main event. The 4400 class will run 10 laps. It's going to be an amazing show. So make sure you do not go anywhere.
Lots of racing left to do still today.
And in between races, make sure you go over and check out the MAO and Ultra 4 merchandise trailer. Angel, Carly, Bailey, and Laura are over there selling all the things. They've got all the event merchandise. They got sunglasses, hats, hoodies, whatever you may need. And also Dusty Goggles watering holes on site, serving up some cold drinks for kids and adults. And right next to them is the Black Hills Food and Fire food truck. And then next to that's the Bouncy House.
Right next to the Bouncy House. And that Bouncy House has been very, very busy today. I've been watching over there, here and there, and there's kids in it every single time I look.
And looking down there, you can see all the motorcycles here. It's great to see so many of them here for Sturgis enjoying some Ultra 4 racing.
All right, Matthew Weiss just crossed over the finish line, got his lap 7 in, and that puts him in 4th position unofficially.
What a great showing. Like I said, he was down to the wire, even if he was going to be able to make it. So to see Matthew Weiss get in that 4th position, he has got to be super, super excited. So while we get all these Laser Nut trophies ready, we'll send Pam that way, and we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problem with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And into State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
All right, we are here with our Progressive Black Hills Throwdown 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. You guys, awesome day today. Sean, we're starting with you. You're up here on the podium. You have had a rough day. Kind of give us a little rundown of what was going on with you today.
Well, we qualified number one, which was a first for us for a while, and then in the heat we flipped it on the second lap, and then again on the third or fourth lap. I'm not sure, and tore a lot of parts up, but we got together what we could to keep going. And my co-driver Chuck and my wife and his wife Dawn and Aspen and Charlie, they hung right in here and kept us going.
Well, it was unfortunate of your day, but you are up here on the podium. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here today?
Well, of course, Chuck, my co-driver, and then my wife and Dawn, and then Aspen, and then Milestar Tires, Ford. They have been really pulling through for us, and we have a lot of other sponsors, but I'm just real tired right now.
Yeah, I'm sure you're probably ready for a nap for sure. Are you guys going to stick around for the Driver's Appreciation Dinner?
We are. We're going to stick around tonight and leave about 2 or 3 in the morning.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 3 spot. It's definitely you have that Perseverance Award today for sure. Wouldn't you agree with that one?
I do. You know, we always just say whatever it takes. We're out here. We borrowed parts from other people. Other people helped us get going. We loaned parts to other people and had to actually ask for them back. John Snell had to give us our rear end back. But it's just such a big family.
That's exactly what Miles and I always say is everybody out here is just one big family, and that's what we love about all of the racers out here. So congratulations again on your 3rd place finish.
All right. Well, I'd like to say thank you.
Sorry about that.
Say thank you to JT and the new owners of Ultra 4. It's been a great ride.
Yes, it's been great, and the recovery crew out there, they got to you really, really fast out there. So again, congratulations on your podium spot.
All righty. Thank you, everybody.
All right, let's give it up for our number 3, Sean Rance. We're going to move right on over. I know that is definitely a cheers for days for him. Up here now we are with our number 2, Mr. Justin Hall. You guys had a great battle. I thought I wasn't sure what was going to go on, but give us a little rundown.
Yeah, I was chasing him down, doing my best, just trying to put the pressure on him, and hopefully he was going to make a mistake, but he had a flawless day. I ended up getting a little western through the rollers on the last lap, and luckily saved the car, got it spun around, and at that point I knew I couldn't chase him down, so at that point I was just salvaging the second place podium spot.
Well, you had a podium finish at Visions. You're up here again on the podium spot. You're having fun this year, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm having a good time. I'm trying to catch up on some National Series points. You'll see me out at Crandon Labor Day weekend for the Ultra 4 race out there too. And hopefully if I do well out there, it'll set me up pretty well going into Legends of the Fall.
Awesome. Well, who do you want to thank for getting you up here today?
Want to thank, first off, Falcon Tire. I've had great luck with them all year long. I don't think I've had to change a flat tire once this year. Johnny's Custom Motorsports for working with me on the tune out here. Samir over at Grom Racing for building me a really awesome little motor. JR's Transmission, 13 Fab, Rough Stuff. Brannick Motorsports. Optima battery driven racing oil. The list goes on, and I said Dirty Life Wheels. They pretty much, I have a huge long list of supporters that help me get to this stuff. My crew chief AJ for coming out here, and his dad Randy, my family back at home, everybody.
Awesome. And you are going to be racing in a few weeks, aren't you, up at the NorCal race, or are you going to bypass that for Crandon?
So I'm bypassing that. I'm actually leaving my car and trailer out in Wyoming with Jeremy Jones, and then I'll pick it back up, or I'll fly out, prep it, then come back, grab the car for Crandon. Then after Crandon, I'm leaving it out at my crew chief's house in Missouri, and then I'll fly home and then fly out there later, like a month and a half later, grab the truck, trailer, and race car, and then go down to Oklahoma, and then hopefully get back before my baby's born.
I was going to say, you've had an exciting year. You have a baby on the way. You're getting married, and now you've had 2 podium finishes, so it's a great year for you, and congratulations on your number 2 spot.
Thank you very much, Pam. And I want to say thank you again, Sean said, JT and the new owners of Ultra 4, the recovery crew out here. These guys are on point, recovering a lot of other people. Luckily, I didn't have to see them, but it was, like I said, it's been great, and I love coming out here, and hopefully you'll be back again next year.
Awesome. Well, we like having you guys out here as well. So let's give it up for the number 2 spot, Mr. Justin Hall. Let's go on here. Mr. Rick Lavezzo. He got first place at Mid-America for Visions. You got first place here. You're on a roll.
Yeah. I got first place last year here, too. So, hey, man, it's a good day. It was, I started out just dusty, and I was complaining. And then I had a, good qualifying. I knew if I started behind Sean, I'd push him. And we got that number 1 spot in the heat and came out. And, I didn't brake for 7 laps. All I saw was his headlights. And I'm like, and with these mechanical steering cars, it's a lot. So, no, my co-driver, he was just calm, telling me, go, go, go. Just between him and my spotter, Mitch, I was like, it was seven laps of open hell.
So do you have a little bit of arm pump going on?
Oh, I can't even hold this. Arm pump going on. But the track was epic. I just had so much fun racing against Justin, against everybody in our class. It was a good race. Yokohama tires are flawless. Not one flat. Just everything was good. Willwood, we put new brakes on the car, and man, we can drive into the corners faster, and it's just amazing. So my crew chief, who's my dad, who's 74 years old, I drag him out here, and he bitches and complains the whole time, but as long as I give him beer, he's fine. So it's a fine line how much I can give him, though. So he doesn't get to drink on race day, so now he's already probably got a beer, and he's ready to go. So King, the shocks were Raceline, Amsoil, Rugged Radio. Everybody it's an effort, everybody out here, so I just want to thank everybody, the fans. Couldn't ask for a better day.
How cool is it for you guys to come off race course and you see all these Harleys setting out here? They've all came over from the Buffalo Chip. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, it's a great race because we get to go do something else besides racing. These guys are nuts. These guys are way crazier than we are. So the people watching has just been epic.
It's been awesome. Do you have anybody else to thank? James here, you were pushing him, he was saying. So coming from 4400, are you having fun and helping him in the car?
Oh, yeah. You just got to keep him tame and keep all 4 wheels on the ground because he's known for doing acrobatics. But he did good. like I said, we looked in the mirror every time and all we could see was Justin's lights. So it was a battle for all 7 laps. So just keeping him under control.
Were you wanting to like keep your foot over there to make sure he never touched the brakes?
This race, I actually was. Yeah, I acted like I had a gas pedal. The last race, the very first race I was in with him, all I could do was push a brake pedal. It felt like, but I think we've come to a good, mutual part of driving the car. So he's doing really good behind the wheel.
Well, awesome. Do you have anybody else to thank?
I want to thank you and Miles for doing just an amazing job. MOA for doing what they do. JT and that crew. Dusty Goggles, thank you very much, and couldn't ask for a better weekend.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for Rick Lavezzo, Justin Hall, and Sean Rance.
Thank you, Pam, and congratulations to the entire 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class for taking home those laser nut trophies. We have 2 races yet to come. Here in about 10 more minutes, we'll kick off the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends main event with a 7-lap race. And then we're going to bypass the 4,400 LCQ, and at 5 p.m. sharp, we'll be doing the 4,400 main event. It'll be a 10-lap race. It will be an absolutely amazing show. So 2 more races yet to go. Do not miss it. Get on that MAO app. Go to ultra4racing.com/live. Go to the Ultra 4 and Mid-America Facebook and YouTube. Get on Ultra 4 USA Instagram. Hashtag it up. But we have a lot more racing yet to come. So grab some drinks, grab some snacks, and don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends. That can help build your house. And if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Monster Mate.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problem with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate in off-road performance.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Welcome back. We are about to kick off the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends Class main event for the Progressive 2022 Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex just outside of Sturgis, South Dakota. This is going to be a 7-lap main event, 2 miles per lap, so 14 miles of some of this amazing short course racing. It's going to be a great race, Pam. It's been a great day, and we are not done yet.
Yeah, it's been an awesome day for sure, Miles. Having a lot of fun out here. Always having fun with you out here announcing. Love seeing the crowd coming over from the Buffalo Chip, watching over there. It's a super cool day today.
So this is the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
And they are all lined up. Mr. J.T. Taylor has them on their, what do you call that? It's a
pace car?
Pace car, exactly.
You have to have a front or rear mounted engine. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, single shop per corner, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, and it is Stephen Woody Rose and Brent Harrell on the pole. Woody Rose on the pole next to Brent Harrell, and it will be a drag race.
And Jeremy Jones, Matt Torney in that second row.
In that third row, Matt Murphy and Chuck Crossland.
And then fourth row, Levi Rhodes and Garrett Humston.
Fifth row, Rob Graham and Brad Mulliken.
In sixth row, Jack Peterson and Rob Inglis.
And that last row is Tony Howard and Eric Weichel. And look how dusty it is in turn 1 as they're hitting the Bronco bowlers, and Woody Rose takes the whole shot. And guess who's spotting for Woody Rose, I just found out? Mr. Bailey Cole.
I saw Bailey over in the stands just now, and I did not ask him who he was spotting for, but how awesome is that?
And Woody spotted for Bailey, and Sean Shoemaker was riding with Bailey during their race.
Well, there you go. Teamwork.
Cool to see, yeah. Teamwork makes dream work.
That's what we talk about. It's one big family out here at Ultra 4. And to see Sean Rance out there on the podium just now after the day
awesome
he had. Woo. And that was a great shot right there of Woody Rose and Brent Harrell going through that turn.
Yeah, Woody Rose won his prelim earlier today, but I promise you one thing: Brent Harrell is hungry. He wants that, but Woody Rose is not going to give it to him easy. Woody Rose in that Trent fabrication machine out front, and Brent Harrell in that Paul Horschel fabrication built car.
All right, on screen is Brent Harrell running in that number 2 spot right there.
In the dust of Woody Rose, and it's dusty once again. They just did water the track, but obviously that back little section, it's too steep for a water truck to go back there. It's super steep, super loose, off camber. So we're gonna, we're doing what we can, but the dust is definitely there. But the wind is here, so that is extremely, extremely helpful.
The wind is a racer's friend.
Absolutely. This is our third and final race in the Western Series before we have a showdown at Legends of the Fall. But before that, we still have our third and final Eastern Series race in Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House over Labor Day weekend.
Can hear that horsepower right there of Mr. Woody Rose.
And Woody Rose already has probably about a 4 to 5 second lead over Brent Harrell.
I love that Brent's running those orange lights like we were talking about earlier. You can see them. It makes them visible so we know exactly which car it is coming through, kind of like Rufus Racing.
Had a great shot of Woody Rose just completely drifting that as he's up and over the Rigid Ridge, bypassing the Amsoil hot pits.
Awesome. Look at that shot right there that looks over our pits.
Look at all of the racers that are camped here at the Power Sports Complex just across the street from the Buffalo Chip proper.
Oh, and it got a little kicked him up a little bit.
So this is a 7-lap race. You can hear somebody bouncing off the rev limiter there.
And Woody Rose just now going through the Yukon launch, getting ready to go over the progressive start-finish line, and his lap time is a 2:52.758. Brent Harrell is running in that second position.
8 seconds in front of Brent Harrell. But look, Jeremy Jones is hot on his heels as well.
Yeah, Jeremy Jones is very close behind Brent Harrell.
So 1, Woody Rose, 2, Brent Harrell, 3, Jeremy Jones. So 2 Trent Fabrication cars up front with a Paul Horschel built car in the middle.
It's been a great day out here, Miles, and this race right here, this is just gearing up for the next one.
Absolutely.
The big boys.
So Matt Murphy in 4th, Chuck Crossland in 5th, Tony Howard in 6th position. Matthew Torney with his dad Greg riding shotgun. Matthew Torney with his son riding shotgun. Then Brad Mulliken and Eric Weichel.
And Brad Mulliken we saw in the prelim race. He had a little
bit of a tumble.
These tumbles today, some of them have been okay. Some of them have been a little bit harder than we would like to see.
And then Levi Rhodes and Garrett Humston. Where's Rob Graham and Jack Peterson? Okay, there's Rob Graham.
Did Jack Peterson take the...
I don't know if he started this race.
I don't think he took the green flag.
I think you are correct.
That was a great shot just now of Brent Harrell jumping over. He's going into that little bit of a canyon right there. That right there on screen is Woody Rose.
So Woody Rose up and around that little finger. You can see that big tire has been clipped a few times.
Yes, and they keep moving it back in position because when it gets clipped, it gets moved just a little bit. Looks like he was a little questioning on that turn there. Wasn't a smooth transition, but you do have Brent Harrell right there as well. But that is that downhill left-hand turn that is another off-camber. Everything here seems to be off-camber.
Yeah,
There's
the
nothing.
elevation change here is absolutely amazing. This is a 2-mile short course with that little Bronco Boulder Rock section. Other than that, it is short course racing at its finest. As Woody Rose hits the Recaro step down, and sorry, that was Brent Harrell.
That was Brent Harrell. There's a pretty consistent distance between 1, 2, and 3. So between Woody Rose and Brent Harrell, it's very it's about the same distance from Brent Harrell to Jeremy Jones, is distance-wise apart.
Yeah, it was 8 seconds and then 6 seconds, so we'll see. Oh, Brent Harrell spins around. You didn't see it on screen, but Brent Harrell took a little,
sideways?
Yeah, he did a full loop out.
Oh, wow. So he did a 180.
He did a complete
or
donut.
360.
Yep, a complete donut. So that means Jeremy Jones is hot on his tail. So Woody Rose is starting to pull away a little bit. So Woody Rose starting to get a little bit of a comfortable lead as he hits the Yukon launch, finishing lap number 2, heading out for lap number 3.
All right, and Woody Rose just came through and had a little bit of a faster lap time than his last lap at a 2:56.906. So he knows that he's got to stay on it if he wants to keep that sizable lead.
And we'll get a time for Brent Harrell, and Jeremy Jones is hot on his heel. So
Brent Harrell at a 3:06.468, so 17 seconds behind Woody Rose, but Jeremy Jones is only 3.5 seconds behind Brent Harrell.
Yeah, so with Brent Harrell's little spin around, Jeremy Jones caught him, and Woody Rose starting to pull away.
And you can see Woody Rose going through the Bronco boulders. Or is that Jeremy Jones? That's Jeremy Jones.
That was Jeremy
Yep,
Jones.
That's Jeremy Jones, my bad. Their blues are very similar color.
And they're both Trent Fabrication cars.
Yes.
Yeah, like you said, they look very similar.
There's
our
Woody Rose.
physical race leader, Woody Rose, out front by almost 20 seconds. So, Bailey's up in the spotter stands with the split times, whether he's listening to us or doing it himself or watching live.ultra4racing.com for the live timing. But Bailey Cole's saying, hey, Woody, you're doing good. Take your time. Be easy. Get in your zone. Deep breath, but keep on keeping on.
And is this a new car for Woody?
It's new to him. This car's been around for a long time. Bailey's raced this car.
Okay.
Brent has raced this car. This is the old Crawl America car that DSI has owned for quite a while.
Okay.
No, that's wrong. That's Toby Stacy.
That's why I'm asking you.
Yep,
you
no.
are the encyclopedia.
Hey, I was wrong.
Ultra 4.
That's a different Trent Fab car. This is a new car for Woody Rose.
That's a nice drift around that
season.
turn right there. Yeah, nope, I always call you the encyclopedia of Ultra 4.
And then I get it wrong. But then I corrected myself. So there's Brent Harrell.
Look at that hole.
Look
Did you
how
see that?
deep. I was just going to say that rut. I don't know if it's a rut or a pothole, but it is getting nasty down there.
It's a Cameron Steele car. I love it. We're getting corrected here.
Okay.
Okay, thank
This
you.
year at Hammers, right? Yeah, so that was a brand new car this year at Hammers for Cameron Steele.
Okay.
So I was wrong, and then I was right-ish. So they built that car for Cameron Steele, and they used a lot of parts for it, and I assume Cameron Steele raced that once again at King of the Hammers 2023. There's a lot of cars that get changed around down here, and I tend to forget a few things here and there.
It happens. You'll just have to write that in your notes. And on screen there is Doc Jones.
Doc Jones is always a solid competitor out on the course.
You can hear Brent Harrell, his motor, and Jeremy Jones's motor.
And then there's, talking about motor, there's Chuck Crossland, the only twin-turbo-powered machine out there. There's Brad Mulliken making a pass.
It's good to see Brad back out there. He did that tumble earlier. Yeah, you're correct that Brad Mulliken's right there.
He was having transmission issues all the way up until he left to come out here all the way from Northern California. Glad to see him get it back together.
He's running in that 7th position right now. All right, so in that number 1 spot, we have the 48.71 of Stephen Rose. In number 2, we have the 56 of Brent Harrell. In the number 3 spot, the 48.37 of Jeremy Jones.
So Brent Harrell's starting to pull a little bit away from Jeremy Jones again, and Brent Harrell is gained 3 seconds on Woody Rose on that lap. Ooh, is that a left rear tire? No.
And Chuck Crossland in the 48.69, he's running in the 4th position. He had a tumble as well earlier on. Who are you thinking might have
I thought I saw it, but it may have been just some funny dust. I don't want to speculate anymore.
Funny dust.
It definitely plays tricks on a little bit of everybody.
I see what you're saying, though. Yep,
No,
it's just the funny dust.
Yep, we're all good. I thought he had a tire going down, but Woody Rose still looks smooth and consistent.
All right, Brad Mulliken has moved up into the 6th spot from 7th, but we have Tony Howard in the 48.05 in that 5th position. The 48.74 of Brad Mulliken in the 6th position. Matt Murphy in the 51.66 in that 7th position. Matt Torney in the 8.04 in that 8th position.
What a great, great race we have on our hands. There's Robert Grant, that rigid-powered Jimmy's car, but back on Woody Rose with that Believe Cam FPV.
Woody Rose got out front, stayed out front. We'll see if it can continue on for the rest of the 4 laps that we have to go.
There's Garrett Humston. This was a 7-lap race, 2 miles per lap, so 14 miles of short course racing. And up next, the 4,400 main event, 10 laps, 20 miles. It's going to be a wild show. That kicks off at 5 o'clock sharp.
And on screen there again is Woody Rose. And that is a single-seat car, correct? Woody Rose?
No, it's a two-seat car.
He just drives single.
Yep. It's definitely a two-seater. Yeah, because my buddy Brian Wood rode with Cameron Steele in that car at King of the Hammers this year.
And on screen just a moment ago was the 48.77 of Rob Graham. He's running in that 12th position, just moved up into 11th. Lots of motorcyclists going on out. They've been out here watching the race. Awesome to see.
Yeah, if you have a Buffalo Chip campground pass, you can come across the street and watch some Ultra 4 racing for free. If you don't, it's only $10 per person. Children 10 and under are free. So be sure, we are right in the middle of our 4,800 Brannick Motorsports main. But the main event will be coming up here at 5 o'clock for the 4,400 Unlimited class. Be our extravaganza. There's Matt and Greg Torney in the center of our screen. Lots of Harleys in and out of here, off and on, all day long. We love us some horsepower.
Lots of action going on all over race course. Mr. Woody Rose is in that number 1 position still. His fastest lap of the day was a 2:56.906.
As Tony Howard just skied over the progressive start-finish line.
Yes, and Woody Rose's last lap was a 2:58, but he's picking it up. There's a 14-second gap between Woody Rose and Brent Harrell, and then there's an 8-second gap between Brent Harrell and Jeremy Jones. Chuck Crossland has a 30-second gap between him and Jeremy Jones.
If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every single one of you. This is the 2022 Progressive Black Hills Throwdown at the Buffalo Chips Power Sports Complex just outside of Sturgis, South Dakota. We are here for the 82nd annual Sturgis Bike Rally. We are back on screen with Mr. Woody Rose, our physical race leader. He has had a great day all day long, and look how bad this track is getting chewed up. It is getting nasty out there. Cody Knowles tuned in. He usually rides with Woody Rose. And he's giving his buddy some hard time, so he says you got to give him a lot of grief if he gets that podium spot
right?
from his buddy Cody. As we're back on watching Brent Harrell. He's still about 15 seconds back on Woody Rose as we drop down the Recaro step down. What a great week it has been here in Sturgis, and we are racing during Bike Week. How
It's
cool is
so
that?
awesome. I love it. We keep saying it, but you know what? Next year would be awesome to do.
And look at the high and wide. You can see most of the track out here. It's a 2-mile short course, just the one little Bronco boulder section, but this place is absolutely amazing. I believe that's Tony Howard. No, that is Chuck Crossland with his
Chuck
daughter
Crossland,
Kate.
and they're running in the 4th position right now. They are 31 seconds behind Jeremy Jones.
This is his first race he hasn't rolled over in yet.
It's not over yet.
This weekend.
It's not over yet.
Chuck upside down crossing.
Told him he needs to just let his daughter drive.
He'll give me a little grief for that, but I'm
yes,
all right
he
with
will. You know he will.
Him and Chip are some of the class clowns of Ultra 4, so it's always fun to, they dish it out. I like to give it back. Brent Harrell getting a little fluff out there as he hits the Bronco boulders, does the little bunny hop, and keeps on trucking. So last time around, he did gain another full second, so he's 13.8 seconds behind Woody Rose with 2 laps to go.
Yes, it is definitely getting a little bit more spaced out, but the dust can become a factor with the lap traffic for sure. There's a 10-second gap between Brent Harrell and Jeremy Jones. And then we'll see here in just a moment the gap between Jeremy Jones and Chuck Crossland. Tony Howard's running in that 5th position. Brad Mulliken is running in 6th position. Matt Murphy is in 7th. Matt Torney in 8th. Eric Weichel in 9th. Garrett Humston 10th. Rob Graham in 11th. And then we have Levi Rhodes, Jack Peterson, and Rob Inglis. Not sure what's going on with them right now. But we have 5 cars that are on their 5th lap, so we have 2 laps to go.
This is a 7-lap main for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And speaking about Brannick Motorsports, we need to give a huge shout-out to Stan Haynes and his entire family. Team Indiana usually comes to all the races, but this was just a little too far for them. They couldn't make it. Hate you all aren't here, but I'm sure you're tuning in back home. We were talking to Austin Thompson earlier. He's working on his 4400 car, and he's waiting on a sway bar from Brannick Motorsports. So it sounds like Rob Inglis broke his rear end, so he is out. So tough break there.
Break.
He drove all the way down from Canada to do that, but we still got to watch his buddy Corey Johnson in the next race.
All right, so we got to talk about all the bikes and stuff out here and all the awesome race cars, but my favorite dog out here is walking by right now, Josh Smith. He has Willie the Wiener dog. It's a little puppy. So cute. It's kind of been our little mascot over there at the Ultra 4 trailer.
Been a lot of fun.
Josh Smith's little baby.
He had a great showing today earlier on
yes,
in the
he did.
4900 Can-Am UTV stock class.
It's all about the little kids, the little tiny tots, the puppies, the people.
It's all about
family. Everything. Family.
Absolutely. Oh, Woody Rose gets a little wide there, but keeps her under control. He kind of slides through that blue groove until he just kisses the fluff and then just grabs and goes.
It does. It definitely, you can see that it did that. And that corner right there is definitely getting harder in the turns. Not harder as in hard pack, but you keep calling it the fluff. It's tougher, yes.
Getting a little blown out. So there's the white flag for Woody Rose.
So one more lap to go. See if he can hold on to this lead.
So Brent Harrell knows right now he needs to turn it up if he wants to catch old Woody Rose. 2 of our younger competitors, Woody Rose and Brent Harrell. Great to see these young guns doing so well in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
And there's still a lot of racing going out there on race course. Jeremy Jones just crossed over and got his white flag.
We need to give a huge shout-out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Holly EFI, Lasernut, Griffin, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, King of the Hammers, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, Amsoil, Method Race Wheels, Axial RC, PCI Race Radios, Off the Grid, MBRP, Yukon, HCR, Daystar, Warren, Factor 55, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lightly, and Action Sports Canopy.
Oh,
so please support who supports the sport.
And that, I believe, 4810. Oh, he does not have a front driver tire or wheel on his car.
And that is Garrett Humston that has a little issue there. So that's going to be a little tough recovery, too, because that's in that back section, I believe.
It's right before that tight left-hand turn that everybody's been hitting that inside or the tire. It's right before that. You can see him right there in that right-hand turn.
Oh, and he's blocking most of the track, so they're going to have to slow down. So there's our race leader, I believe, Woody Rose, having to slow down tremendously, but so does everybody else. This is a safety yellow local caution. But now it's back to wide open racing, so we'll see how it's going to shake out. Does Brent Harrell have enough time to chase down Woody Rose? It's not looking good.
We had a 13-second gap between them on the last lap, so not unless Woody Rose has a little slip-up, but you know that he's driving just a consistent race right now
But
and
I'm
staying slow and
physically
steady.
watching right now, Pam, and Brent Harrell has turned it up. I don't know if he's got enough time, but he's given it all he's got trying to chase down. I see Eric Weichel still running strong out there, but it's the Woody Rose show, and can Brent Harrell have enough time? I'm not sure. Woody Rose is going to have to mess up. So
He has turned up the heat for sure.
He has given it all he's got. It was 13 seconds around last time, and I think it's less than 10.
We shall see. And that one corner back there by the Amsoil Hot Pits has been giving Woody a little bit of trouble when he does that turn.
As they're both up and across the rigid ridge, just a few more corners to go, and it looks like Woody Rose, it's his race to lose. But the last two races, the guy out front has done great,
gap
and
right there.
second place has spun out, and that's just what's happened in both these last races.
That was a great shot right there to see how far apart they actually are on race course.
So I'm going to say it's going to be less than 10 seconds, but
Here
Woody
he
Rose,
comes.
one more jump to go, hitting the Yukon launch, and the checkered flag is out at the Progressive finish line.
And there he
Woody
goes.
Rose unofficially wins the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Let's see how this gap is right here. Even though we know he's unofficially in second position, 9.8
I said under
seconds.
10
You
seconds.
did.
But remember, this is a physical finish race, so it doesn't matter. So unofficial 1, Woody Rose. Unofficial 2, Brent Harrell.
And we'll see Jeremy Jones has been running in that third position. He should
And
be coming
here he
through
comes,
here in just
hitting
a
the
moment.
Yukon launch. Jeremy Jones grabs the checkered flag for third place unofficially.
And Chuck Crossland's up there, got a battle for fourth and fifth, right, or for the fourth position. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
Chuck Crossland and Tony Howard going to battle to the finish line.
Well, let's see if
Tony
Chucky
Howard's
keeps
got
it
enough.
on the rubber side
How
down.
funny would it be if he
Not
flips her
funny.
over? Oh, I'm going to laugh if he flopped her over on the last corner.
Oh, I hope not. So we have Woody Rose in that number 1 position, Brent Harrell number 2, Jeremy Jones in third, Chuck Crossland in fourth position unofficially right now, but Tony Howard is right on Chuck Crossland, so let's see if he can keep a hold on that fourth position.
So Chuck Crossland, it looks like he's going to lock her down. Chuck Crossland grabs the checkered flag, fourth for him, and fifth goes to Tony Howard.
He's had such an unfortunate last couple of races. I literally want to cheer for him right now.
Oh, he's cheering for himself.
I
But
know.
As much grief as I give Chuck Crossland, I'm stoked for him, and I'm just super excited. This is the first time his daughter Kate has rode
Yes.
with him, and like I said, they've had some battle. There is Jack Peterson. Hadn't seen much of him today, but again, great to see Chuck Crossland finally having a great showing with his daughter Kate riding shotgun.
Tony Howard came through in that number 5 position. Matt Murphy in the 5166 has come through in the 6th position. And Matt Torney in the 804 is in that 7th position. Brad Mulliken is in 8th. Those are our top 8 that have finished all 7 laps in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
We are about to give away some of those Laser Nut trophies thanks to Cody Wagner and company.
And Eric Weichel is getting ready to come through and get the checkered flag himself, finish that 7th lap.
And then at 5 o'clock sharp, there's Eric Weichel grabbing the checkered flag as well. But at 5 o'clock sharp will be the 4400 Unlimited main event. So we still have a little bit yet to go. There's Jack Peterson. And then we'll give away those Laser Nut trophies and get ready.
Ooh, the big boys are getting ready to come on
But
race
we got
course.
about 50 minutes, so we'll actually get a
50
nice
minutes?
little break
Oh,
before we
wow.
send them out.
I didn't realize we had 50
We will
minutes
do
left.
a national anthem and a prayer later on, right before the main event. So it'll be great to see that. So we'll have a good half-hour break, hopefully. What a great race it was for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. I believe it is going to be
It's going to be Woody Rose in that number 1 position.
Brent Harrell.
In number 2, and then 3rd position, Jeremy Jones.
So while we get everything, cross our eyes and, dot our I's and
Cross our
cross
I's and
our
dot our
T's,
T's.
we'll check everything out. But we're going to take a quick break and be right back after this.
am monster me.
Ford WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, Ford WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to Ford WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at FordWP.com.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
All right, we are right here, fresh off the racetrack with our 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Our third place finisher, Mr. Jeremy Jones. That was an awesome race out there. I saw you chasing down the dust. How do you feel about that race course today?
It was rough and dusty and fun, all rolled up into one. So,
I know a lot of people have been saying that, the dust, obviously, but what was your least favorite part about the race course today?
I would say the little canyon part where the dust got thick and the wind couldn't get in there and they really couldn't get much water to it. You just couldn't see, and it was, if you're off either direction, you're going to roll or you're going to hurt somebody. So.
Well, you did great out there. You're running third place consistent throughout the whole entire race. You guys are actually up here as you started the race, 1, 2, 3. So who do you have to thank for getting you up here on the podium today?
Well, Dan, of course. All my guys back home, they threw they got to the car and they made it all work. Don Balducci, he came up and helped us prep. Dave Schneider helped us prep the car. Trent Pfaff for building a great car. Let me think. Raceline, Mickey Thompson, Wyotech, Niapco for the drive lines, Yukon Gear and Axle. All my friends and family back home, all the fans out here, all the volunteers. The event's been great. We've had a great time. Dan and I have loved it, so it's been a good time. So thanks to Dan for jumping in the car with me and keeping us upright.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 3 spot up here. I'm going to walk away because I know what you're doing, but here in a moment. But anyways, okay, so we're on to our number 2 position. We have Brent Harrell. You had a blast out there. You got your fan group over here. Your dad's getting ready to go on race course. How do you feel about that track today?
I mean, it's a super fun track. It's tough. The dust definitely sucks, but I had a good time.
We kept watching you because you were reeling in. You were getting closer a little bit in time, but then there's a little bit of a, he kept kind of going in a corner where we thought we were going to spin out, but not happening. But you were on it the whole time. Did you ever lift at all, or was it pedal down the whole time?
No, I looped out really bad up there, ended up way out in the giggle bushes and managed to come back still in front of Doc, so I'm glad he didn't catch up.
But after that, did you ever lift, or were you still gunning for Woody?
Maybe the last half lap. I know couldn't catch him, but rest of the other than that, I was trying to catch him the whole time.
Biggest question, did you have fun?
Oh yeah, I had a blast out there.
Awesome. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here on the podium today?
I'd like to thank my dad, my family, Paul Herschel with Herschel Motorsports, built an amazing car and has just a phenomenal crew that keeps us coming to races. Fox Shocks, Max Tie Downs, Tube Works for my diffs. Everybody on my crew, Jesse DeLeon, he jumped in the co-pilot seat with me. He's never done anything like this before, and everybody for coming out to support in Mid-America. And Rigid Lights. Sorry. Rigid Lights.
What do you think about coming off the race course and seeing all these motorcycles here from the Buffalo Chip? Thank you guys for coming out, but what do you think about seeing all them out here?
I think it's super cool that they're coming out here, mix of different hobbies, and we get to check their stuff out, and they get to check our stuff out. So,
well, congratulations on your second position up here on the podium. It was a great day, great weekend for you. Now you get to, are you spotting for your dad, or does he have a spotter out here?
I'll be in the spotter stand. I won't ride with him, though.
Well, congratulations on your number 2 spot, and we'll get going here so you can get ready for that race. Now we're going to move on to our number 1 position. Mr. Woody Rose, you got out front, you stayed out front, you never looked back, did you?
Nope, just pedal to the floor mostly the whole time, other than the slick parts.
I know that's what I was kind of talking about, was over there by where the pit road is. That was kind of slick for you. You were having a little bit of trouble right there, it looked like.
Yes, I had to go very slow, and that's where I thought he was gaining speed on me, but everyone was doing that, where they just couldn't take it that fast and they'd slide into the bank. Yeah. But yeah, I almost spun out on the second turn here from the blue groove, which was fun. Caught me off guard in the dust.
But did you have fun?
Yes, amazing time. I would definitely come back next year.
What was your least favorite part about the race course today?
That 5 roller rhythm section. Oh, yeah. That's not my favorite. My car doesn't like that very much, unless you hit it full speed, but then you're going too fast.
Well, we were calling that a non-rhythm section because there is no rhythm to it whatsoever.
No rhythm at all. The last one, or the second to last one, just bucks you, and then it puts you in the last one, and no, all bad.
Yeah. Well, who do you have to thank for getting you up here on the podium today?
I'd like to thank Derek Trent. He got me here. I'm very thankful for that. My mother, Trent Fabrication, for building an amazing car. Nexon tire, Raceline wheels, Mechman alternators, ATO transmission, FK rod ends, Brannick Motorsports, line-to-line coating for coating my pistons so I have a good motor. Infinite Velocity Motorsports for helping with the rebuild of the motor. And Yukon Gear and Axle, definitely. That's a big one. And I think that's it.
Awesome.
Nexon, right? I think I said Nexon Tire. Definitely thanks them a lot for holding up this race.
Well, congratulations on your number 1 spot. Let's give it up for Woody Rose, Brent Harrell, and Jeremy Jones.
Well, thank you, Pam, and thank you, Cody Wagner and Lasernut, for those amazing trophies, and congratulations to everybody in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Up next will be the 4400 main event. We're going to go live at 4:50 p.m. with a hard start at 5 o'clock, so be sure to take a quick little break, grab your snacks, grab your drinks, grab whatever you need, but the big party is about to start, so while we get everything set up, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.